Yes, well, that would be for the people who want to do it. We have, maybe I say a little bit about this just now. We have these metal molds and clay, and we press the clay into the molds, and when you take them out, you get an image of Tara or Padmasambhava, depending on the mold. They can look very nice, and then we dry them. You can take them, you can paint them. There we go. Here is one of Padmasambhava. This is very nice because it's three-dimensional, and it has really quite a lot of detail. So then, we can bless them, and you can put them in places near where you live, in forests, in trees, cemeteries, and with the sense of bringing blessing back into the earth. Because just on that topic we had before, everything is about connectivity and communication and belonging. And we know that one of the big problems with nature in the West is this idea nature is dead and we are the masters of it. So putting the sasa into nature gives us this sense of being in communication with the five elements, in communication with the potential of the earth. So I would recommend that we do that. But if it's going to be very hot today and we're going for the walk, if you didn't want to do the walk, then you could do some satsang, if there are people who would like to do that. Otherwise, we can do it in the afternoon for those who do it. Once you get used to doing it, you could do it early in the morning. If you are an early morning person, you could do it in the evening. If you're an evening person, it's just to have somebody who's experienced in making them show you how to do it. And then we lay them out to dry gently, and then after a day in this kind of weather, they'll be fine.
James, if I may add up to this, Hannah cannot be present, but she kindly made all these three-dimensional Padmasambhavas.
Wonderful.
Which are available to you guys. You are free to take one in the end of this retreat with you back home. And if you want, just leave some donation. There's a bowl, which we would then make available to this place to sustain it.
Wonderful.
So, she established quite a community of tsatsa makers already in Germany, and it's flourishing also in other places. Britain has quite a place, and Turkey I heard as well.
Yeah.
It's really becoming a favorable practice to connect Dharma with some personal activity.
One of the things that we're going to develop in the south of England is a little pilgrimage path along the downs near Brighton, so that you'll be able to go for a walk, and every kilometer or so there will be some little shrine, but it will be not visible to people who don't know about it, so that you have a sense of making some sacred walk for yourself, and it gives you an encouragement to do practice in different places. I mean, the advantage of the work with the satsang is twofold. One is it puts something of blessing and beauty out into the world, and you can share that with other people. But secondly, it allows you to be proactive and make something. When we are on a retreat like this, where we're looking at quite complex ideas, there's a lot of explanation, and so you end up kind of listening for a long time, and this receptivity can be a bit overwhelming. I try to set it out because we never know when we meet it together again, and it can be useful. But it's also important, just as we breathe in, we breathe out, we receive Dharma, we bring Dharma forward. For some people that can be an involvement in translation of book production. For some people it can be involved in making satsang, it could be involved in learning to paint tankas, or not even in traditional Tibetan style, but doing paintings of Tara in a cave and so on, because it's through expression that your energy comes into the world. For example, when we look around, we see all these bushes and trees. These are all dependent on the ground, on the earth. So there is this supportive dialogue going on between the earth and the trees. The earth holds the water which is available for the roots. The roots take the water and the minerals and so on up into themselves, through the roots into the stalk, and then out into the leaves, leading for some of the trees to fruits, with some of the plants to flowers. This is similar for us. Our practice is about finding the ground, finding the source, so that the, if you like, the taproot of ourselves. Who am I? I am this person. If we can get that taproot into the ground, then it's transformed. Roots need to be planted, and if the root is planted in itself, it becomes convoluted and unhealthy, because then you're trying to find our basis in the world. So if you follow how this goes, you can see yesterday we were looking a lot at the ego and awareness and the difference between them. So if I'm just me and I need to be replenished, then I want to talk with my friends or go and have a holiday, and I need to go to the shops. So as it were, I'm rooted into the happenstance of daily life and plugging into the events that occur and trying to draw maximum nourishment from them. Meanwhile, the ground is always there. The openness of the mind, pure awareness, that's also available. So if we just shift how we plant our root and put the root into emptiness, then the energy which arises and manifests is endlessly sourced by the fecundity, the richness, like a cornucopia horn, flowing out into our situation. And of course, when the trees have leaves, in autumn many of the trees, they drop their leaves, come onto the ground and gradually rot, and this feeds into the richness of the earth. So you get a virtuous cycle. So as we develop in Dharma, bringing something out into the world. So if you like, these tsatsa are like leaves that are falling and planting from our activity. And the more we can bring this activity into the world, the more we can create an environment which is affirming for us, because for many Dharma practitioners, life is very lonely. Maybe no one else in your family is wanting to do practice, your friends are not so interested, you don't really want to talk about it at work. So that it can be a little bit isolating, but if you can bring the ambience, the feeling tone of Dharma into your world, then that's very good. So I would recommend at least having a go at making the tsatsa, and you know what they are. And the advantage, another advantage of tsatsa is you work with clay. And if you know the wheel of life, the second, the first element is a blind old person who's lost their way. This represents ignorance, just tapping with a stick, not fully in contact with where they are, and therefore imagining many things. So that's how our unawareness begins. And the second is a potter with a wheel, a big Indian style wheel. You start it with a stick, and it has a mound of clay in the middle, and then from the clay at the top you draw up shapes, and then you cut them off. And this is duche, this is accumulation or production or shaping. Is essentially making something, because what is made from the clay is then cut off from the mother clay and dried, so it becomes a separate item. So when we're working with clay, this is, if you like, the ground or the basis, and the word in Tibetan, ji, means exactly the ground we stand on. That's its also meaning. So the base or the earth shows its forms, and these forms can remain in contact. The problem begins is when we separate from the source and then we just have this thing. So when you have, some of you maybe been in India and you see the potters at work and they make these little clay teacups that they use at the railway stations and so on. Just make a little cup very quickly and cut it off, and then it goes to dry. So while the clay is in the fingers of the potter, it's clearly still part of the mass. And at some point it's cut off. There is the clay mound, and it is the clay in the shape of the cup. And when they are separated, it is as if this is a cup. This is clay. This is a cup. So it's when you get the separation from the mass, from the ground, that the concept can grasp the aspect of the ground so that you get kind of diluted. It's a cup. Of course it's a cup, but it's clay. No, that's a cup. Why would you buy clay? I don't want any fucking clay. I want a cup. Okay, here's a cup. But the cup is clay. So there you see, it is both a cup and clay. This is the non-duality. That manifestation doesn't separate from the ground. That the radiance of the mind and the mind itself are not two things. The reflection and the mirror are not two things. So having this kind of experience in your fingertips, embodied as an aspect of your participation, that can be very, very helpful. So that you go from kind of theory and ideas, which can take you here and there, and different opinions, agreeing and not agreeing, but you bring your attention into this, and then it starts to sing for you. So there are many advantages if we learn to look with Dharma eyes. Okay, so now we do the refuge and bodhicitta, and then at the end of that, just sit in a relaxed, open way. Okay. When Siya Lama was young, he was recognized as being this tulku, this manifestation of previous Lama. So he had some status. And the Lamas would, one of the Lamas would maybe give an initiation, but all the Lamas were lined up, and then the village people, devotees would come and make some offering. If they had nothing much to offer, they would at least offer a white scarf, a kata. But when there were quite a lot of lamas, people didn't have enough for everyone. So when Siya Lama was about 8 or so, he's sitting there with his guru, and someone would come up with a scarf, and he had to lean forward and receive it, put it around their neck, and then lean back. And sometimes the person would look at him and then not offer a kata, but he would already be leaning forward to collect the kata, and his teacher would whack him on the back of the head. Because don't run ahead of things. And if someone is coming and offering the kata and you're distracted and you don't go to receive it, he would also get a whack on the head. Don't go ahead of the event, don't go behind the event, just on the point. So that's what we do in this kind of practice. We're sitting, it is open. There's no need to get involved. It's just open. We're not going to do anything with the thoughts or feelings or sensations which arise. They come and they go, but we find ourselves turned towards them because of our own templates and patterns. And that's what we're trying to let go of, so that we're working with the immediacy of the situation. Our energy goes towards how it is, unmediated through our idea of how it should be. Does that make sense? Okay, so, for example, if you're working in a pizzeria, and you have many bowls of ingredients, and you're rolling out the base and stretching it, and an order comes in, and you know the recipe, so you take from the bowls and you get it ready for the oven. That's your job. You get the order, there's the recipe, and you are the functionary for putting the ingredients together just as they should be. No extra intervention is required, but maybe you like chili. I'm sure they want a little chili. So you put some in, because it's good. Chili is good. I love chili. Why wouldn't I put in chili? They didn't ask for chili. Yeah, but chili's good. That would not be a very good chef. So that's us. We have our tendency. We want to add certain things because they taste right for us. They feel right for us. But that's actually an obscuration to the task, which is to respond to other people. How are they? We move towards that. So we have this open ground. And when we're sitting, we're dealing with, if you like, the level of potential. All the events that arise are potential ingredients. They could be mobilized, but this is not the time for mobilization. This is just a time, I don't know, if you had a stable, you need to exercise the horses. So when you sit in this meditation, you exercise your thoughts and feelings and memories, and take them for a little trot in the open space, and then that's it. So we're not involved in doing anything with these things. We're not blocking the arising, but we're not turning it towards a purpose or an aim or an intention. Then, when we come up from the meditation and we're working in the world, we're manifesting in the field of manifestation. We're participating, and we participate, as it were, as ourselves. So there are different qualities as to how we would distinguish ourselves. It would be ridiculous to say there is no self. I mean, in terms of the potential, there is no self. In terms of the ground or the source, there is no self. But when you participate in the world, you know how to work with your own feedback. When you're coming to meet together in this hall, you have to remember, do I need to do pee-pee? Because you're adult people and mommy's not here, she's not going to say, have you done your pee-pee? So you have to tell yourself, do I need to do pee-pee? So in that way, this self-referencing is part of how we maintain ourselves in functioning in the world, not being too much, not being too little, because if halfway through everybody needs to get up and pee at different times, you get a lot of disruption. So if we have a sense of working with the time frame, with our bodies, you get harmony. Now, this self can be a foundational mode of participation or a non-foundational mode of participation. When we are unaware of the source, the ground, then I'm just me, and I do what I do. And of course, because I've been maintaining my personal identity, my personal sense of self, when it's I do what I do, that has a shape which is impactful of other people. It brings a torque, a twist, a pressure onto the situation. It's like a vector, and so other people are reacting to how we seem to be. This is our ego foundation. I exist, I participate, and I participate as me. But the more we do the practice and we see the emptiness of the mind, like looking through the 5 questions, doing some of the other practices we'll do, and then we sit with the open potential, and we see the arising and passing, and we don't need to activate these potentials. We don't need to respond either for them or against them. It's just left there. So that means that the repertoire of moves that we can activate is vast. And as we looked before, the Dharmakaya, the mind itself, is for you. That's your gain. And the Sambhogakaya and then the Manakaya is for the other. So the first is wisdom of the Dharmakaya. My mind is open without any fixed limitation. This situation allows us to participate for the other. But if we are unaware of this openness, then the starting point is I, me, myself. I commence from me, I commence from limitation, I commence from construction, from habit formation, and this is the kind of foundational mode. I start from my self-foundation and participate in that way, with my own limitations, because there are many things I'm not really able to engage with, because I'm always checking, does it fit with me? Do I like this? Do I not like this? And so my repertoire of responses is very small. And so when we say, I'm going to work for the salvation of all sentient beings, I'm going to liberate all beings, and I will do whatever is required, and we realize, oh my God, I don't know how to do this. Because I always start with me. So the deep function of all the different practices we do is to dissolve this solidification, this iceberg of self, so that it can just dissolve back into the ocean. It's not, the iceberg is not anything other than the water. It's just water which is frozen. In the same way, the ego is the potential constricted, consolidated, although its nature is flow. Because as we've seen many times, our thoughts, our feelings, our memories are always flowing. We are dynamic and flowing. And yet, somehow, in the midst of this, I exist. So that's like the water is turned to ice, and we hold on to this. Because the thing about ice is, if you hit it with a hammer, it fragments. So it's very vulnerable. If you hit water with a hammer, it just splashes and all gathers together again. But we get traumatized by life events. We know what unhappiness is. We want to avoid unhappiness. And so we are self-protective. So we're always working out, is it okay to get close to you or not? Is there an advantage? Is there a disadvantage? And this checking out is very exhausting. So another approach to this opening is the Guru Yoga of the White R, which some of you know very well. This is a simple practice, but it's a practice for starting with the source, not starting with the ego. There are many practices that start with the ego self, like general shamatha or calm abiding. So I am going to sit and observe the sensation of the breath at my nostrils. I am the doer of the deed. I do this. Or I am going to do prostrations. Or I am going to offer 100,000 butter lamps and clean them. Or 100,000 mandalas. There are many practices that start from I, me, myself. And I do the practice in order to develop and improve and enrich the quality of the self who is participating. So we try to develop the bodhisattva qualities, we study maybe Shantideva and look at developing the paramitas, generosity, patience, and so on, so that we have more capacity to work for the benefit of others. The starting point remains I, me, myself. So if you read Shantideva entering the path of the bodhisattva, everybody gets very excited about chapter 9 because that's a chapter on emptiness. Because up to that point, I can practice patience. I know when I'm not patient, I can practice to calm my patience. But when you get into emptiness, you're in this strange situation of dissolving or seeing the illusory nature of the doer of the deed. And so the winds of the will to power, the wind of agency, I can do it, gets kind of confused, because who's doing the emptiness? If everything's empty and there's no real ego self, who's cleaning my teeth? I'm doing it. So it's obvious to me I exist, my mouth, my teeth, my toothbrush. So how do we have agency without a self-referential confirmation that the agent is foundational? That is to say, it exists in and of itself. It's rangjun, self-arising, self-occurring, because that's what the ego feels like. I'm me, I've always been me, I'm just me. Come on, I'm just me. So that's the darkness, or that's the shadow which is difficult to approach, because actually there is no foundation for that. The foundation of the ego is unawareness of the open foundation. So the actual source is not seen, and therefore a false source is imputed, which is me. I made me. I am a self-made person. Of course I had a mom and a dad, but that's all kind of theory, because I'm just me. And you see that if you spend any time with small children, they're absolutely convinced that they're me. And you know, when you've got small one and you need to get them in a buggy to take them out, and they'd stick out their foot for you to put the shoe on. You're thinking, hang on, I'm the servant here. They know how to get you to do things. Wata. Okay, here you go. So you got to remember all the things that you might need. So you see the people in the park with these buggies loaded with all sorts of necessities. And that sense, I exist, I'm entitled, is very, very powerful. It's not wrong in a human interactive sense. It's not there's something, say, egocentric or narcissistic about the child. That's just how they are, because they are born in unawareness of the ground, and they are being educated into a world where they exist, and they are being deceived by their parents, because the parent has a little book and they say, this is a dog. What do we say? Ooh, this is not a dog. This is a representation. This is a picture of a dog. Did you ever see a parent opening a book with pictures of animals and saying, this is a picture of a horse. It's not a real horse. It's just a picture. Not possible. So you encourage the child to believe that the representation and the actual are somehow two of a kind, sort of doppelgangers of each other. Look, there's a horse. You recognize the horse because you found about it through its representation. And the representation is just an idea. So the ego is an idea, and the idea becomes foundational for our activity in the 6 realms of samsara, because we don't see that this foundational feeling tone, the sense of self, actually has a foundation. It has a source, which is emptiness. So when we do the practice, we are releasing ourselves from this constriction of holding ourselves in the position, I am, I exist, this is me. Relaxing into the open source, and in that way, we replenish our capacity for participation in the world. Because the source of our participation is our being with others. And our being with others is because we have the same source. We're moving in the same field. Sometimes we call it the Dharma Dhatu, the sphere of all dharmas, all phenomena, all possibilities. So in this practice of the Guru Yoga of the White Owl, Guru here means your original nature. The Guru is the truth, or if you like, in terms of the two truths, it's the absolute truth. And the yoga means to join in the naturalness of the Guru. In Tibetan, yoga is now jor, now natural, but especially relaxed, at ease. Jorwa is to join, to release yourself into the ease of being at one with the Guru. That's a function of Guru Yoga. And as a support, we use the white letter R. We touched on this yesterday. When you're breathing in and out, this is the free flow of the breath, unless you have a cold like me, which is rather constrained. And you can hear this in the tone of my voice. There's a bit more vibration than would be normally the case. But generally breathing in, breathing out, silent, then we can accentuate this, we can aspirate it. Just do that just now. You're not really adding anything, you're just kind of turning it up a little bit. Silent breath, then and then as you increase that, you start to have coming in. It's still very open-throated. It's still like a potential which can go in any direction. And then it becomes, it's the basic vowel in the Sanskrit and Tibetan alphabets. Usually in, I don't know how German alphabet goes, but in English it's A, B, C, D. So the vowel that goes with the consonants varies. But in the Sanskrit and Tibetan it's always A, because this is the root sound, and then the vowels come in as variation. So if you like, I is the mother lode, it's the basic formation. So as we grow, we say mama, papa, and then we start to be able to move our mouth, and we say bowl, bowl. That's quite complicated. And so as we change the shape of our mouth, we make this different echo chamber, and this creates the different sounds, which gradually we recognize as words. And on the basis of our facility in language, we go to school, we learn more and more things. All of this is on the basis of the breath. But just if we go back to that example of the clay, here's the mound of clay. We're making the little clay cup. We cut it off. It's a cup of clay. It's a cup of clay. Gradually the clayness is removed and the cupness is increased. Yeah? Now it's just a cup. It's a cup. Don't think it's clay, it's a cup. In the same way, with language, this is the breath. This is a variation on ah, ball. So when the child's saying ball, it knows what it's got and it's chasing after the ball. It's not aware at all that this is a word and the word is resting on the breath, because the concept hides the actuality of the dynamic nature of the breath. Does that make sense? Mm. So that's the reification of the concept, the solidification of experience, when in fact experience is always dynamic, interactive and changing. That's really, really helpful. If you get the point of that, you can see that you're living on the cusp, because you can tilt back into the flow as you speak, and then you can tilt into the concept and you're saying something. So, for example, say you like singing and you join a choir and you're singing a song and you're just in the song. Might have no sense, even though you know the meaning of the words, you're just singing. And it's sound, and it's beautiful sound that people like to hear that sound, but it's also saying something. So if you tilt to the meaning, then you get a different expression, because there is a communication of something, a preformed expression, a formulation. So, I mean, that's an interesting thing if you go to the opera, especially if the opera is being sung in a language you have no idea of, and if you don't know the plot of it, but you get the feeling tone of the action and the quality of the sound. You get a sense, whoa, this is bad, something's going to happen. You know, Scarpio's a bastard, you know, and you really feel this. You don't need to know what the text is, because the vibration is there. But if you do know the score, then you can leap ahead and you get the aesthetic experience and the conceptualization. And that's very interesting. I remember going to the ballet with a friend of mine who was a professional dancer and looking at this interesting performance. It was Swan Lake performed entirely by men. Maybe some of you have seen it. It's an incredible company of dancers. All these men in tutus and feathers. And very, very light. Amazing. But in the break, there was some gentleman sitting next to us, and he made a comment, and my friend, she started talking with him, and they both knew a lot about that. I hadn't a clue. I just saw these people moving about on the stage. I didn't have any entry into a semiotic appreciation of what was going on. I just had the sound and the music. But for them, they're identifying, they knew the names of the different kinds of jeté and so on, and they could build up a very different picture. These things are so interesting, because when that knowledge could be an aid to appreciation, or it could be an aid to a judgment that becomes a bit distancing. And this is always the issue for theatre critics and art critics who go to shows. Are they bringing their own prejudices into it? Are they illuminating the potential of the exposition, or are they distorting it because of their own biases? And that's why we always are looking to see, when are we biased? Because if we bring our own tilt, our own turn into what we experience is ourselves. And this is the prison of the ego. So the reason we meditate with our eyes open is to have optimal contact with the naked phenomenological field, in itself unmediated by our thought. And then we become aware of our doing the mediation. And if we catch it in that moment, we see I'm losing what's happening because I'm returned to myself. Does that make sense? Mm. And it's that we want to relax and release ourselves. Because the Dharma texts are always saying the mind is naked, it's raw, it's not cooked, it's not prepared, and it's fresh. Each moment is fresh, however it is. But once you tilt away from the clay as potential to the bowl, to the formed thing, the thing you know that it is, you start to make judgments. And when you make judgments, they are cumulative, and you build up a narrative picture, and it's not fresh. And that's why too much thinking makes the world very, very stale. So we have a saying in English that somebody can know the price of everything and the value of nothing, because you're so used calculating how this relates to that and that and that, and it takes you away from the immediacy of, well, this is precious because it touches me. Yeah.
Sorry, James.
Oh, 1 second, we need this talky talk.
Okay, quick question. Can you repeat again why the meditation is done eyes open?
Yeah, it's not just the eyes open, but it's all the senses that are open, because our ears hear sound. In fact, the ears are the sense organ that vanishes last, which is why even if people are dying and their eyes have closed and they seem to not be there, in both the Catholic tradition and Buddhist tradition, the priest will still be saying something to them as a kind of reminder as they go into the death process. So we have our eyes and ears, we can detect smells, various tastes can arise in our mind, sensations of the weight of your body when you're sitting. This is your participation in the world. So if I start from my ego self, I'm here, I came from London, I'm going to be here for a few more days, and then I'll go away. So I am this continuous thing which is moved about from one place to another. But if I don't start with this concept of self, if I'm just here, so many different kinds of sensations and memories and thoughts are arising, all of which I could say is me, but they don't point to some irreducible essence of me. So in that moment, I am potential, which is the bandwidth of our meditation practice. This is where we see the potential of how energy arises from emptiness and then can come into formation. And the formation is when we move in the world. The world is, everything is an illusion in the sense that it's revealed through our participation. But by keeping the senses open, we're helping to dissolve the solidification of the reference point of I, me, myself. So, I hear sound, I start to interpret the sound, I'm making it my sound, or sound as relevant to me. Then I remember, just let it be. Whatever comes, comes. Whatever goes, goes. And I relax my arousal and my interpretation. And then there is just sound. Could be a dog. It is a dog. Could be a dog. It's a sound. And, we kind of move up and down a register there. On the one hand, a very extreme definition of it. And on the other hand, it's just sound. And it's both. So, dog or ball is also, it's just the breath, formulated. So when we see that, and we move from the anxious conceptualization, which is our method of maintaining our ego self, then the raw, or fresh, or uncooked quality of phenomena is more apparent to us. We don't know what it is. We don't need to know what it is. That's a strange thing. We don't need to know what it is. If we are through our senses, they can tell us that something is safe. Because the senses would say, how do you participate? For example, when you're a child, if you go to the sea and there's some rocks and you want to dive in, look, hopefully there will be some adult near you that says, what's under the water? If you dive in, you can bang your head on the rock because but there's just rocks and there's water. I want to go in the water. Yeah, but there's also something in the water. That's based for the adult on a memory, but also for the child. If they go into the sea and they put their foot down and it's some sharp rocks, then they become wary. So you can live more through a direct encounter with the phenomena of the world. Going back again to this verse, Macha Tutra Lama Chukiku, the second term, Tutral, Tropa means to elaborate, to interpret, to add other concepts and meanings in order to make sense of something. I don't know how that is in German, but make sense in English is a completely stupid term, because the one thing you're not doing is staying with your senses. You're adding concepts in order to make sense of it, because we don't stay with the senses. So that's why we stay open, because we're trying to allow ourselves to experience that concepts are like a side order of chips. Nice every now and then, not so healthy every day. So if you have too many concepts, it drowns the main meal, because the thing about chips is they're hot and they're oily and you put salt on them. This is for the tongue, very, very seductive. And then you have a salad, chips or salad. I think the chips are good today. So once you get hooked by the concept, it distorts your experience of what's there. Okay, so, yeah, okay.
What about doing samatha with close?
Sorry, you need to speak into this thing.
What about doing shamatha with closed eyes?
Nothing wrong with it. You probably fall asleep, but you should never do shamatha with closed eyes. If you see the statue of the Buddha, he's looking down the line of his nose. And we have different eyes. You know, Chinese and Tibetan people, I can't remember what it's called, but this eyelid falls in a particular way so that it can look almost closed, but there is still a slit open. And so the light is coming in. But so if you can do it for yourself. It's very easy. Close your eyes. We all do that just now. Close our eyes. And then you open your eyes. Close your eyes. Open your eyes. You shut off the world. Now, if you shut off the world entirely, you're going into something quite artificial. I personally wouldn't choose to be blind. I wouldn't like to be blind. Because then you have to rely on concepts to remember where things are and how many steps it is to get to the edge of the pavement and so on. It's a very mental activity to be blind. If you can have the senses, then it's better. But actually, if you're looking down the line of your nose, the eye is not open wide and staring. Sometimes you see these pictures of Padma, he has big round starey eyes. It's not like that. It's just open, but open slightly, and that keeps you awake. Because the danger is always that you go into some nowhere land, and that can be a bit unhelpful. Okay, I want to do this practice before we have the break, so you can ask other questions later. So, we imagine a white letter R. You can imagine a capital A, it doesn't really matter because this is just a symbol for the sound. And it's a temporary prop which allows us to have the sense of light of a formation coming up. It's surrounded by 5-colored light, which is the expression of the energy of emptiness. We can go into the detail of that later. So, we can do the practice in different ways, but let's start with closed eyes. Just empty, open. And then from this, start to make the sound of Ah. The sound is coming out, as it were, of the darkness. Your eyes open at that point. And there in front of you is this white letter R with the rainbow light spreading out from it. We make the sound of R 3 times. And with the vanishing of the sound at the end of the third R, the visualized R dissolves and it's just open. Okay, let's do that. And then we sit in that open way, not uninvolved in the potential. We allow the potential to remain the potential. So stay with this quality that you have at the moment and just gradually allow your gaze to become more precisely focused on what you see in the room. Different people, the tent. Just start to focus in on what you see. As you see particular formations, there's a sense of how you would move towards or away from them. So this is a way of getting the sense of the potential, if you like, the unborn potential, as you're just in this state of openness, not solidifying or reifying what's occurring. And then as you move more precisely into seeing shapes, if possible without taking it too far, so that you see the shape of something or someone, but as a kind of transitional thing, if you just see the shape and you see how you're impacted by the particular look of people's faces, or how they're dressed, or how their hair is, and you're impacted. And this impacted kind of calls you forth. You see how you might respond to that person. Some people's faces look a bit sad, they look a bit serious. Some people's faces look as if they're often happy and smiling. These touch us. So you're getting, as much as possible, an unmediated receptivity of how it is. So if this then is the basis for your participation, it's not going through how I interpret how that person is, but it's being touched and moved, touched and moved. So in that way you move into the Nirmanakaya. Does that make sense? Because our potential, the potential of the open ground, which is not ours as a personal potential, but what we access of the field of potential, as that opens, we have different possibilities of responding to the diversity of people. Some of you might have looked at this book we did some years ago, Finding Freedom, and at the end it has this short 6 lines of Vairocana. And he's saying, although the diversity of phenomena is great, they are not entities, and so they are the same in emptiness. So when you bring your gaze more into the particularity of what you encounter in the room, different shapes, different things, and you start to respond, you don't have to reify that. As soon as you reify it and you say, oh yes, I've met you before, you're like this, that kind of, that's like a corpse. You've killed the living vitality of the person, and there's a corpse. And if we were in India, the vultures would start arriving, 20, 30 huge birds flowing around, and then they come on the ground and they do this dance going forward and back. Some of you may have seen that. That's your concepts, that's your interpretation, ready to devour the corpse of the person whose life you have destroyed. And you destroy it by turning them into someone. And they then are fixed, frozen inside that thing. Sometimes in science fiction movies, you know, the really bad guys, they're frozen in a block of something and sent off flowing in space for 20,000 years, and then they come back out again. So it's kind of like that. You freeze the people, and you freeze them inside your thought. It's like some canapé in aspic. So, time for the break. Okay. So when the weather is hot like this, if you're doing practice, it's always very important to bring a lot of relaxation into the practice. Because if you do, for example, tradition shamatha, and you're focusing very strongly in the heat, it can create problems in your energy system. Trying too hard is not helpful. Not trying at all is not helpful. So we are the children of the middle way. So we are continuing with the text. So we're at point number 2, which is on page 4. he says, having got this sense of how to do the practice and what to do if you're sinking or you're overexcited, he says, then set up the pure support of the body, speech and mind of the Buddha with an image for the body, a seed, a letter for the speech and a sphere for the mind. Traditionally, this is represented by a statue of the Buddha, and then a Dharma book, and then a stupa. Here he's saying you have an image of the Buddha, and that could be any form of the Buddha's energy. A letter for the speech. This is usually the seed syllable that gives rise to that particular deity. So if it was Tara, it would be Tam. If it's Padmasambhava, it would be Hung. It depends. Because in the visualization practices in Tantra, there is a way in which the clear blue sky gives rise to patterns of rainbow light which are moving, and they gather together into the form of the seed syllable, which then transforms into the mandala palace. And there in the center of the mandala palace is the deity. So everything is the space, energy in a simple form, energy in a formation, energy as the palace and residence of the deity. It's always relating manifestation to space. So the seed syllable is how the potential comes out. If you had a seed, it will just sit there. But if you put it, on some damp cloth, gradually it will start to sprout, and then if it gets the right conditions, a plant can grow from that. So the seed is a potential which manifests according to circumstances. So if you take the sense of that and relate it to what we looked at before, when we are open and sitting just with this potential as it comes, we're releasing it and releasing it and releasing, we're not involved. And then as we come into formation, we move in the world with other people in concrete situations, a particular conversation, something grows. According to the context, our potential, our state, our degree of connectivity with the other person, what manifests is our relationship. What we mean by a relationship is a kind of the flowering of the potential according to the situation, which can be rich and very, very finely tuned, or it can be quite kind of contained in itself, like a prickly cactus. Just depends. There is no fixed way to be. You're not soldiers in a uniform. You're not policemen in a uniform. There's no uniform practice. In the outer Theravadan system, there's a lot of uniform practices. Everybody does the same, because it's something that you as an ego self can do. Here it's not. We start with the space, and from the space we have the potential, and the manifestation of the potential into the world begins with co-emergence. So I meet you, how you are touches me, influences me, so how I manifest towards you is also part of how you are in the world and how you are with me. So it's not that, from the Pure Land, Padmasambhava comes out, here I am. Because who the fuck are you? Why did you come here? We didn't invite you. So it's not like that. In the real story, when you read about Padmasambhava, he has lots of adventures, and they're always about contact in different ways. We are co-emergent with the environment because we are part of the environment. And we have to massage this into ourselves again and again and again, because our tendency is to start from ourselves. This is me. Can I help you? Can I help you in my role, in my situation? I like to help people. This is self-confirmation again and again. But if we meet people and we respond to the situation, we track them. So the ideal training for a Dharma practitioner would be to spend a year working in a kindergarten with very small children. Because you have to meet them where they are. They're not going to meet you where you are. So all the time you're having to bend and be flexible to find the point of contact. And so you learn that to be pliable, to be relational, to be, in a sense, the servant, not the servant of the child, but the servant of the connectivity which makes the world safe for the child. By having someone with them, receiving them, responding to them, the world becomes workable. So that's very much what we are concerned with. So the bija, the syllable of speech, is the potential that can move into the world. Just as we looked at as the basis for all the different sounds of all the different languages in the world, the bija has a similar force. For example, hum you can understand as having 5 parts, and each of these parts represents one of the 5 wisdoms, the purification of the 5 poisons, and so on. The more we have the sense of connectivity is prior to everything. There is one ground, one source. Everything is already the child of the source. Everything is already within this great sphere. And so it's naturally connected, naturally moving. It's only when our ego self feels an anxiety that it wants to protect its territory. So again, if you have small children, maybe they're 7 or 8, and they're going to sleep over or stay at someone else's house, they always say, where will I sleep? What will the room be like? I need to take 3 teddies. I need this. I need that. Because they're very wise. They say, I don't want to be in a place where I don't understand what's going on. I want to be where it feels safe to be. But if you use predictive knowledge to secure yourself, there's a kind of, that's a self-comforting, self-referential position. So we understand that's the voice of the fragility of the self. And we do the same. We make things according to what's familiar with us. You might come to a retreat wearing familiar clothes, or you have your meditation cushion, or you have the things which are reassuring for you. Rarely do we just turn up and see what's there and work with what's there. As Namkhai Norbu was always saying, working with circumstances. But that would be to be truly naked. Just to say, okay, what shall we do? When you bring your own ingredients in, you know, I always travel with my own salt, my pepper, my chili sauce and soy sauce, because you never know what the restaurant will be like. So we are like that, you know, bringing our own little special thing, because it's comforting and reassuring. I am who I am. So it's not that this is bad, but this is the quality of the ungrounded ego that's seeking a ground. And as I was suggesting earlier, it plugs into the world to try to find a stability in the formations of the world that will allow it to have a predictive identity. We are seeking to free ourselves from that burden of maintaining the factors of our identity, just to relax into the openness and see that the ground itself is secure, because it doesn't change. It's always open. The mind is always open. So that's why we have the meditation instruction. Say something terrible happens in your life. Someone you love is damaged in a car crash, they've got a mangled body, they're never going to walk again, they're going to live for another 3 years, but it's going to be difficult. You'll have to nurse them, you have to wipe their arse. You're thinking, God Almighty, this is difficult. Relax, space, this is what's arising. I didn't want my life to be like that. My life is like that. Many people, as they get older, they have to look after aging parents. They might not even like their aging parents all that much, but somehow there's an obligation to do it. Relaxing into the out-breath. This is a form in space. If I react to it, I confirm me, and then it becomes burdensome. But if we just, it's like this, it's like that, it's like that. So, it's like going to a party and they play music you don't like. But you went to the party because you wanted to dance. But I don't like the music, but I want to dance. Other people are dancing to the music. It cannot be intrinsically impossible to dance to this music. What do you do? I don't feel it. The problem is not the music, it's you. What is your limitation to receiving the music? Because if you really receive it, your body will find a way into responding. So that's the same in every situation, whatever you have to look after. If you yourself get a stroke and you have some degree of paralysis and you can't live your life in the way you thought you would, then you live with that. When we talk about the here and now, it's not like the Garden of Eden. It's not something necessarily very easy, but it is as it is. And then you work with that. And if you have thoughts about the past or imagined futures, these become obstacles to just being here with the circumstances of your own life. So the bija is always pointing to don't limit your potential. So when we have the speech of the Buddha, this is the syllable, and that's a potential that can go in all directions. And then we have a tigli, or a small sphere for the mind. Tigli is like, some people translate it as a seminal point, as if it's like semen, like a droplet of which can give rise to many things if it comes into the right context. It's not necessarily like that, because tigli, it's a bindu. And you know the Hindu wear the bindu in the forehead. So the bindu is the drop onto the third eye of the marker of the deity that you're connected with. So again, it's like the manifesting of potential. So the mind is like that it's like a sphere. And the thing about a sphere is it has no corners. It has no edge. In terms of like a square would have corners and edge. And when you have a square, you can say, this is the top, this is the bottom, the front, back, left, right. With a sphere, you don't know. You roll it on the ground, you think, oh, where was the top? You don't know. Whatever is top is top. So that's your mind. You can't grasp it as something which will give you indicators. Now, as a person, I have my own history, my own personality, and you can know things about me. You can think, oh, there goes James again, and none of these funny stories. So that's my edge or corner. So you can see there is a kind of shaping to this. But the potential of the mind has no shape like that. So when we relax into the openness, we're releasing ourselves from the defining fixtures of our habit formations, and they remain, as we release them, they don't vanish, but they remain part of the arena of potential, so that we can activate different patterns of potential in the situation. So that's the idea of the tigli. This is the ball which is non-directive, non-definitive, and yet open and available. So he's saying, if you put out these symbols, they can remind you. There are many, many symbols in Tibetan Buddhism, and they're each a kind of mnemonic device. They're designed to bring to mind, bring to memory very quickly things that you've learned. So you have vajras and bells and so on. There are a lot of symbolism in them. And they're a kind of condensation of that meaning which can be supportive. And if you don't want to use them, you don't have to use them. Because everything he says in the text is potentially useful, but it depends on how you are. Does Dharma come first, or do people come first? People come first. People come first. So, texts describe kind of visualizations. Some people can visualize very easily. Some people have lots of dreams and remember their dreams. Other people don't visualize. They don't have any images that arise in their mind. If you, as always with these things, if you make a vertical axis and then we think, oh, this is what I should be able to do, but I can't do what I should be able to do, you have an abasement. You are denigrated. You are lowered. And this is not helpful in any way. So we read the text and we see, oh, that could be very useful if I could access it. But as I am, I don't access that, and therefore it is irrelevant for me. Because if you put it on the crown of your head, it will shrink you. And we've already had enough people in our lives shrinking us. So we take the vertical axis and we bring it down, and it's a horizontal open plane, and these are possibilities. So if this pathway is not going to work for you, you can do another pathway. That's why the Buddha taught 84,000 dharmas, why there are endless tantras and variations and Dzogchen teachings, same day, long day, menak day. There are so many teachings. Why? Not so that you accumulate a lot, but so that you find out what's good. Dharma is a buffet. Choose what to eat and choose enough not to make you too fat. Because Dharma can be a burden. I remember when I used to spend time with Namkhai Norbu, I'd be sitting with him and people would come in and say, oh Rinpoche, you know, now I've come to the Dzogchen teachings, I really want to do Dzogchen, but I spent some years in India and I got all these initiations and I have so many mantras to do every day. He would say, well, what do you want to do? Well, I don't know what I should do. I don't want to stop them because that could be very dangerous because of the Dharma protectors. And, okay, you can just give it back. You just give it back. You said, I will do it, and now you say politely, I will not do it. I will not be able to do it. If you feel you should do it, but you don't do it, that's when you get a problem, because now you're in bad faith with yourself. But if you're in that situation yourself, ever, you can just sit. If you have a shrine, you can do it with a shrine, or you can just sit on your mat and imagine the Buddhas and say, these are the teachings I said I would practice. These are the things I said I would do. I am unable to do this. I send them back to you. I offer them back. And that's a very clean transaction. So that's very important, because when as most mothers have to say to children, listen, you won't know if you like it unless you try it. And the child says, I don't want to. I don't like it. It looks horrible. Say, no, you have to try it. So it's the same with Dharma. You have to try it. You wouldn't know from the outside. So you go to the Lama, you get this teaching, and now you have to do this visualization, and it's quite good, and you're learning it and learning it. And then you fall in love, and that's more exciting, and you don't do the practice, and you actually find that the practice is a burden. This often happens. This is because our lives are the way they are. So at that point, it's very important to be able to release yourself from that. It's not that you're a bad person, but you find, I thought it would be a path. It has a symbol at the door that says Dharma pathway. You go on the Dharma pathway, but you can't make any progress. You're too tall, you're too short, you're too heavy. It's not your path. So this is the important thing. If you privilege the abstract, the Dharma is good, therefore the path is good, I'm not making progress, that's because I'm bad. That's one way of approaching it, which is popular. The other way is to say, it is a path, but it's not the path for me. Because I have tried for 6 months or a year, and I don't make any progress. It's not really my cup of tea. I can see that for other people, they do the practice and they're kind of shining and it's helping them come alive. But for me, I don't get it. I don't get it. Well, if you don't get it, don't do it. So this is very important. The Buddha didn't want to teach. We have to remember, he didn't want to teach. He said it would be difficult. People wouldn't understand. So we can take it for granted. It is difficult to understand. And then he taught many different things for the people who were there. And now there are more kinds of people living in the West with very different backgrounds. So for us to find the Dharma path that really works for ourselves, that can be sustained, that's not an easy thing to do. Of course, you need a little bit of drive, a bit of willpower to keep doing it. But if it's only driven, that's probably going to be just very exhausting and a bit bleak, a bit kind of sad and empty. So, although we're looking at different methods, it's very important that you try to get a sense, what is the problem? Because remember, the idea, the common image is, you should see the guru as the teacher, as the doctor, the Dharma as the medicine, and yourself as the patient. So you have a sickness, so you need to look at your sickness, describe your sickness, and then you can get the medicine that fits your sickness. And they say, don't think of the teacher as a musk deer. Don't think of the Dharma as a musk pod, you know, this pod that grows on the belly of the deer, which has a very strong smell that's used in perfumes. And don't think of yourself as a hunter. You know, we're not stealing the Dharma, we're not getting something for ourselves. We arrive as needing help. So Dharma is a medicine, but it has to be the right medicine. So you have to have the diagnosis that speaks to your condition. And it takes a while to get used to working out what is your condition. So you try various things, just as, thank God, not in general medicine so much, but certainly in psychiatry, the position of the psychiatrist is usually, let's try you on this and see how you get on. It's not a very exact science. You wouldn't want the surgeon to be saying, I think I'll cut into the liver and see if we can make any difference. But in psychiatry, because the mind is a very tricky thing, so we try these, and if it works, it works. If not, don't make a big deal of it. You have to work with how you are, and if you end up using the Dharma as an indication that you're a failure, or you lack the necessary qualities, or you've got so much bad karma, you have to purify it before you could even begin. This is a solidifying, reifying narrative which will make practice impossible. You have to believe in your own Buddha nature and open to the already open. So, then he says, he's just describing it a little bit more. Using the image of the Buddha's body is to use a small statue or drawing, or to imagine the Buddha's form in front of you, golden like refined gold, ornamented with marks and signs. These are the marks and signs of a fully liberated Buddha, radiating light and dressed with the 3 Dharma robes. The lower wrap around Shantap robe, the upper vest robe, and then the long Zen wrap around. Observe this in front of you and keep your attention always focused on it. So you can do it with an actual statue, or you can do it with something imagined. Regarding having a letter as a support for speech, imagine in front of you on a moon disk the size of a fingernail, on top of which is a letter Hung drawn with a single hair. Usually that Hung would be blue in color. So it's something very, very small. It's drawn with a single hair. So that's giving you something very precise to focus on. But again, I would repeat, if that doesn't work for you, stay with the mood. Because in the Dharma series of yanas or vehicles, in the higher tantras, beginning with Mahayoga, you're concerned with the very precise details of the visualization. But the next level up, Anu Yoga, you're concerned with the mood, because the mood is the relationship. Because if you focus on the details of the visualization, there can be a kind of distance that comes with that, a kind of formality. Whereas if you stay with the mood, so if you can't visualize this, just imagine, here is the speech of the Buddha, maybe sound echoing out towards you, echoing in all directions. Or not even imagine anything at all, the sound of the Buddha. And then if there's no sound, there's silence. Silence and sound are born together. Regarding having a sphere as a support for the mind, this sphere is similar in shape to a bird's egg. So bird's egg here means like a pigeon's egg, not very, very big. It is the size of a pea, so even smaller, surrounded by light rays. As before, keep your mind focused on these specific signs. So this kind of practice is working with the imagination and the attention. You pay attention to what you imagine. So it's training a directed flow of consistent imagining. This is all in the service of non-distraction. It's just a method for non-distraction. None of the methods in Dharma is the truth, because truth cannot be spoken. Truth is silence. Truth is space. What is spoken is method, and the function of the method is to help you, and if it doesn't help you, it's not a method for you. It's very important to be clear about this. So you can imagine this for yourself. He's saying imagine a Buddha in front of you. Sit and see if you imagine that small golden Buddha, rays of light spreading out. Does something occur for you? Maybe you get some felt sense that this is helpful or not. The general Buddhist teachings are concerned with activity in the world, like carving mani stones, building stupas, doing shamatha, doing vipassana. As soon as you enter the sphere of Tantra, you're concerned with the imagination. It's all about imagination. Why? Because Tantra begins with the Prajnaparamita, with the understanding of form and emptiness. Emptiness is form. Everything is an illusion. It appears, but it has no self-substance. Therefore, you can move these forms around because they're held in place by your belief they have no self-substance. So all the imaginal activity of the tantras, of deities, rays of light, breathing techniques and so on, they're on the basis that imagination is the path. Why? Because the beginning of samsara is the imagination, I exist. That's the foundational belief. This is me. Something occurs, this is me. You imagine, this is you. For example, when you're small, you get a name and you become used to the idea that people say, Jimmy, Jimmy, where are you? Oh, that's me. Jimmy is a conventional name. Lots of people in Scotland call Jimmy. But I'm Jimmy. So I fuse with a conventional term, and it's as if that is written in my heart. That's my kind of seed syllable. I'm Jimmy, or we Jimmy, or we Tip, or Hamish, or whatever. I had many different names. So these all become signifiers you identify with. I imagine I'm Jimmy because people call me Jimmy. And because I can imagine that I'm Jimmy, when my mum calls, I go to see her. Yeah? But you're not your name. Your name is just the happenstance of how your parents or whoever was in charge of you, some term came into their mind and you ended up with that name. So my name is James Lowe. I don't have any middle names. My father had several middle names and he said, none of my children are going to have long names, just have a short name, it's better. So that was him talking about his experience, which he didn't like because he was called Harold, especially he was called Harold Wilson. That was a time when that was the name of the Prime Minister, and he hated that. And he was called Dick, which is normally short for Richard. So he tried to move his name around, and children often do that. You get a nickname because there's something kind of oppressive about only having one name. So when we talk of the 8 forms of Padmasambhava, in Tibetan it's called Guru Tsengye. Sen means name. The Guru with 8 names, and these names all represent these different manifestations. So you can think about how the conventional, the not you, became you. Because if you're out there and somebody calls out our name, and you happen to think, oh, that's my name, you turn your head. If they called out Mary, don't know where Mary is, don't know who Mary is, but they call your name, and you turn. So, there you see, your identity is resting on conventional terminology. It is imagined. You imagine that you are the name that you're called. So these are all ways of seeing the emptiness of the formation. So then you could see if you can imagine a small moon-disk, the size of a nail. Say that your small finger, your pinky's nail, and resting on it is a blue letter Hum, drawn with a tiny thin hair. Very, very small, very precise. So that, again, that may speak to you. It may seem something viable, livable, workable for you, or not. These kind of practices are like the life of an actor. The actor enrolls, and at the end of the performance, they de-roll. So you enroll into the visualization, and it will become Chenrezi or Tara, and then you de-roll as you move into Chenrezi in your ordinary form. Try to maintain the essence as the same, but we open to this and then we dissolve this. And the reason for doing this is we start to see that at first I'm James pretending to be Tara, but the more I do it, I have James and Tara as a kind of two alternative identities. And then I start to see I'm Tara manifesting as James. So the imagination has taken the over-identified solidity of self-identity and dissolved it, and now you experience yourself, you are Tara arising as radiance out of emptiness. That's the function of these practices. That's why we do them. Is because the problem is over-identification with your body, with your voice, with your name, your culture, with your thought patterns. This is me. They're all designed to help us to see that the formations of your ordinary life are all imagined. So you see this generation by generation. As you get older, you see what young people are into, and it's very real for them, and you're thinking, why would you bother? What is it? I told some of you before when I was in India, and I'm still in this hippie period, and that was kind of my orientation, not very committed to authority and all the rest of it. And then I saw my first punk, someone with green hair and safety pins in her face and looking very kind of angry and aggressive. And then I heard in the marketplace some of this music playing. I think, what the fuck is that? That's not music. Why would you be like that? And of course she's thinking, these old hippies, what the fuck? I'm tired of that one. So you find yourself born into a specific moment of culture, and that feels real to you. That's your time. That's what you kind of resonate with. And then you see next generation. They don't resonate with you. They resonate with something else, which they access and you don't access. That's the way you can see in ordinary life. It's imagined, because the punks imagined that going to a concert and spitting on each other and jumping up and down and throwing themselves around and getting drunk and pouring the beer on the floor so people are saying, fuck you, fuck everything. That was liberating. We used to think that taking acid was very liberating. Wandering about on Arthur's Seat in Edinburgh, looking at cows and looking at sheep. Each generation has its own pathways and things that you're taken towards. So if you catch it, you think, people imagine that to be valuable. I don't imagine. I think it's rubbish. But what I imagine to be valuable, they think is rubbish. So this is the relative truth. It's acts of imagination. It is the mind interpreting. So then he says, so then we think of this sphere. We'll just finish this section. Imagine a small sphere. You could have it as a clear light, just like a crystal ball, and it's surrounded by these rays of 5-colored light. This is white, red, blue, yellow, and green. They're not the colors of the rainbow, but they represent the potential of the ground. So again, you imagine this. Okay. So if this speaks to you, it's very helpful, because at any time, in any difficult situation, you can just imagine the mind of the Buddha as this crystal ball, and you can take it directly into your heart, and so you have the mind of the Buddha shining inside you, whatever else is going on.
May I ask about the light rays, please?
I beg your pardon?
May I ask about the visualization?
Yeah.
Like what you explained, that would be like a sphere with these concentric circles.
Yeah, and they radiate out. They radiate out as well, because they are the energy which is connected into the world. when they're drawn as concentric circle for the purposes of art, but actually they're flashing out, they're live rays of light. So there is a double move with all of these practices. When you really, really imagine, what you imagine becomes real for you. And then you can see that the real is imagined. There is no real. So the way this is operating is to say, you believe many things about yourself, and these become repeated again and again, and they become like a fixed format of how you are. By imagining yourself as a deity or as rays of light, whatever, this becomes your truth. And this imagined becomes so real for you that it's more real than your karmic imagination, which is your ordinary body. So you're dissolving your karmic body, that is to say, the body defined by the ideas you have about yourself, your background culture, your occupation, and so on. These tendencies which manifest according to previous habits, dissolving this into a body of pure imagination, which of course is like a body of light, because you imagine something and it has no substance to it. So then you see everything is imagined. And this is the basis for freedom in Tantra. If things were truly real, and you were only imagining something different, this would be like a psychotic hallucination, because you would be layering the real with the imagined, and this patina, this veneer, this covering of imagined would be getting in the way of you being in touch with reality. In the past I had many patients who were like this. They developed an idea that they were a pirate or whatever. 40-year-old man wandering around with an eye patch and a wooden sword in a big mental hospital called Shenley out in the country before they were closed. And everybody knew he's a pirate and you had to address him in the right way. And he lived in that. He couldn't function in the world. And of course, when they collapsed these big hospitals, he was returned to the community. And what does the community think of people like that? Not very much. So many had a difficult time. I had a patient who I knew in the big hospital, then I knew him when he made the transition into the community, and he would walk up Kilburn High Road saying very loudly, IRA, I ran away, IRA, I ran away. Now that was not a good thing to do when the troubles were on in Ireland, and he was stabbed to death because somebody felt really insulted. A lot of Catholics living there, you don't insult the IRA. So the imagination, which is not linked with ordinary functioning, is not helpful. But if you do this tantric imagining, it's not displacing the form, it's helping you to realize that this form is an imaginal illusory form, just as Tara, just as Padma. And so when you go from the space to the potential, to the participation, to the manifestation, it is an imaginal participation. And that gives you the freedom to respond in different ways, that you are constantly able to reinvent yourself. So the reason I give all these explanations is that if you don't understand why we do the practice, you're just obeying orders, and after a while that's not going to be enough to sustain you. But if you see, my problem is I take everything so seriously. I worry about having made mistakes. I'm anxious about deadlines. It's all too real. Then having the sense of dissolving yourself in light, your workplace in light, especially your boss in rays of light, it's only patterns of light moving around. Again, he says, with regard to the breath, there are two forms, having the support of the Vajra recitation and having the support of the vase or pot. As for the first, using the support of Vajra recitation is like this. So he's telling us here now how to use the breath in the support in meditation. Keep the body and mind at ease. So muscles should be very relaxed. You're not having to try too hard. And direct attention towards inhalation and exhalation. It's not, this is different from this mindfulness of the breath that you would do with the 4 foundations. But it's just observing, inhaling, exhaling, with a sense of what the body expanding and contracting. Without focusing on anything else, simply count the breaths. 1, 2, and so on, up to 21,600. Why that number, I don't know. I didn't have that special transmission. With this, you will become expert in counting the movement of the breath in and out. So that will get you a job in one of these Amazon warehouses. So we can do that.
Oh yeah.
20.
I can't do that.
It's a nice way to spend the day. You can just do it maybe for 100. So you're just counting the breath. Now this is different from being mindful of the breath, because you've got a kind of triangulation. The breath's going in and out, and you're attentive to this, and you're applying the number. So you get a triangulation, the counting, the breath, and you're being attentive. Okay. I don't think we have any Vajra here at all. Maybe somebody has one, they can show it later. Oh,
It's very small.
okay. That's very nice. So you can see that in the middle there is a round bowl which represents like this tigli of the Dharmakaya. And then on both sides you have 5 prongs coming. Well, you have a central prong and 4 prongs around it coming up. So it's equal on either side of the bowl. And here when he's talking about the Vajra breath, it's like if you imagined, if you were drawing an infinity loop. You've got 2 halves, they're each the same size, it's just looping round and round and round. So when you're doing this breath, it's not so much the counting, that's just a way of staying present with it. But what you notice is you breathe in, you breathe out, you breathe in, you breathe out. Just an infinity, a never-ending movement, because the Vajra represents the unbroken. If your breath gets hazarded by some infection, the way I have, you can lose your breath, you can stumble over words and so on. But when the breath is flowing easily, it flows in, it flows out. It's a very balanced pulsation. So this then becomes our sense of being in the world. We receive, we express. We receive, we express. So we've had this theme already marked out in various ways. Receive the situation, receive the other, respond. Receive, respond. Receive, respond. So it's just flowing on and on and on. Very, very simple. It's very calming. Then he says, then as the breath rises and enters, so as you're breathing in, so we don't want to have our chest rising too much, because as we want to breathe in from the belly, so it's said to be like pouring water into a jug. The water goes in the top of the jug, but it goes straight to the bottom and fills from the bottom up. So it goes in the top and fills from the bottom up. Same way when you breathe in, you want the air to go into the bottom of your lung, and as it expands, then your belly comes out a little bit. Because if you breathe just from the top of your lungs, your belly hardly moves, but the expansion is here, and it's a lot of effort. You're using the muscles in your neck. So, as the breath rises and enters, consider whether it moves throughout your body or in just one part of it. And in this way, follow how the breath enters and leaves. By doing this, you will become an expert on the characteristics of your breath. Now, people who get involved in yoga start to learn that their breathing is shit. You know, and then you start to do pranayama and try to correct it. And there are many, many different kinds of breathing that you can make. He's not talking about doing that, but what he's saying is that as you breathe in, where is the breath going? Does the breath go down to the bottom of your belly? Does it go down your legs? Does it reach the soles of your feet? Is your whole body breathing in and breathing out? Or is it just going on here? That is to say, do you hand breathing over to the body? I don't need to pay attention, it just goes on. But of course, breathing is your life. If you stop breathing, you die. You're resting on breath. But as with many of these things, we don't pay attention to the essential. We don't pay attention to how our mind is or how our breath is. So he's inviting us here. Continue with the breathing, but focus on, as you breathe in, what's your sense of where the breath goes? Because back we did this 9-round breathing, which is designed to clear stale air out of our pathways. So the stale air is the air that isn't touched by the movement of the breath. Just as you have maybe on the side of a river some little pond or some depression in the land that's got water in it, but it's lost contact with the river. The river's got fresh water flowing down, but this little pond or pool is stale, and if you spit into it, all the spit will stay together, which is the way you can check whether the water's fresh or not. You spit into fresh water, it will start to spread out. Not if you spit in phlegm. But so this is the stale water. The river's flowing just next to it, but this water is getting stale. So the same would be if you have breath, and of course breath means energy. If you have energy trapped inside you, so that your body is not revitalized, then you focus on a part of your body. So many people get cramps and they don't use parts of their body, and they have muscles that are very, very rarely activated because the energy of their embodiment is not flowing. So let's try this. We just do as before, breathing in and out, in and out. And as the breath is coming in, have a sense. As it comes in, does it seem to stay in your chest area? Does it expand? Does it go down your arms to your fingers, down your legs to your feet? And then when you breathe out, is the air coming from all of these areas and flowing out of you? So you could have whole body breathing. Oh, this is very simple and useful breathing. You could do it on your way to work, if you go on a bus or a train, just sitting breathing by yourself, but you have that sense of the air limited in your neurotic formation, in your habitual formation, and then you can extend the imagination and take the breath down consciously to your feet and to your hands and your head, and revitalize your whole system, which again is about connectivity. Because if you're disconnected from parts of yourself, if you're over-fixating on some area and not on the others, this fragmentation impedes your openness. Then he says, then merge your mind with your breath and see how it goes down from the tip of your nose to your navel, stays there and then comes back up. In this way you can see the color and duration of each individual wind. The first part, he says, is not so difficult. So you imagine as the breath comes in that it's starting there at the tip of your nose and goes down to your navel, stays there a little bit on the cusp point between breathing in, pause, breathing out, and then it comes back up to the tip of your nose. So you're tracking that. He says, in this way you can see the color and duration of each individual wind. By wind he's meaning here the breath. That will occur for some people. Some people have a kind of synesthesia. The different senses set off each other. Other people it won't happen so much. But the main thing is just to have the sense from this tip right down to your navel, which is below where you would think your lungs are. Deep breath going in, resting. We're not holding it. You're not doing a kumbhaka or a locking, but breathing in, it rests, pause for a short moment, and then comes back up. And just stay with that flow. So, as you do this and you pay particular attention to how this breath is, it helps you move away from a generic sense, I'm breathing. I just breathe in, I breathe out, I breathe in, I breathe out. But if you attend to how the breath is going, you notice that each breath has its own particular quality. Because as the mind moves, you get different tensions coming in the muscles. And again, this is fresh. I cannot assume that each breath is the same. How is my breath? So it's returning us to an attention to the actual phenomena and not having them wrapped in a concept like I just breathe in and out. But how is my breath? So that if each breath has its own particular quality, and this is rather subtle, if I'm attending to this, what would I gather all these different breaths and subsume them into? What would it mean to say, I'm just breathing? So attention to the detail, and this you find in these texts like the Vairochana I mentioned before, the diversity of phenomena is your body as well. Changing, 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 changing. So it calls you back into this moment, to the here and now, and not going into the past and the future. Oh yes, I used to do a lot of yoga, my breathing was different then, now it's more difficult, blah, blah, blah. Some narrative about breathing. And he's saying, stay with the breath itself. See, let it replenish you by dissolving your assumptions that you can't grasp the breath. It is ever changing, and if you want to see it, you have to be there. So again, he's saying, don't rely on representation. I breathe in and out. That's a story about something. Stay with presence, or presenting, each breath presenting itself as movement. And that's a very, very different kind of experience to have. And then
James,
Mm.
may I ask you something to the last
Yeah.
exercise? Is it allowed enough?
you've got to,
Okay.
And it's not recording.
is somehow problematic if it goes the other way around, because when I close my eyes and did the last breathing, call it technique, so it feels more natural. The mind goes up in breathing in, and it just sinks naturally breathing out. So it's okay?
Why not?
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it will be, as it comes for you, stay with that. And the key thing is don't put it into question, because otherwise it maybe and perhaps, and just say, oh, it's like this for me. It's like this for me now. It may not be like this later. So we're always attending to the nuance. We're not trying to coerce ourselves into some template or regularized shape. We're being attentive to the nuance. Because if we have that and we see the emptiness of the nuance of how we are, this promotes our capacity to be attentive to the nuance of other people. And so wisdom and kindness will come together. So it's just another couple of stages of this. He says, then by paying attention to each of the 5 great elements, without mixing them together, you will understand the expansion and contraction of the breath as it moves in and out. So we have firstly the earth element. Earth is a kind of stability, density. As we're breathing in and out, it kind of gives us the sense of our body. That the body is here, we're focusing on what is moving in and out. And when the breath comes in and you have that moment of pause and there is just nothing, this is like the earth element. The stillness is the base from which the movement arises. And then you have water, which is like the flow of the breath, this uninterrupted flow. And maybe you get a cough or something happens, and just as water going down a river goes round the rocks, your breath changes. So it's not a fixed thing, it's not a graspable thing. And we have fire. The movement of the breath is, from our Western point of view, is bringing oxygen into the body. Oxygen is the fuel that fires the energy of the body. It's what the body is burning up and utilizing. But if we don't go in that direction, it's just you can feel a warmth. Then you also have these specific practices like tumo, the development of holding the breath and shaping the breath so that you develop what they call an inner fire. But without going in that direction, when the body stops moving and the person dies, they get cold. They get cold. So the breath and the fire is the fire of life. It's sustained by the breath. The breath feeds this movement of all the great organs of the body, and that's what's generating the heat. And then it's like wind, it's uncatchable. As you breathe in, you have a sense of it here, up on the tip of your nose, going down. And what you're doing there is you're merging the breath with your imagination. You're tracking the breath, the sensation of the breath going down, but at a certain point you don't have much sensation, so you're imagining it going further down to the navel, stopping and then coming up. So she's like the wind, and the wind can be channeled. We have wind tunnels, but the wind also has the tendency to disperse. So this is not a kind of formal yoga exercise where you're trying to control and direct the breath. This is just getting to know your breath and how it is. And you may find that you've got quite unstable breathing or a tendency to go to shallow breathing. This is very, very useful to see. Not to make it wrong or bad, but just to think, oh, my breath seems to be operating in quite a contracted sphere. And now I'm doing this exercise, I have this sense of the potential of having a greater movement of the breath, but then I go back to my ordinary sense of constriction. So then you can, just by doing more of the practice, you have the sense of the free movement, and that's the wind. And then you have space. If there was no space in your nostrils, in your mouth, in your throat, in your lungs, the breath couldn't move. So breath and space is completely connected. We can do a very simple exercise. Some of you know this. You take your right hand, raise your right hand, put the palm of your hand over your mouth, take your thumb and your forefinger and close your nostrils. See? Blocked breath is not a good thing. You need to have space to move. If you block the space and the breath stops, you start to have a problem. The body gets agitated. If you were strangling someone, they're really, really fighting because it's a terrible feeling. I need breath. Don't deprive me of breath. So this space is always coming back to the same point. Free movement, uninhibited movement. This is life. And so if you have an inner blockage due to your mental disposition, your emotional tendencies, your use of drugs, for example, things like heroin play havoc with the breathing. Yet return to the free movement of the breath. Then the last section of this, he said, and you can return, you get a copy, I think you have a copy of this text, you can practice this yourself. Now we've done it together, you get a sense of it. He says, then change the out breath to a white letter Om. So if you don't recognize it, you could just have OM, or even a ball of white light would be sufficient. Change the out breath to a white letter Om, and the in breath to a blue letter Hum, and the resting breath to a red letter Ah. So it could be imagining a ball of white light as you breathe out, and then breathing in a blue letter, a blue ball of light, and then resting a red ball of light. With this, the ending or exhaustion of the movement of inhaling and exhaling will be manifest for you. This is a little bit dense because Om, Ah, Hum are the seed syllables of the body, speech and mind of all the Buddhas. It's the core from Tantric and Dzogchen point of view. This is the most precise expression of a body, which is Om, speech, which is Ah, and the mind, which is Hum. So when these three are synchronized and moving, there is just presence. And that's why he says this is the ending or exhaustion of the movement of inhaling and exhaling, because now you're fixated on these three Om, Ah, Hum, and the movement is not disturbing. So you have movement, and the energy of the movement is the stillness, which is the presence of the body, speech and mind of the Buddhas in your own body. That can be a bit complicated, but we'll just do the basic breathing. So as you breathe in, imagine a white ball of light coming in. At the moment where it pauses, you have a red ball of light, white turns into red, and then as the breath comes out, it turns into a blue ball, goes out, then white, red, blue, white, red, blue. Try that. Okay. So again, you can practice this in your own time if you would like to do that. I think it's very helpful. This evening, because this is a special day according to the Buddhist calendar, we'll do a practice of Padmasambhava in the evening. And in that, we're praying to receive these three colors of light, the white to the forehead, the red to the throat, and the heart to the blue light to the heart, because this is the presence of the body, speech, and mind of the Buddha in our body, which allows us then to merge with the Buddha. So it's a very similar thing here, that if the breath is indicated with these syllables, then the physicality of breathing in and out recedes as the focus, and we're just there with this gentle pulsation of these three modes of enlightenment. Yeah.
Is it reversed in the text? Because somehow you said breathe in with or white ball, then have a red ball, and then have a blue ball with the out breath, and it seems quite natural to me. And also I heard teachings like that, but here it seems to be in a reverse.
Yeah,
sequence.
this is how he describes it.
But it doesn't go with the sequence Om Ah Hum. It goes like Hung Om Ah or something, or Om Hung Ah.
Well, this is Om Hung with I in the middle. Yeah. So this is Pema Karpo,
Yeah, okay.
the greatest yogi in the Drukpa tradition. I'm not fighting with him.
No.
And it highlights that these are methods, and these methods arise from traditions, which arise from great yogis' practice and vision, and so there are often differences. And I remember when I was translating texts in India with my teacher, I would often see differences or discrepancies between texts, and I would go and see him and point out this, and he would say, "Are you from the CIA? Have you been appointed to investigate the Buddha's teachings?" He said, "Don't ask me these things. When you get enlightened, you go to the Buddha and you ask them, and you see what they say." So it's just different, because these are formations, they are methods, and the methods have different histories, and they're all illusion. They are ways of creating illusory experiences. So that's the key point. And so sometimes they can run with the ordinary pattern of the breathing, and sometimes not. Very good. So now we have a pause. And then 2:30, we're meeting here, and then we go, if you wish, you go for a walk to the lake, and then come back, and we meet here again 5:30, and then in the evening after food, we can do the practice. And for people who want to do the tsatsa, maybe tomorrow in the afternoon they could do it, and also in the evening after food, because it's quite a quiet time. You can be in the garden. So whoever wants to do that, you can have an agreement tomorrow when would be a good time. Okay, so we can continue with the text. He's introducing what to do in practice, and it's different in orientation from the Dzogchen approach you might be familiar with. So this section is, he says, there are three parts to meditating without support. The first is cut involvement with sudden arisings. The second is not interfering with whatever occurs. And the third is the essentials of how to abide. So firstly, regarding cutting involvement with sudden arisings, when mindfully meditating, so here that means not mindful of any particular object, you're just sitting relaxed and you're mindful of being present here, senses open. when you're doing this, thoughts may arise when the mind goes after an object. So when you lose the sense of movement in space, and you, as it were, sort of bend out of the space into the arising, and it seems to carry you. You go off on it, on that. We know what that's like, that you're open and then zhoof, you go off. So he says, if this happens, do not continue involvement. Just don't do it. That's very helpful. Remember the necessity of not allowing even a single thought to occur, and then focus on completely cutting off all suddenly presenting thoughts before they proliferate. So this is challenging. This is not like relax in the spaciousness and let whatever arises arise. It doesn't matter how it is, if it seems to be out there or if it seems to be through you as you. Don't react. Whatever arises will dissolve. Trust self-arising, self-dissolving. This is much more stern. It's much more developing a sense of you have to mobilize, because these thoughts are dangerous. And particularly, there's a whole weight, and they're dangerous because you can't progress in meditation if you keep getting distracted. But in particular, if at the time of death, you're at the mercy of whatever thoughts are arising. One of the thoughts about death in the Tibetan tradition is that the last thoughts that you have in your mind predispose you to how it will be in your next life. So, for example, if you die under anesthesia in the operating theatre, that's seen as very bad, because that's kind of predisposing you to a state of nescience, of no consciousness, which is like a very dull mind, and with that you're likely to be reborn in an animal realm in some way. Or if, as when you die, you're very angry, that arousal can lead you to be reborn as a wild animal, where you're hunting and looking for prey. So what we want at the moment of death is to be peaceful, and if possible surrounded by peaceful people who think being peaceful is a good idea. So you need someone, if there's a nurse or doctor around, you need someone to sort of keep them on the side, and everybody agrees now is the time of death is coming. So you allow yourself to enter the death process, which all our meditation is a preparation for. So in that state, as the five elements dissolve, earth into water, water into fire, fire into wind, and wind, carrying the most subtle consciousness, dissolves into space. That's the space of the heart. And then you believe that the Father's essence, which has been in your body, in your brain, up there in the top of your head, and the Mother's essence, which has been down below the navel. The Mother's essence is red, the Father's essence is white. They come together in the heart, and that dissolves in space, and that's death. And then from that, you're into the bardo of actuality. It's called the Chunyi bardo, and Chunyi means the true state or the actuality of all phenomena, which is to say emptiness. So whatever arises is indistinguishable from emptiness, and in that state there's nothing occurring, because all of the forms are in this most subtle potential, but they're not aroused. So there's just, as it were, nothing at all. Now, if you've been doing the practice and dissolving, or doing the 3R practice, you're used to having moments of nothing. Just, oh, here we are again. But if you're not used to that, if you're used to something going on, then that's quite shocking. And you can't stay there. So the mind jumps out and then it goes in to the next level of the bardo, where you see the peaceful deities, and they look very grand, very special. And if you are overawed by them and you don't go forward, because they're available to merge into, they're not holding you apart, but you can hold yourself apart. And if you do that, then they dissolve, and then the wrathful deities arise, and they're available as well. They look a bit more scary, but if you're not used to them, then you avoid them, and then you come out of that bardo of liberation. If we backtrack, the first one I was talking of, the Chuni bardo, the bardo of the dharmata, of the truth of phenomena, if you get liberation there in this nothing going on, that's the liberation in the Dharmakaya. If you're liberated with the peaceful or wrathful deities, it's liberation in the Sambhogakaya. Then, if you're going to be born as a human being, you have a sense of being in a long tunnel. At the end of the tunnel, you see two people having sex. And if you're drawn into this conjunction, then you, as the male and female essence come together, you join there, and this is the beginning of the life process, and then you're reborn in that family. So,
so quick.
Pardon?
So quick.
So quick.
So quick.
Very, very quick.
I die and then again.
Well, what they, see, I can only tell you how Siya Lama, who is my main teacher, described it. He said, when people die, they recommend to do people should do the practice for 49 days. During these 49 days, if you can, the family should employ monks. And the monks do the puja and they eat food. And they get some new robes. It costs you money. But Siya Lama said, when you see people and they're easily distracted, and you look at your own mind and you see you're easily distracted, how long do you think your mind can remain stable? Not very long. So he said most people have gone in an hour. Because if you get distracted in your meditation practice, when you're sitting in a familiar place, you feel safe, you don't have any big impediments. Imagine that you've died and it's all a bit strange, and this openness is there, and there's no familiar signs to kind of ground you in your habitual reality. How would you be able to stay? So 49 days is for feeding the monks, but most people are gone. That's why, if it's possible, when somebody's dying, certainly for the last hour, it's very important to speak very sweetly to them. If they have no interest in Dharma, it doesn't matter. You just say, oh, I love you, Mom, you did so many things. You taught me how to make that cake. We love to eat that cake. Just whatever would be reassuring of the person. You did so well. We really appreciate you. Because when we get praised, we relax, and we want the person to relax. That we don't want to be caught up in regrets or sadnesses or anything like that. So we want to be releasing that. It's very important. If your parents are dying, don't try to resolve unfinished business with them. Some people do that. They really, Mom, I need to tell you something before you die. No, you don't. Shut the fuck up. Get out of the room. This is dying. This person is vanishing. Now, many people, of course, they believe death is just wipe out. There's nothing. So maybe on that level, it doesn't matter so much, because it's more important that the living do well. But if we imagine here's a fragile consciousness that's losing its familiar supports and is about to go on a big journey, then sweet talking, very gentle. If they're Christian, sing some hymn from their childhood, especially the hymns that people knew in childhood, because they have a sweet tune And probably your mother had that in her childhood, and she's got lots of memories of childhood, because as we get older, the past becomes more kind of redolent of meaning for us. Current events tend to vanish and we forget things. So it's like that. So that's why I say be careful with distraction, because distraction will just take you. And if you have nothing keeping you safe, you think in a city, I don't know about Frankfurt, in London, in Britain there are many runaways. Whatever reason, parents have abandoned them, they've grown up in an orphanage, or there's violence in the family or whatever, and they run away from home and they sleep out. 16-year-old girl sleeping out is very vulnerable. Anybody can catch these people. In India, when you go into a chai shop, I don't know if it is now, but in those days there were always small children, small boys usually, who were running and cleaning and preparing everything. They were orphans, they slept on the floor. They had no protection. And they're probably being buggered by the owner of the restaurant, of the cafe. They have no protection. That's what it is to be an orphan, to have no protection. So imagine, when you die, you're going like an orphan in a place where no one protects you except your own practice, except your own connection. Buddhas are there saying it's safe. So if you've been doing like a dissolving practice, this evening we do this Padma practice, and it shows the structure of Tantra. And that's also a preparation for death, because you dissolve into the deity. You think, oh, I don't need to hang on to this body, I can move into your body, because I am essentially the energy of the mind. And the energy of the mind can take up a residence in this body, but this body will vanish. And so the more I practice moving into other identities, imagining your Tara or Chinrezi or whatever, that gives you the sense of, when this goes, there's somewhere else. And in fact, it's a better place. So then you get liberation in these peaceful and wrathful deities. But ordinarily at death, there's a lot of distraction. So if you imagine you're in an intensive care ward. There's a lot of electronic stuff nowadays. So there's beep, 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 all kind of noises coming, all kind of machines going. Some people are on breathing machines. It's like an agitated kind of environment. That's not a great place to die. And of course, once again, most hospitals don't have many intensive care beds, so they need the bed. So if somebody dies, they don't want them lying in this expensive bed with all the facilities that they don't need anymore. So get them on a gurney, on a trolley, and put them somewhere else. So there's a dislocation can happen very easily. So it's very important to have a discussion with the people around you who might be there when you die, it's children or lover or whoever it would be, and set out what you would like. And why that would be important.
According to the teachings you have received, is there a clear light moment after death?
Yes, the clear light is, clear light means luminosity. It means that the potential of the mind is, if we've got space and what appears in space, the space is dominant. And so when the light arises, it's the light of space manifestly. Then it moves into appearance as the deities. So that period of luminosity is between the first, the Chuni Bardo, where there's nothing at all, and then the arising of these forms. Clear light is often linked with the five lights, because when light is refracted through a prism, then the potential that's present in clear light manifests. So that's why Tibetans have a lot of stuff on rays of light and things spreading out. So nothing at all, simple radiance, then more complex radiance. So that's what we can experience in the meditation as well. Yeah.
If I'm very used to mantra practice, is it useful while dying to say mantras, or is that also a kind of distraction which we shouldn't do?
It depends how you die. When people are dying and they're maybe wasted by cancer, they don't speak. You know, the mouth is going dry. You know, they can't swallow anymore. So you're taking a little cotton wool and wetting it and patting their lips. My experience being with people who die there, they're emptying out. They're emptying out. So the idea you would be able to proactively manage the situation, that's probably not very accurate. What you can do, of course, if you've done a lot of mantra practice, you use that to increase your connectivity with the deity, and then you go into the dissolving stage. So that's much more useful at the time of death. So you've already made your connection. In our lives, we have already lost so much. We've lost so much. All the things of our childhood, the way we used to be, very often the friends of our childhood, people we knew at school, they vanished, don't know where they are, maybe can't remember their names. You might find an old photograph, you think, God, who was that? Gone, gone. So we don't have much power because we don't have a life. And this is where our grammar becomes very confusing. This is my life. I'm going to live it as I want to. Do you have a life? Your past is gone. You don't have a past. It's gone. This morning is gone. Some of us went for a walk through the woods to the lake, and that's gone. Each step was a step now. One forward step into the future. As soon as the foot hits the ground, it's now, and then it's the past. So it's future, present, past. Future, present, past. We're moving through time. So it's always falling away. Being surrounded by my family. I don't know, most families have unresolved things. I certainly have unresolved things with my kids. What are they going to do? They don't know what to do. They're not very interested in Dharma. So there's all sorts of thoughts one might need to have about what are the most supportive conditions. One of the things that we lack is a Dharma hospice where people can go to die. There is one in Germany, which I visited some time ago, a very nice building by a lake. But there are not many beds there. It's only facility, I think, for about 4 people actually dying. There's a lot of Buddhists in Germany. So again, that's something to think about. Would it be possible to develop that kind of end-of-life care with a Dharma flavor? It would be very, very helpful. So that is a big side journey from what he's saying, which is don't get lost. We need the speaky tube.
James, what kind of I we are in this dying process? I would guess it's not the normal I ourselves that we are used to have when we are living here. After dying, I think, for example, is there still verbalized thinking, or is it also more or less gone because the capacity of verbalizing has gone through the dying process?
That I, or sense of self, is a construct. bits fall away, new bits arrive. So it's constantly being constructed. It's always a work in progress. So then the factors that would be important. A friend of mine who I knew very well through India, he was a Dharma person, a great translator of text. I went to see him in Scotland when he was dying in the hospice. And he had a morphine pump because the pain was great. And you would see these waves of pain shoot across his face, and then he could just squeeze this and get another shot. And he's hanging on to his identities, working on the translation right to the end. And my heart went out to him because, friend, this is going. And then you die with a lot of morphine in your body. By definition, you're diminishing your clarity. But if you stay with the pain, you're diminishing your clarity. So it's between the devil and the deep blue sea. It's very, we need to work out. That's why when we get sick and have problems, it's quite good to make that conscious for yourself and maybe for other people, but no pity. Oh, poor you, that must be hard. Really unhelpful. It's just this. Some people have chronic back pain. The back is aching, very difficult to settle. That's their life. If they're at home in their life, if they're with their life, they can incorporate that and it becomes something which is not attacking them. But if you say, God, it must be terrible to have to live with that, so painful, I really pity you, God, that must be awful. Then it's as if you are under attack and the doctors aren't able to do anything with that pain. Imagine saying that. That's a terrible thing to say, but many people do speak in that way. So if somebody is a practitioner, whatever situation they have, that's something for them to include in the profile of how they are, whether it's pain or pleasure. And it's not so easy to do. When, well, I don't know, 2 months ago, I got this skin thing, hives, which is very, very itchy. And it started to spread all over my body, up my legs, my feet, my groin, my torso, my arm, like this. Whoa. So early in the morning, I go to the A&E department and wait 6 hours, and then I get some blood tests. And then, then I get some steroid pills, which didn't make very much difference. The nurses say, this must be quite difficult, it's quite painful. And it is. But then what do you do with that? Essentially, that day, that is my life. I don't have another life. I can't go pre the condition. I can't go back there. And I don't know whether in the future I won't have the condition. This may have come to stay. Sometimes we get that. People get a stroke. This is maybe now a diminished mobility which has come to stay. This is my life. So I think the more you attend to the thisness of your current existence, and you keep that thisness in the space in which it's arising, the here and now, that's the very best way to proceed. And when we've got formulations, conceptual formulations of who we are and how we are and what we do with our life and our identity and so on, we need to be a bit suspicious of these because they never fit very well. As the actual phenomena change and move around, the situation changes. I give you an example. Many years ago, when I was a therapist, I had a patient early in the morning, 8 o'clock, and she came in and she told me that her son had just won a scholarship to go to a prestigious English university. She was very, very happy and she's celebrating, and I'm saying, this is wonderful, and tell me about this, and we explored this thing. I had had almost no sleep because I had spent the night in a police station because one of my sons had been caught doing graffiti on the railway line. And when the railway police came to him, he told them to fuck off, which is not a wise thing to do at 2 o'clock in the morning. So I had gone to the police station, and he was in a bad mood. I don't know if he'd taken something, but he was swearing at the police. I'm thinking, for God's sake, don't do this. So we had all kind of negotiations. So I'm thinking, here is my glorious fucked up son, and now I'm listening to this lovely lady, or fucking bitch, as the case may be, who's telling me all about her glorious son. These things happen in life, you know, because for her, I'm the therapist, she's paying me some money, and I'm doing what I can. But my inner life was very, very different. So to say, oh, he's a therapist, or she's a therapist, that doesn't in any way point to the actual lived qualities of how you are. And an awful lot of our engagement with other people is conventional. It's according to job titles, professional qualifications, family relations, and so on. And underneath, it's a moving feast. It's always changing. So this is what we have to live. We live with the actuality of how we are, sensation in the body, memories, hopes, fears, all the rest of it. And we have to keep not being carried away so that we can be grounded. So for me to get into role as a therapist is not a good Dharma way of proceeding, because I'm having to ring fence this chaos in my own family life in order to enter into a role. So there's a kind of splitting in myself or cover up in myself. Much better to be able to sit with it as it is, with that confusion. I could have done that with some patients, I could have told them, and that could have been helpful. And with many others, it's not good to say anything. So I think that's how our self is. We don't know. For example, if you need some medical care towards the end of your life, it depends on the skill of the people around you. I've had to give a lot of blood for tests. And I have one nurse who does this, and she does it without any pain, and there is no mark. She is like a miraculous person. She's so amazing. And I've been in the hospital, big London hospital, the phlebotomy department where they take the blood. It's down, it's dark, there's no natural light, it's hot, there's just curtains over the areas, there's person after person. And I would come out with huge blood spreads under the skin because the nurses would be in a bad mood and they'd be fucking acting out on my arm. I could tell that. They're skilled people, that's their job. Why they would be fucking around and they can't find it is not true. Because people act out their business. So in terms of yourself, when you go into a death process and you're vulnerable, you're also at the mercy of the acting out of other people's unconscious fantasies and conscious desires. They could be in a bad mood. They could just have split up with their partner. So if we leave the security of our presence to a hope that the happenstance will all come together and it will be easy and people will go well, that may not be the case. That may not be the case. So preparing for death is a big, big issue in Tibetan Buddhism. It's seen as a critical point because your existence doesn't end at death. Now, why doesn't it end? Because the mind is unborn and unceasing. It is because you have the possibility of enlightenment, because you have awareness. This awareness doesn't die. It can't end. It can't vanish. And because it can't vanish, it just goes on taking one formulation, one positioning after another. So that's why have rebirth because of the indestructible nature of awareness, this Vajra self. But so the best way of dealing with the happenstance of death is to integrate the vagaries of lived experience into the open ground, which is why we're doing the practice. Whatever comes, comes. And here is Pema Karpo's taking a different approach. All of these approaches are valid. It's useful to learn and to try it. But he's saying you need to try to not be seduced. You need to try not to be sucked into identification with what's going on. And that is a focus of attention, of mindfulness, but it's also an act of will. It's making a decision, I'm not going to do it. Because we go after something either because of desire or aversion. We want to get rid of something, and that's a particular kind of involvement. We know that love and hate are both glues. They glue us onto the object. So whether you have desire for what's arising or aversion to what's arising, that takes you into involvement. So he's saying, don't enter into involvement. So how do we do that? We're just being peaceful. Just you're open, you're relaxed. And it's like this. And whatever happens, it's like that. I used to travel with Siya Lama on the train in India. I don't know if you know, in the trains, in the 3-tier sleepers, along the passageway, there's small little berths. And he would have one of these berths, quite short, but he was quite a small man. So he'd be lying there at night, and as the night goes by and morning is coming, the train's stopping and people are getting on, and then the train stops and people are getting on. And so some people sit on the edge of this little bed thing where he's lying, and then more people sit, and he's now got 5 people squeezing up against him, and he's curled around. And I'm getting very angry. This is Holy Guru. What are you doing? Da, da, da. It's just like that. You can make your mind non-reactive. You can take a moralizing position and say these people should be respected. This is an old man. He wasn't all that healthy. Or it is as it is. So whenever you take up a position, this position stands in relation to your interpretation of what's going on. You come into a judgment and it solidifies. You're waving your finger. Actually, he worked with the situation by accommodating. So he would squeeze up. Then after some time they would get off. Then he would relax and open a little bit more. What is there to fight? Because it's in India. They say, oh, bhai, oh, brother, come on. Give me some space. Okay. Everyone budges up. Everyone budges up. Because it's a public train. It's not your place. It's not like in Britain on the train where people hold on to a place and they want an empty seat beside them, so they plonk their bag on it. Fuck all. You know, it's shared experience. So how do we accept that it's better to adapt to the situation and not react? So if you're sitting and there are thoughts arising in your mind, what he's saying is 2 things. He's on the subject side, he's saying, don't get involved. Don't get involved. You have a choice whether you get involved. Because what is the engine of your involvement? It's really the 3 root poisons. It's the solidification, something is happening to me, that's the first one, the mental dullness. Then it's I like and I don't like, push it away or pull it in. So as long as you are feeling impacted by the thought or the feeling or the sensation that's arising, something is happening to me. And that becomes the basis for the reactivity. I want more, I want less. Nothing is happening. Nothing is happening. This is just a formation. It's like an illusion. It's like a mirage on a hot summer's day. looks like water, there is no water. So if you can see that the thought is in the mind, it's not coming at you, your presence, when you're meditating, what you call yourself is like a mental body which is experiencing other factors moving in the mind. You don't have a big duality. Thoughts, feelings, memories arise, and they arise for you because you are also an arising in the mind. This is the dualistic mind experiencing itself, because aspects of self arise as other. Does that make sense? So then, if you can see that that is the case, that these are unborn, you can reduce your reactivity. There is no thought that's going to save you. Whatever thought comes in your mind, it's just a passing thought. There's no thought that's going to kill you. Some thoughts make you feel bad, make you feel awful, and they're gone. They're just gone. It's kind of slightly moving with this thing, like taking a bicycle off the road and going over the rough ground. You have to get a more dynamic sense of balance, which is what we're doing in meditation. You can't stabilize the object field. You can't pour tarmac over the countryside. You're on a bumpy road. It's bumpy, so it's bumpy, which means a more gentle, loose balance, non-reactivity. So that's what he said. You can practice that. Yeah.
Perhaps we have to know more about this approach, but for me, if I stop something, if I have the willingness not to let the thoughts or whatever to myself, then of course I tried it often, but then it was a time that the thoughts come back to me with much more power than they had before. Therefore, the Dzogchen you told us normal.
But not only did the thought come back to you more power, but the thought of you being you came back to you with more power. Both are thoughts, both are mental formations. When you're sitting in the practice and you think, I don't like this, who's this I? This is a thought arising, which is making a judgment, and you merge with the thought. It's the merging into the thought that creates it as an identity or as an extension of who you are. So if you, in the sense, we want to be right on the cusp, not turning into the subject side, my feeling about what's going on, not turning into the object side, oh my God, why is this happening? But just subject side arises, object side arises.
But how to be not involved, like the text is saying, with will. You said before willingness to not be involved. And with this willingness I have a problem, because if I have a will, then I push something away.
Well, in the good old days when people could keep their vows, men and women would get married and they would put on a wedding ring. And the wedding ring means I don't fuck anyone else. That's the theory. So on the basis of going through the ceremony and the blessing and the huge expense and all the rest of it, you're establishing a new identity in which before I was a free agent and now I'm not a free agent. I voluntarily give myself to this restriction because it is life affirming on a more profound level. It's exactly the same with the meditation. I have spent many, many years in distraction. I've been wandering with my thoughts, my impulses, and so on. Now I come into the Dharma. Now I realize that the Dharma orientation makes possible, it's not a done deal, but it makes possible a freedom from reactivity. I won't be at the mercy of circumstances. So, holding on to that, I am a meditator, and the focus of my meditation is staying with relaxed openness. So I'm wedded to openness. And therefore, I'm not going to be involved in these things. Maybe we should develop a ritual where, you know, like nuns in the Catholic Church marry Christ. They had become the brides of Christ. We could become the brides of the Buddha. You could dress up in something very, very nice, and then you'd be making big prostrations on the ground. Then you could have a big hat, big wimple, bigger hat than Padma. I mean, you can see why traditional cultures use these signifiers. I remember Siya Lama saying to me, monks in Tibet wear their robes all the time because they are a sign, I'm not going to steal, I'm not going to have sex, I'm not going to drink. So if someone in monk's clothing went into a bar, they would say, oh, why are you here? So, oh yeah, I don't. Because it's saying to the world, don't tempt me. Don't offer me these things because I'm in a different realm. This is more difficult what we're doing because we're doing it internally. We're making a decision that non-involvement, or if you like, non-attachment, is better than attachment or involvement. So when these possibilities arise, I don't go after them. So let's just, I mean, we could talk about it forever, but let's sit and see how it is. You have that intention. I'm just going to sit in a relaxed, open way. The focus of my presence is presence itself. I'm just here. I'm being here. Not going after the past, not rushing into the future. Just here. Then many events arise. Just here. Remaining just here. Don't go after them. It's not that you should, at this stage, not that you should stop things arising, but you focus on being here, which diminishes the power of the object to catch you. Okay? Let's try that for a bit. Okay. So,
Questions? Quick question.
just before, can I just say something on that, and then we'll take the question. That's something you can sit and practice for longer periods of time. It's very useful to do. Because what it confronts you with is the more relaxed you are, the more, as it were, you're in touch with open presence, you face this issue is something more powerful than nothing. We want nothing. So if I had 2 plates, and one had a cake, and one had nothing on it, which plate would you want? You look at the plate with the cake. So when something arises in the mind, although you may be fairly relaxed with the openness, in that moment of the arising, it seems to be something. You may have seen that movie that was around ages ago, The Matrix. And in the first one, when he goes down on his journey into this realm and he sees all the people walking around, and he's kind of reasonably relaxed and open, and then suddenly there's a woman in a red dress, and it catches him, and because it catches him, he's caught then into the system, and they need to get him out very quickly. So that's what it's like. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Ooh. And as soon as he's in that, ooh, something's different, he loses the openness to the situation. So we never know what sort of thought or feeling's going to arise in the mind. So this is why we study things like the Heart Sutra or even Madhyamika philosophy, is to give a certain value or valency to emptiness, that it is something worthwhile. Because everything in this culture will say something is better than nothing. They won't be understanding a Dharma notion of nothing, but they're certainly saying getting consumer desirables is good. Capitalism produces many, many products for you to have. If you have these, your life will be better. You'll have access to a more varied and pleasant existence. And to have nothing at all is such a radical shift in the mind. Of course, what we're looking at is nothing and something are not in opposition, because every something is a something within nothingness. Everything is within the mirror. Everything has the status of a reflection in the mirror. So appearance is empty. So in Tibetan they say nang tong. Nangwa means light, which is the basic form of appearance, something manifest. And it's tong, it's empty. It's the appearance of emptiness as light, and this light has no self-substance. It's actually empty. So seeing that form is emptiness, emptiness is form, then when you're sitting in the practice and a thought arises, a feeling arises, it's inseparable from emptiness. And this is vital, because if you have form or manifestation or experience in opposition back to back as a binary opposition, then it's an either or situation. It's either nothing or it's something. So the Heart Sutra is very, very radical, and it's worth studying deeply and applying it to your own life. Car and emptiness, house and emptiness, children and as emptiness, orgasm and emptiness. Everything in your life is inseparable from emptiness. Because if you have that, then the strong sense of somethingness won't catch you so much. That's why he's saying you can make a decision not to go under the power of the appearance, because the appearance is empty. The power of the thought that catches you is the power you give to it. You have your own obsessional mental traits. You have the things that, in English they say, float your boat. You have the things that catch you and take you away. They're yours. They're not the same necessarily as the person sitting next to you. That particular constellation catches you because it's redolent with a somethingness for you, but it might not be for someone else. That gives us an indication that this is my mind attributing value to this. So it could be memories of an insult, memories of a relationship that went wrong, it could be memories of anything, and somehow the emotions are coming. The memory is empty, the emotions are empty. So if you have a riff of arising experiences, it's all empty. So that's why the instruction is always, don't go after past thoughts. Don't make anything of what's occurred. It's just illusion. It's just illusion. There's nothing to get hung up about. That's why we study the text. We study the text to massage them into our understanding, to give us clarity, so that in the moment of practice we can apply this pathway of insight. Yeah, you had a question.
Yes, James, the question is, for this type of practice, what is the most effective gaze? Like when we're practicing with support, then the gaze is focused.
Mm-hmm.
When you're doing Shakya Dzogchen, the gaze is relaxed and unfocused in space. What is the most effective?
With this one, with that kind of question, in a sense, it's always up to you. You can explore for yourself. You can, more easy if you're not in a room with people, but say you were sitting outside, you could focus your gaze on a distant tree and use that as an anchor, but with your senses open, and then whatever comes, you try to maintain this non-reactivity. So it very much depends on your temperament, your arousal, and so on. Generally, having the gaze wide open is best, because that's inclusive. And the thing about being inclusive is all are welcome. Come as you are. Come as you are means there's no pecking order. There's no selective prioritizing in my mind. Everything arises. Now, my selectivity may come in after the fact. Oh, that's special. But it's already here. And if it's here, it's already going. Came in the front door and out the back door. There's no wall on this side, there's no wall on that side. It just goes straight through. But when we structure it too much, then we end up as a kind of gatekeeper, and that becomes a bit problematic. But because this is a Mahamudra similar to Dzogchen, it depends on you. The technique has to fit. It's something you apply, not Namkhai Noble always was talking about. Apply this. Apply it to yourself. And as you apply it, it becomes yours. It becomes your way of doing it. It's not, all the teaching is some kind of formation. It's like buying shoes. You want to have well-made shoes, but after you've worn them for 3 months, the shoes express your feet. They don't look like the shoe that you bought in the shop. You inhabit it, or you get a jacket, you inhabit it. It starts to hang as your shoulders are. So that's what we need to do with the practice. So then...
Jane, I think you left out number 10. I don't know whether you want to go back to that.
Microphone?
Oh yes, I was running and running and running. Never mind. So we go back to the second of using the support with the vase. So this is the top of page 5. Here he was talking about having support. There were 2 forms of support. There was the Vajra breath, and the second is the vase-like breath. This is called Bumpa, which is a Bumpa is a round pot. So when you're using this as a stabilizing focus, he says, expel stale residual breath 3 times. So normally you would do that in this system, you just go. So it's quite kind of refreshing feeling. Then slowly inhale the upper wind from the tip of your nose. Draw up the lower wind from below. So that means, because it goes back to the 5 winds that we had before, you have one of the 5 is the Oklung, which is the blowing down wind, which is the wind that leads to the elimination of feces. That wind gives you the peristaltic motion that gets the feces out of the body. So here it's saying you have a wind above your anus and into the rectum, and you pull this wind up. So you do this by tightening the muscles at the perineum. So it's like the kind of Kugel exercises that many women do after childbirth to strengthen these muscles. You draw them up. So you've got the air is coming down, and what we were looking at before, it's as if this can go right down. We're imagining the breath going right through the body. So it's not just we hold stuck in our mind as, oh, it goes into the lungs and no further. Here, breathing in through the tip of the nose, and it's going right down. And then we're contracting this above the anal sphincter, these muscles, and we block. So we're blocking on the bottom. It's like putting on the base of a vase, and then we hold it on top of the vase, in yoga terms a kumbhaka, and you lock the air inside. So when the breath is not moving, the mind becomes calm. So I'll just finish what he says and then we can practice this. In this way, due to not being experienced as separate from the winds, what is called the mind, which is difficult to control, will finish conceptual wandering after objects as the winds cease going somewhere. So this is an idea you get in many texts. Milarepa writes about this, that the mind rides the wind the way a person rides a horse. So the focus of your mind is going with these winds or these energy channels, with the prana or the chi. So if you gather this and you hold it locked, it's not free to wander in different directions. And so it's not feeding the concept through an involvement or a reactivity. And so the power of the concept declines. Okay? So we can try this. 3 out breaths strongly through the nostrils, and then breathing normally, but imagining hear your breath, and you breathe in a long deep breath. As you're breathing in, you're locking these muscles in the perineum at the bottom, so it's kind of held in. You can feel this perhaps tightening of your buttocks. So it's here, and now as the air comes in, you lock on the diaphragm. You can lock below the diaphragm, but diaphragm has these muscles and you can recognize them. You lock on that, so now the wind is held in. And then you see what happens to your mental activity. So we try this. So do it and hold it until you can't do it anymore, then repeat and do it again, repeat. We do it 3 or 4 times like that, and then we can see how it is for you. So 3 strong exhalations through the nose. So when you do this, you want to tense these 2 muscle groups. You don't want to tense yourself. It's not like you're straining to do this. You're tensing the muscles and keeping yourself relaxed. So the body should be relaxed, but this is held in. What did you experience anything when you were holding the breath in?
Really, no thoughts arise.
No thoughts. Huh. So that's one way you can experience the mind without thought. It's slightly unnatural, it's artificially derived, but it gives you that experience. The thoughts become real when the energy is moving in the body. If we limit the energy, we have fewer thoughts. So that tells us something, that the thoughts are part of a process of the free movement of energy. And then you think of all the other kind of practices you do, visualizing a deity, reciting a mantra. They're all ways of channeling the energy in a particular direction, of simplifying the field of experience. And now this is, as it were, cutting off the field of experience. So this is a very useful thing to practice, because wind is movement. You don't get a still wind. We say, oh, the wind is very still today. Must be in a good mood. Wind is the movement of the air. So if the air's not moving, there's no wind. So when you lock this movement of the air inside, the wind stops, and because the wind is carrying these experiences, you don't have any experience. Very, I would recommend you to do that a lot. Especially, when you're reasonably young and healthy, it's easy enough. If you're out walking and cycling, your muscles are toned, you can apply them for this. So it says, the mind which is difficult to control, this mind which is difficult to control, it will not be experienced as separate from the winds. Normally we're not thinking about the winds. We're thinking the thoughts are mental formations. They happen in my mind and I'm breathing in and out. So here is saying, actually, your thoughts move because the wind moves. So your body is a body of energy. It's not a body of substances. It's not. Breath is the domain, like going into a hospital and you see different specialists, and one will be specializing in respiratory conditions. It's not like that. All the energy of the body is linked with the wind, and if the wind is held, it becomes quiescent. So that's what makes the mind peaceful. So he says, if you do this, it will finish conceptual wandering after objects, as the winds cease going somewhere. So this is a very quick way to control the mind, but of course it's very artificial. You're not doing it to make a way of life. You're doing it to give yourself the confidence that there is no inherent necessity in following after thoughts. So if you practice this a little, and your mind is very agitated and disturbed, by doing this practice, you can rapidly bring about peace in your mind. You don't have to approach it conceptually and calm yourself. You can just go directly into this breathing. And then that fed into the thing that I had done by jumping over that first bit, so I apologize for that. So then he says, remember the necessity of not allowing even a single thought to occur, and then focus on completely cutting off all suddenly presenting thoughts before they proliferate. The mind itself, the Dharmakaya mind, which is the root of our ordinary consciousness, this mind is inseparable from space. The wind moves through space and it doesn't touch space. So space is not affected by the movement. The more you rest in open spaciousness, which is of itself a non-reactivity, then even if the winds are blowing, you will not be experiencing thoughts arising. So you can try that for yourself. Relax, stay open, stay with the openness, just open, like the sky. Whatever comes, comes. Okay, how does that feel? Did you have less involvement than you might otherwise have in thoughts?
Yeah.
So some of us went for a walk, and we're walking along the pathway, and there's trees, tree, 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 tree. There's not much to do with that. If you say it's a pine tree, this is a special pine tree, it was introduced to Germany in 1836, then you have a story. So even if you say tree, it's as if tree just belongs there and is kind of neutral. But once you bring the interpretation of formulation in your mind and they go together, then you have a busy mind. Does that make sense? So when you're sitting in an open way, you might say that thin thoughts arise or thin emotions arise. They have the form of a thought, but they don't have much juice in them. They don't have much catching power. It's we who go after the thought and we make something of it. As if you were in a bar and somebody bumps you and you say, oi, and they say, do you want to make something of it? Thinking, fucking hell, I'm getting out of here. Because you have a rapid escalation, ding, 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 ding. So once you start reacting to what's going on, you're investing it with knowledge, with associations, and you're also giving it the basis for linking with other thoughts. So when you're just sitting open, things arise, but they're not thoughts as we would normally know them to be, because we're not the thinker of the thought. There's a thought as a potential. When you think about the thought, you, the thinker, encounter a thought which you're not the thinker of. Does that make sense with your experience? And when these two lock together, then you get the building. So the more relaxed you are, it's not that nothing at all is occurring, but it lacks the energy to impinge. So in that way, you don't need to struggle to have no thoughts, because the answer to it is to relax your involvement. When you're involved, you bring energy into the situation. You feed what has arisen, and that feeding brings it into a kind of existence. So things occur, but they're like a potential, which, if you don't do anything, will remain kind of unrealized. It's just could be. But once you attend to it, focus attention on it, take it seriously, you invest it with an energy which then makes it stand apart. Something is happening. The somethingness of the experience is a mental projection or a mental investment. We know this with small children. You're out with them and they're running along the pavement, you think, whoa, you're going a bit fast, but anyway, they're running, and then they fall over. And very often what they do is they look round at you and see how you react. And you, oh my goodness, what happened? Then they start crying because they found a cow to milk. But if you just look up and say, oh, these things happen, let's go. And okay, and off they go, unless it's a serious injury. So when you give the attention to the child, it intensifies their sense that something has happened. Otherwise, they just fell over. Does that make sense? Yeah. You probably had that sort of experience. So we're doing the same thing mentally. Something happens and you make something of it. And that's what he's referring to. Don't do that. It's not that you can stop these kind of little movements like gossamer. They're hardly formed, like shadow forms that arise and pass in the mind. But if you turn and lock onto them and invest them with importance, then that's your part, and that's what leads to the problem. This is exactly the issue that people face in giving up smoking. So they decide, I'm going to stop smoking. Then some sensations arise, sensations in the mouth, sensations in the body. If they interpret that sensation as meaning you need a cigarette, then it's quite likely that they'll find a cigarette and smoke it. But if they're able to see this is the sensation which arises due to stopping smoking, then it's easier to not invest it with meaning. Because that's all, being with so many people struggling with addiction issues, and it was always about whether they took this feeling tone, which could be a kind of pain in the brain or tightness in the throat or just a desperation, I need it, I need it. If they can see this is the result of stopping smoking, then if the person's wobbly, then they might say, well, if stopping smoking makes me feel like this, I'm going to start smoking again because this is hellish. We say, but this will get less. This is a reaction. You've been smoking for many, many years. Your body is used to this. Your lungs used to taking these toxins into itself. The brain's got used to having this wash of demanding chemicals in it. No wonder you feel this withdrawal. But the withdrawal doesn't mean you need to have more. So we have this, I don't know if you had the same in Germany, but we used to have huge addictions to benzodiazepines because they have a similar kind of thing. And as you come off the benzodiazepine, you feel anxious and depressed and hopeless. And then you think, well, this is why I got the benzodiazepine in the first way. I need to get the pill because the pill will take this away. And you think, no, this intense feeling that you're having now is arising exactly because you're not taking the pill. And not taking the pill will allow this to gradually come out of the body. But you have to endure quite a lot of difficulty. So that's an example to let us see. I can wrap these events, these sensations in the old interpretation. If this arises, it means I need something. Or we can see that this is a symbol, or this is a sign that I have changed my behavior, and so I want to continue not smoking or not taking the medication, and I will feel bad. I'm not feeling bad because I need the drug. I'm feeling bad because of the residual presence, the long-term impact of being like that, which will go. I don't know if you've ever done something like Alexander technique, and you go with someone and they're saying, whoa, your posture's kind of a bit off, isn't it? I think, no, I'm here, doing all right. And then they start correcting you and pointing out what's wrong. I think, that's really strange. And then you go into what they say as your proper posture. You're thinking, no, this doesn't feel right. This feels bad. I want to go back to how I was, because the familiar feels real and true. It's a very, very similar experience, because you've built up a strong set of associations to a particular kind of sensation. So when your body is in its usual slumpy posture, you don't get these sensations. But as soon as you align yourself with the spine and you hang loose, the sensation arises, because this is unusual. And it's vital to interpret that properly. So that's really what he's meaning. When he's saying don't do anything with the thought, and he's saying don't have any thoughts, he's not saying don't allow any thoughts to arise in the mind at all, because you can do that, as we just did with this vase breathing. But you can't do it for very long. You do that thing to get an experience, but if you're going to be sitting in an open way, different experiences will arise. You cannot stop experiences arising, because that's the very nature of the mind. The mind is stillness and movement, so movement continues. What you don't need is the intervention of your egoic structure, which says, I need to do this, this is important to me, because that's the winds. That's your distorted wind flying in and infecting and inflecting what's occurring. So it's giving it a value and then you react to it. Does this make sense?
Yeah.
So you need to control your own arousal by relaxing and being clear about the non-necessity of responding, but the invitational triggers, the tremors, the excitations will still be there, and that's why you have that kind of bumpy period. I should get involved. Being involved would be better. No, no, it would. No, it wouldn't. So very often you have to have some kind of a struggle to be clear about that, and that's again why we look at the theory behind the practice and we see how to apply it. Okay, so that brings us to the end here. Okay, so we start with the refuge and bodhicitta and then just go into some open sitting.
Can Eva maybe choose because you are very low?
I beg your pardon?
Could Eva give the first tune maybe? Because you're very low.
I'm very low.
Mr. Low is low. You are low.
This goes up.
I like the low tone. Very much. Yeah.
Okay. So I suggest we go back to these 5 questions because they are fundamental. In some of the traditions, especially in Dzogchen, people are talking about integration. But of course, that is an active term. Just as in politics, we might talk of integration of immigrants. How do we have people who come from another country with a different color, with a different set of cultural expectations and so on? How can they become part of our culture? And so there is a sense that integration is different because you're trying to integrate 2 different things, as it were, 2 different identities. Personally, I think that language is very unhelpful. I think we should be more concerned with disintegration. because the beginning of ignorance is disintegration. The ground is ever open, and this is the openness of all possibilities, in which there is no contradiction between what arises and the field within which they arise. This spontaneous, effortlessly arising diversity of experiences doesn't come out of the ground and go somewhere else. It's always contained within the ground. But when unawareness arises, and in the tradition it's described just as a kind of accident, it just happens. And why does it happen? Because the ground is open. The possibilities are there to be clear about how the ground is or not be clear about how the ground is. If everybody was always enlightened all the time, that would be a kind of limitation of the potential of the ground. So, due to this great generosity, we find ourselves not doing too well. So, we disintegrate, we separate out, we go into isolation, and that's the sense of ourselves. We are somehow monads, we are isolates, and we approach the world from our position of isolation, crossing our threshold to participate, or choosing not to participate and just observe, or even to avoid. And this gives us the sense of being self-existing. I am. So when we look at the general trajectory of Buddhist understanding, it's a whole series of approaches which seeks to put into question the seeming givenness, the normalcy, the somehow inherent correctness of the view I am me, I am something. So we look at impermanence, we look at the changes in the body, we look at our life movement, how we were once in our mother's belly, then we were born, then we, as children, we did many different things, interacting with a particular environment. And we have our life, and this life is a sequence of changes. If somebody asks us, tell me about yourself, we give a narrative. I was born here, or I did this. We're joining the dots together to make a seemingly coherent sequence. Yet we know that so much of life is like happenstance. It's just what happens, and we work with what has happened. It's not as if there was a grand plan ahead of us. We found ourselves reacting to the cross currents of various winds of creation. So if we start to see our life in that way, then it starts to become clear, I am not a thing. Then we can look at this room here and our environment. We look at it in terms of these 5 questions. We touched on this before. Can we find anything which doesn't have shape and color? Can we find anything which doesn't have a size, a dimension which places it in a relative position to other things? Can we find anything which hasn't come from somewhere? Can we find anything which doesn't seem to abide here, to stay at least for a while? Can we find anything that doesn't go anywhere? So it's very important to really investigate this. So maybe we take a little time just to think of your own body. Does it have shape and color? It changes with circumstances. Do you have size? That tends to fluctuate with maybe your diet in winter is different from your diet in summer, and you put on a bit more weight in the cold months and you try to lose it for the summer. Have you come from somewhere? Are you somewhere? Will you go somewhere? And really investigate this. These are the properties of entities. So can you find any entity which doesn't have these properties? So maybe just sit in a relaxed way and reflect on what you see in the room, what's outside on the hillside. Some of us went for a walk in the forest. We came to this little lake. Water was brown colored because of the nature of the soil that's beneath it and surrounding it. Each step of the way you encounter different formations arising due to the interests of the farmers, the owners of the forest, and so on. So really investigate, is there anything that I would take to be an entity which doesn't fit with these 5 qualities? So let's just sit with that for a little. Maybe talk with a neighbor and see if you've managed to discover anything that doesn't seem to have these characteristics of somethingness. So, were you able to find anything which doesn't fit into this schema?
I wasn't able to find anything that fits into this scheme.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, where did you come from?
Oh, sorry.
Repeat.
Oops.
Oh.
Impermanent.
Zusammengesetzt.
I said I couldn't find anything that fits into this scheme because I need to kind of put a concept onto it in order to say that, for instance, I focused on this little earthen pot here. And it seems on a first look like stable and being just there and has a shape and color and everything. But then if I start to ask myself where did it come from, then it doesn't present itself that it came from. So I have to put onto it a concept that it was made and brought here. It doesn't look like, it's just there. And especially if I ask where does it go to, then I have to put an idea that probably someday it will disintegrate and fall apart and be thrown to the trash heap. But it doesn't look so. So the idea it has these 5 properties appears like a sort of conceptual framework I could put onto it if I freeze the things as they appear.
It's interesting because that goes in the opposite direction of the intention. Because the stability of the object is a concept.
Yeah.
And it's by examining it in terms of the 5 questions, which of course involves adding frames of reference, it's designed to undermine the seeming givenness, the just, this is how it isness of things.
Yes, I see that, and that's what I try to express, this, that even asking these questions onto this object are already kind of freezing it into a solidity that it doesn't have.
That's right, but that's what we do all the time.
Yes.
I mean, you're a little bit ahead of the game, my friend. Because it's quite true that the investigation brings in an artificiality and a construction, but then all the practices we do are unusual. Most people don't do that. Nobody in the village is doing what we are doing. But we're doing it for a purpose, to try to illuminate something. So I agree that if you don't add the concepts, life is just as it is. But when you add the concept, then you start to see that there are sequences behind it. And it's these sequences which are usually hidden from us. Because, you have a place where you live. On Sunday we break up, you go home, you open the door, you go in, oh, here we are. So it's my home, it's familiar, you know where things are. And that allows a kind of settling of the mind. And this is how the ego reassures itself by focusing on the familiar and discounting the unfamiliar. So our usual way would be saying it's just what it is. This is a cup, there's a cup here, it's got lots of cups in the kitchen, a cup is a cup. There's nothing more to be done with that. But when we think this has come from a factory made by people who want to make money, so there was an intention behind it. You have the history of design, which leads to cups being formulated in this way. In the cupboard in the dining room, they have many cups with tiny little handles, tiny little holes. You think, who on earth would design something like that? Well, that's in somebody's mind. It hasn't fallen out of the sky. So many things are made according to ideas of what's fashionable at the time. And so this brings us to this idea of dependent origination, the basic formulation of which is on the basis of this, that arises. On the basis of our meeting here, this pot of flowers is plonked in the front. Because that's somehow something that Buddhists do. There's always flowers somewhere. So there is intention, and intention acts on the potential of the situation and develops things like, so we wear clothes, or cotton or whatever, and this comes from some place, it's woven in different patterns. It arises in, nowadays especially, rapid turnover of fashion. So all the big stores have buyers who go all over the Far East looking for companies that can make the same things cheaper. So last summer I bought some shoes that are very comfortable for me, and then I thought, oh, I should get another pair of these because they wear out, but they say out of stock. We don't sell these anymore. And when we were children, probably you could go to the shop again and again and they made the same things, but with this rapid development of excitation, something new, what's in fashion this year, it means that reliable things vanish, so you get this built-in obsolescence. So the reason we reflect on this is to put into question the seeming givenness of things. So this goes back to relative truth. The kind of paradox in calling it relative truth is that we don't see the relative nature of things. So if the cup is a cup, it's not relative to its history, it's not relative to the care that people have taken in washing it and using it, it's not relative to the number of people who come to the house. There are many, many factors that hold the continuity of the cup in place. We discount them. But the factors of destruction are all around us, which Ukraine has discovered. You think this is my country, and suddenly this happens. Well, look what happened in Syria. So many countries in the world that seem to be just life going on, and suddenly something happens. Your own leader decides to kill half the people. This is outrageous. That's amazing, isn't it? That these barrel bombs are flying around with the Syrian Air Force bombing its own people. because they're not proper Syrians, because they're not the ones that support the president. So that's where you see the identity of people or the integrity of people can be undermined by a new frame of reference that just arises due to the force fields of causes and circumstances. This is dependent, this is dependent origination. And this is the relative field in which there is no security. Because when we see that the cup is held in place by the care and attention of the people who have contact with it, and that this care and attention, it's not in the cup itself, but it hovers around. So the factors of creation are gone, they're past, this has arrived, it's been bought. But the factors of destruction hover around, and they can insist at any moment. I could be going up the stairs and slip and I drop the cup and it's broken. Happens very easily. So something extrinsic to the cup brings the end of the cup. That's what accidents are. There'll be people in their motor cars today who are heading into an accident. The car will be crushed and they may be in hospital. They didn't expect that to happen. They may be very, very safe, careful drivers, but they may encounter on the road somebody who's not at all careful or safe. They could be under the power of some trauma, drugs, whatever. So when we see the world in terms of isolates, of entities, we tend to not be appreciative of the force field within which we live. So now we become more aware of pollution. Touched on the fact that our bodies now have more and more microplastics in them, and that this goes into the liver and the kidneys and so on, that you can't keep the pollutants outside because they're built into production. And the companies that are producing things don't do the safety checks required, and our science doesn't reveal the problem until usually after the event. When I lived in Siya Lama's house, one of my jobs was to go around and look for the columns of the white ants that would come. So they build a kind of little sand enclosure around their tunnels, and they go up the side of the house and they come in and they eat paper. And Siya Lama's house was a paper house, many, many, many books. So we didn't want to have these, so my job was to knock the top off them and put in DDT. How many people I killed for the Holy Guru, I don't know, but it was quite a lot. And of course at that time it wasn't so clear that DDT was very poisonous. And that happened, with asbestos. Many, many houses had asbestos in it. So we're always in a situation where we're looking at the factors which seem meaningful at the time, and later you get a reframe that says, oh, not so safe, not so good. So because we want things to be okay, we often avoid attention to the problematics of the situation. So, for example, when I went to school in Scotland, there was a huge gender bias in the school I went to. Boys were beaten and girls weren't. The teacher had a Lochgelly belt, which was a long belt of leather, split at the end, and it was such that you could lift it up and it would stay vertical. It was thick leather, and you got belted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And the teacher, the bastards, they aimed for your wrist. I was beaten many, many, many times. Nowadays we call this child abuse. But because it was normal, none of these teachers have been prosecuted for beating children and inflicting injuries on them, humiliation in front of the class and so on. Girls weren't beaten. You see, this feminism is a terrible thing. What about equal opportunities?
Only in Scotland, yes.
Only in Scotland, yeah. So many things occur, and they're normalized, and there are all sorts of, and there's all sayings like spare the rod and spoil the child. Children need beating because it keeps them in line. Because without fear, children will become disruptive. Now, this has been excised from most educational systems, but of course teachers now in the classroom deal with a huge amount of disturbance, and they have fewer tools for controlling the children. So it's very difficult. You give up one thing because you recognize, oh, this is not good to do, but then what do you replace it with? Certainly in London, the turnover of teachers is enormous. We rely a lot on our old colonies, on young teachers trained in Australia and New Zealand who go traveling around the world, and they come to England for a couple of years as they become the teachers, then they go. So the more we look at each event is an event in a force field. It is dynamic. We start to get a sense of the Buddhist view that the thingness of the thing is a delusion. It arises from a particular frame of reference that says, what I see has shape and color, and I identify shape and color as indicators of something being there. So, I see shape and color, that's an experience. I experience shape and color, but I impute, I project the belief that this shape and color is being held in place by somethingness. So this is what we do for ourselves. I exist. This is an idea. On the basis of this idea, we interpret the events of our life. So the reason we look in this way is to have, if we have a sense that we are actually living in a dynamic field of ceaseless interplay of factors, of conversations, then where is the stability? So that's what Buddhism is saying. In samsara, there is no stability. Everything is vulnerable. That's why enlightenment, or freeing your mind from reliance on objects, on concepts, on beliefs, on traditions, of family and so on, is very, very important. So the more we have this dynamic sense of interplay, we can also start to see our connectivity with the world. So the weather today is different from yesterday. This has some influence on how we are. It's cooler, so it's maybe easier to think about things, but there's also a sense of clouds in the sky. It affects the mood. It's not quite as expansive as when the sun is shining. So just observing these things, really you see, oh, I am not stable. My mood shifts, my posture shifts, and so on, according to the circumstances around me. Okay, so now we turn towards meditation to give us a chance to take these 5 questions closer to the mind itself. So, by now, hopefully you have a sense thoughts come and go. Feelings come and go. Sensations in the body come and go. But you've got a sense that there is a flow of experience. Who is the experiencer? The quick answer is I am the experiencer, which would indicate I am a stable, continuous phenomena which is there whatever happens. So what are the qualities of this stable self? Well, it expands a bit when the sun shines, and it goes back in its little shell when it's cold and cloudy. So maybe this self-notion is part of the field rather than something apart from it. Does that make sense? So the more you see, actually you are vulnerable, that you can be hurt, you can be touched, you can be made happy, you can be made sad. Somebody smiles at you and you smile back. You feel nice. Somebody recognizes you, have a nice chat. and somebody blanks you and they're sour-faced. There's a kind of retraction, a kind of shrinking. If we observe these things, we see, oh, this is a sign that I am a connective part. I am a participant in a field of participation. So there we get the outer events are moving and dynamic, and the inner events, the thoughts, feelings, memories, plans, they also are dynamic. In a sense. And so they flow through the mind. Sometimes they seem to have shape. A sharp feeling will have usually less residency in our field than a mood, maybe a depressed mood or a unsettled, irritable mood, but they also will vanish. So now we're turning attention to the mind itself, not to the content of the mind. So we've got a sense all experience is arising independent origination. Experiences are mutually influencing as a field of arising. What of the mind? Because if the basis is the mind, what we're really investigating, is the mind a thing like everything else that we imagine to be there, or is it something other? So that's what we look. So so we sit in an open way and gradually take up these 5 questions in your own time. And you don't need to take them in the order that they're presented. Something view arises, you can just be with it. The whole thing is you're not investigating like a policeman. Because if you start from that position, then there's always the question, well, who is the investigator? So we relax, we open, and in that relaxed presence, as much of it that we can make available, in that presence, we gently allow the question to arise, and we stay with it, just noticing. Is there any basis that my mind can be found within the remit, within the territory of these questions? Any question before we begin that? Okay. Okay. So just take a few minutes to share with a neighbor your experience. Does it seem that the mind can be identified in these ways? Is there anything you'd like to share about that?
Das Mikrofon?
Das noch eins
Du wolltest auch?
I realized that I don't know anymore what the difference between thought and mind is. I was hanging on that idea. Thought comes out of the open ground. Does mind come out of the open ground?
Keep looking.
Thank you. When I looked into the size of my mind, or the mind, I could not find edges, but I had the sense of myself being in the mind. But when I was looking at you know, what's else in the mind. So there, for example, you were talking about Syria, so the thought of Syria came up. So I found it hard to distinguish between thinking about Syria and how it's different, it being in the mind.
So the thoughts about Syria arose.
Yeah.
You were aware of these thoughts or conscious of these thoughts. This is your experience. This happens, this happens, this happens. We have a stream of experience. Where does the experience occur? So generally that would be described as the mind. It's not happening in your toes. It's not happening in the microphone. It's happening for you. So that we would normally say is our mind. The issue is, how do we get close to the mind to see what it is? And the reason I think it's important to share your experience is because the texts say many, many things, and you can absorb these things and then mimic these things as if you know what's going on, or the mind is like the sky. But actually your own experience is not like the mind is like the sky. So it's like when they make furniture, you can use quite a cheap wood, but then get an expensive walnut veneer on top, a very thin shaving of beautiful walnut, and put it on the top. So you have your Dharma understanding, which comes from books, and you have your own fucked up self, which is what you live with. That is really, really unhelpful. So we want to, if it's not concrete, if it's not something that's actual for us, it's going to go away. So they always say that, you know, what you learn as theory is like a patch on a coat. The patch is not integral with the coat, and it will come off because the stitching will loosen. So your mind, you have a mind. Well, you could say that's an assumption, but let's have that as a working assumption. I have a mind. How is my mind? No.
What is the mind is a good question. I only see the objects, thoughts.
No.
Microphone.
The question is, what is the mind? I observe the thoughts, the feelings, the objects, but how would I define the mind? I could say it's like what's underneath, what contains all those things that arise, but I cannot define it precisely. I don't see it. It doesn't have any qualities. It doesn't seem to have any boundaries, but that's the end of my comprehension.
Okay, but if you stay with that comprehension and you say, my mind has no boundaries. Oh, that's something quite radical. Here you are in this room, in your body, with your life, the shape of your life, your history and so on. Finite, 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 a whole series of finite positions. But when you look for your mind, it seems to be infinite. So in this infinite openness, formations of self and others arise. Would that seem to be true?
Yeah, but what is it?
This is such an important question. Because as we know in the areas of investigation, like in science, how you formulate the question will have a huge influence on how you can carry out your investigation. So if you're hanging on to the idea, well, what is it? Implicit in that is the idea, it must be a what? It must be something. So that's exactly what the 5 questions are trying to put into question. In a sense, you want to move from what to how. And so I would suggest for you, if you like to do more of this investigation after the retreat and so on, and keep looking until you have exhausted the notion of what, which is a kind of conclusion, and you stay more with the dynamics of the how, and then you see the thoughts, feelings, the contents arising. but how is the mind itself? And that's what the 5 questions are saying. Well, does it have shape? Does it have color? These are, if you like, phenomenological descriptions rather than a conclusion about something. But if we're looking for something, because we are tricky kind of creatures, we're probably going to be able to invent something. And then our own capacity for conceptualization becomes the limit of our experience. So it's very important to, if you know what something is, in a sense you know where you are. But what is it? So in this, if you were back in school, the teacher would be pressing you, saying, but what is that? What are you trying to say? You know, bring it to a point where you have a conceptual clarity. But it could be that conceptual clarity can't do the business. The domain of conceptual clarity is subject and object. I am thinking about this. I'm going to walk around it and get as much information as possible, and then I can come to a conclusion. So say you wanted to buy a new car, but you don't have the money for a new car, you go to the used car, and then you've got to make your own decision because the salesman's going to tell you all sorts of things. So you've got your experience as a driver, things you can look up now on the internet. You hear what the person's saying, and there are many factors. So what would be a good car for me? It's never quite secured, but you have to make a decision. So you come to a conclusion. Many things arise with you come to a conclusion, like what will I do in the summer? If I have a holiday, where shall I go? And you think and think and think, and then you decide on something, and there's a, what are you doing? Oh, I'm going to go to Spain. Oh, where's the...
Last question, I promise. For now. If it's not a thing and it cannot be found anywhere and it doesn't have properties or qualities or form and shape, then the question would be, it's not a thing, then how could I, there are no words to describe it, then we are moving in another reality or things. If I cannot make a concept or some kind of concept out of it, then I'm limit. I mean, then I reach a boundary. That's why I need your help.
Yeah, you reach the boundary of your familiar conceptualization of yourself. I know what is going on the basis of my investigation, my thoughts, my memories, and so on. That is to say, I build up pictures of things, and if I've done enough investigation and I bring it close to me, I'm content with this conclusion. So that takes us back to the 5 skandhas, that these 5 potentials form different patterns for different people. Everybody has them, but it's a way of thinking about how do these factors come together for you? Consolidating your sense of self. But we are talking of the mind. Now the question is your ego self, your notion of who you are, standing in the way of how the mind is? Because in Jayachita was saying, you have the sense that you're in the mind. So if the mind is the sphere of revelation, like a stage in a theater, what arises on the stage is illuminated by the various lights that are around. No, it's not quite like a theater because it's much more open and dynamic. So sometimes our mind seems very big, sometimes it seems very, very small. Is it big or small? It depends. It's neither big nor small. Any conclusion you come to about it is going to be false because, or no, how you experience it in the moment is how it is. That's just the immediacy of this. If you then try to bring lots of moments of this together and make a package deal, so that you know what's what, that's going to lead you astray, because the nature of the mind is immediacy, freshness, openness, whereas our thoughts are cumulative and we build up these pictures. So if we go back to the thing we were looking about time, we've got the 3 times, past, present and future, and this is the kind of train line that our conceptualization moves up. So we compare what's happening now with the past, we have some notion of the future, and we're kind of weaving. We've got a warp and a woof, and we're moving in there. Whereas the other time, in the text they call the 4th time, the here and now, the immediacy of this moment, it's ungraspable. So you have a revelation, but it's not a thing. And that's why we have examples like a mirage, like the reflection in the mirror. There is an experience. You can't say there is no such thing as a mirage, because you see it on the road, it's shimmering, and yet there's nothing there. There's nothing there. There's no thing there. So if I'm hooked on there has to be a thing, that becomes a limit on how I can investigate things. Because you look at, say, a rainbow in the sky. Oh, look at that. You're looking at that. We say, look at that tree. Look at that insect on the ground. You can look at the insect, it crawls about a bit. You look at it again. But with the rainbow, it's not the same. But that's why these examples are used again and again, because we have a kind of slide, a shift in our language. It's fine to talk about that insect and what is it doing now. It's fine to talk about that flower in the garden and does it survive the rain. Because in a sense there is a continuity of something there. But it's not like that with a mirage. And mirage arises independent origination due to causes and conditions, the heat and so on. So it's an illusion. And the more we investigate the things of this world, then we start to see, oh, maybe they're like an illusion as well. So the thingness of the cup is imputed into it, and it seems to support that because of the habitual conceptualization that I employ rather. So the more we observe how we interpret the world and what we bring to bear, just as Robert was indicating before, we bring in a whole host of concepts. So if we were to look at the cup and not tell it what it is, but allow it to show itself, then our formulating concepts wouldn't arrive there, and they would just be this. So what is this? It's white. Well, that's coming from you. It's got a handle. That's coming from you. James is holding it. That's coming from your mind. So if you relax these conceptualizations, this is a relationship. This is something arising in the field of your experience, which you could reify, you could turn into a thing, or you could stay with the immediacy of the experience. So all these approaches of meditation are trying to tilt us away from the conclusions which are reassuring to our sense of self, but are quite probably false, so that we can stay with experience. Now, because experience is ungraspable, you're always empty-handed. So, I have a watch in my hand. Yeah? I have the watch, but it's a two-way street. It's never a monologue, because the watch has me. I have lost my hand to the watch. Because all the other things that I can do with my hand vanish, now I've got a watch. So that's what grasping does. It gives you a concrete experience. I've got something, but there's an enclosure, a limitation, a grasping. So I move into the finite. Now I've got this finite, but it has some consequences. So this is where we see the movement from open awareness into consciousness. If we remember, consciousness I was describing in the Tibetan language is nampa shepa, the knowing of something. So I've got something in my hand, it's a watch, it's my watch, I like this watch. My consciousness is a storyteller. It's not, if we say it's creating the world, it doesn't mean it's creating it out of nothing at all, nothing at all. Yesterday we were looking at openness and the potential and the participation. So the more we see the unformedness of the potential, so we're sitting, little experiences arising, some sensation in your back, some memory, this and that, they come and they go. Undeniably there, like the rainbow, yet not really something. You can't really build anything on them unless you catch them, inject them with a conceptual identity, make them a something, and then you can start to build a story about it. Yeah?
And the openness subsides.
And in that moment, you don't see the openness. The openness is there. Without the openness, you wouldn't have the experience, but it's taken for granted.
Yes.
You know, when children start to get a bit more confidence, maybe when they're 3, they say, I can do this, and the mum's thinking, really? Really? What do you think I do for you all day long? You know, and you have your little power and I am independent. Because it's marvelous to have that independence, but it's resting. It's a dependent origination, and it's too painful for the child to realize just how dependent they are. I don't know if I mentioned here this time, but every now and then my dad would say, when we had a meal, my brother and me and my mum and my dad would say, now thank your mother for the food. And my brother and me are kind of looking, like, why would we do that? Why would we do that? Because if I thank my mother for the food, I have to thank her for doing the washing, going to the shops, doing the cleaning, helping me with my homework. All the things she does for me are like that. And what do I do for her? And that makes it very difficult for children to develop gratitude. They have to take mum for granted. So that's a kind of image or metaphor for what we do with the mind. We take the mind itself for granted, so it doesn't impinge, and then there's just me doing whatever I do, as if I am the production site of my thoughts. But then when we sit in meditation, we have thoughts I didn't think, I didn't make. They come to me. Where do they come from? From the mind. So maybe the mind is the source, the ground, not I, me, myself. That's very challenging. So that's why we have to keep turning our nose towards this point and looking, because there's a truth there that the ego doesn't want to know. That the ego is an experience and not the cause of experience. So we keep looking again and again and again. Okay, should we take a break? Oh, pardon?
Maybe in the next session.
Okay, sure.
Can you hear me? I had the experience where because I had just been talking about dependent origination before, I kind of started the meditation with a view. I'm like, okay, assuming everything is the flow of experience, and sat that in mind, and then went into the meditation. It was really interesting because from that space, none of the questions really make sense, because you can't, like, intention is empty intention. Everything is empty, so you're just left with this flow of experience. And then at the point, a thought arose which was quite capturing, and I could feel that sense of self-identified. There's like a centerpiece. From which point I can ask the questions. It's like, what is in your mind? And then that went away again. And again, it's just a flow of experience. So I guess the question is, the way you set up it's a question of, if you start your meditation with a particular view, it affects what you experience. And is that important? Because I know in Mahamudra and Dzogchen, the view is where you start.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're asking these questions, that's where you start affect the results you get, essentially. I don't know if that makes sense.
The mind has a capacity to offer hospitality to all sorts of things. So when you do your training, say as a doctor, you have to absorb huge amounts of information about sicknesses, about treatments, the names of drugs, and so on. So you have this, if you like, as your potential. It has to be there, available on the shelf to hand, but when you see a particular patient, what arises in your participation with them is fine-tuning into their actual situation. So lots of what you know is irrelevant, and it comes into a formation towards them. So the potential is a kind of halfway house between the openness of the mind and the moment of concrete participation in which you come into a formation. And the key thing there is you don't formulate it by yourself. You formulate it on the basis of your encounter with the patient. And we know in medical history there have been periods in which doctors have formulated subjectively and imposed it on the patients with lobotomies and so on, without any real sense of what they were doing. So if you have dialogue, what you have is the co-emergence of subject and object, which is a kind of moving thing. Now, where is that moving? It's moving in the field of experience. And the function is contact with the optimal array of signifiers that you can identify coming from the patient, and then the optimal capacity that you have to find an interface between what seems to be their profile and what you can do. So that would be a contactful, helpful conjunction. That's possible because there is the space of non-determination. It's sort of an indeterminacy because it comes into shape in the moment, but it's not prefigured. So knowledge is a potential. And what is the nature of knowledge? It's just nothing at all until it's activated. So when people retire, they have a huge amount of information, but gradually it doesn't come into shape, because if you're a teacher, you know the syllabus, you know what to do, but you need to have students. So the idea that there is a self-existing doctor or a self-existing teacher or a self-existing lama, the lama has nobody to help, then they're not a lama, because their lama-ness arises because somebody wants an instruction on a Chinrezi practice. So unformedness, the openness of the potential, we've got a sense of that. But this is a kind of other level or more open dimension inseparable from the presence of our experience as potential, as meaning as not yet activated, is the space in which this can be present. So then you get the various readings of the different schools of Buddhism. So sometimes they would say, well, this is like the eighth consciousness. So in the early stages, Suzuki translated it as storehouse consciousness. So it's as if you've accumulated all this stuff, and then you look into this huge library and activate something from that. But that's not our actual living experience. It is as if it arises out of nothing. If you're experienced and you're with someone and you're in the room, something comes to mind. And it comes to mind from your mind with the movement of the field. So you've got a double movement here. You've got the mind is open and empty. The mind has lucidity or a luminosity. It has this potential, and then it has participation. So that looks like it's going in one direction, but as you participate, the potential is evoked, and it arises out of the space of the mind. Yeah? So that if you have an obsessional turn, or you're used to prefiguring something, that becomes a limitation. And mostly we as human beings have our tendencies, we have our way of doing things, which seem real to us because we're using the activity as a confirmation of our own identity. And I mentioned before that when I was walking along the Ganges, going to a big pilgrimage place, I just had a lungi and a shirt, and a little lungoti, a kind of thing underneath the lungi. And when I would get to a village, I would rest a bit and then cook something and wash in the river. And everywhere I went, I got commentary from the women. You don't do it that way, because in some villages they have a wooden club and they put the clothes on the rock and they beat them with the rock. In other ones, they go like this. A lot of people are going like this. And so they're always telling me the right way to wash the clothes. So this is their culture. This is how they do it, and confirms that they are who they are. Now, this is also happening in a subtle way with procedures, how surgeons approach something, how school teachers approach something. And that way of operating may click with some students and may not click with others. Because a lot of how we present is self-referential, because the feedback loop is, am I making sense to me? I don't know whether I make sense to you or not, but if I don't make sense to me, I'm on a bad wicket here. So it has to make sense to me, it has to be meaningful. And so this self-referential turn, I am the one who is doing this, can block communication out into the field. And so you just do what you know how you do, and it becomes very narrow. So it's in this way that the openness of the ground becomes invisible. But as the point was being made, it is invisible. It's not a thing. So this deep question is, how can something come out of nothing? The answer that you find in the Buddhist text is, something comes out of nothing because something is always an illusion. It has no inherent existence, but it has a showing. It's like a rainbow, like a shadow, like an echo, like the reflection of the full moon on a pond. It is undeniable that there is a showing, but it's not the showing of something. It's the showing of the openness and generosity of the ground. But when the ground is not seen, the ego self separates from things and says, this is a sign of this and that. There is some reality behind the appearance. So that's what we're moving to, make the transition to think, if this is just appearance, then it has a malleability, it has a possibility. So how do we work with that? Clearly, it's not just all a fixation, a figment of your own imagination. We don't invent the road, we don't invent the town, we don't invent the airports. Appearances arise, but when I go to Frankfurt Airport, I have my experience of Frankfurt Airport, which is probably different from everybody else's, because I feel old and tired. It's a fucking big airport, and you walk for a long, long way, and you can get lost. I remember last time I was wandering around, and I went and asked this very chic lady, and she said, what ticket do you have? So I showed her the ticket. She said, this is first class, you have to go there. So I thought, okay, I'm lost, I'm old, I'm tired, fuck you. Because she was living in her frame of reference. This is an exclusive counter, it's not for the likes of you. So that's what we see. We see people's mental formulations and how they can be open and generous, or they can be tight and closed. Because she was maintaining the frame, I have to be here and available in case a first-class passenger comes. So this is what we experience all the time, and what we're doing in the meditation is trying to loosen this up so that our potential can move more freely. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, let's take a break, half an hour. Now we continue with the text. So I got the order a bit wrong yesterday. So if you're following it on the text, it's page 5 and number 11. We did that yesterday. So now we go to number 12. So then in number 11, he's saying, don't get involved with any thoughts at all. If they arise, cut them off. They're going to vanish anyway. What you're cutting off is your involvement, not the thought. When you get caught up with the thought, that's when you get the reactivity and the development. And it's very important, this, because there's a hell of a lot of thoughts that arise in your mind. And if you take each one of them as being dangerous and a threat, you spend your whole time trying to get rid of them. But if you see getting rid of the thoughts is getting rid of your involvement in the thought, it brings it back to you and gives you something clearer to focus on. So then he says, by extending the period during which you meditate in this way, the quantity of discursive thoughts will increase until finally they are coming one immediately after the other, like an uninterrupted stream. This is called knowing how thoughts are, as if you were recognizing an enemy, and it's also referred to as the first stage of abiding, like a stream falling down a mountain. So this seems a little bit paradoxical, that if you have less involvement in the thought, why would you have more thoughts? Now, this is because thoughts come from the mind, not from you. The ego is the moon. The mind is the sun. The light comes from the sun, it shines on the moon reflects the light of the sun, and we say, oh, what a bright full moon it is. But the moon has no light of its own. So the ego doesn't have light. Dualistic consciousness doesn't have light. It's catching and reflecting the light of awareness. So this is central. So we're going to just do this practice. It's not very difficult. We're going to sit, relax, sit open. Whenever you find yourself getting a little bit involved, relax in the out-breath. You may find that it's more helpful to diminish the openness of your eyes, or even to close your eyes for a bit, so that you have less variables going on, because we're focusing on the flow of the content of our mental experience. So you are cutting off your habit of engagement with what occurs, and then you see what is happening. For example, if you go to your local supermarket and you know how the shelves are and where things are, you can go in very quickly. You've got 5 things you want to get, and you go in, you get your 5 things, put them in a basket, and there you go. If there's a big rainstorm outside, you wander around the supermarket, suddenly surprised, wow, there's all this stuff, what is it? So this is just like the meditation. If you're clear what you're looking for, then you can focus your attention. But if you're just open to getting involved, then you may get involved with more things. So he's saying, cut your involvement, but don't cut on the object, because this is now the time to see how thoughts are. It's very easy to talk about thoughts and feeling. Sorry, I should say, when he uses the word thought, he's referring to any mental experience. So it could be memories, plans, emotions, whatever. It's whatever is arising in the mind. So, not grasping at anything, not holding back from anything. You're just being there, but present with how things are arising. Okay? Okay. We'll go back into this practice in a minute, but I want to offer you another way of understanding what happens. He's talking here about abiding like a stream falling down a mountain. So we have this flow of thoughts. Now, we also have the notion of santana, or in Tibetan rangyud, which is the flow of our own thoughts. So, our felt sense of individuality is generated through this continuous stream of sensations, memories and thoughts, which we take to be indicative of ourself. Yeah? So you're sitting and you get various sensations, and this is my body. So it's easy to come to that conclusion. So if you like, you've got the stream of self-affirming experience, and at the same time you've got this stream of arising. So having a sense of these two can be useful. Both are just arising and passing. Both are ever-changing, but the seeming, not opposition, but the seeming difference between these two streams, like the stream of the world and the stream of yourself, can reinforce the sense of being separate and isolated. So when we are sitting and there's sensation in the body, there's thoughts which seem to be my thoughts, and then there's thoughts which are just thoughts about the place or the memory or whatever it would be. Don't interfere with this flow, but don't cleave, don't tilt towards the flow which is somehow taken to be the site of your own life experience, because it's also just flowing. So don't block on the subject side, don't block on the object side. They're not the same, but they're not radically different, because they are flow, they have no self-substance of their own. Because the danger is if you tilt back into the stream of your own experience, although it's dynamic, it gives a sense of, I am the experiencer of what's going on. There's this stuff that I experience, but this I who's doing the experience is also an experience. So in the sense, it's allowing this, if you like, the self factors to be part of the flow, and the factors that we take to be everything else to be part of the flow, and both are streaming, both are without inherent existence, but they're not identical. So that might help you in the practice. Let's go back into that. Okay. So this stream or continuity around you, it's compared to a mala or beads that you use for counting mantras or a necklace. Because something, we tend to experience it as some thread running through it. So we have, each moment is like a bead, and it gets strung onto the thread of the continuity of ourselves. And on the other side, the beats of the moment of thoughts about something not me are strung on the thread of other. So we have self and other. And so if we find that, then we've got a subtle organization of experience going on. So then you can relax strongly into the out breath, or you could even get up and shake yourself, then go back into the practice. It's especially if the weather's warm like this, there's no point to just be sitting and getting a bit sluggish and falling asleep. Much better to move, do something, and then go back into the practice. It's not really an interruption to the practice, it's moving within the practice. Because if you've got the thread, you have a subtle accumulation. This is me, and then you get the self-reference and the other reference. And we want it just this, just this, just this. Then he says, by abiding for just one instant, for one instant moment. By abiding here, he means by resting in openness, not as your ego self, not as your interpretive consciousness, but just abiding open. So, by abiding in just one instant moment, just this, the arising and ending of discursive thoughts is revealed. This is to say, you're relaxed and you're open, you're not reacting to what's going on, the flow of experience is continuing, and then you see what the thoughts are. The thoughts are movement. As soon as you identify with the thought or disidentify with it, that pressure is confirmation, confirmatory. So if I push down on the table here because I want to squeeze something, what's happening simultaneously is that I have the experience in my hand and my arm of the muscles tensing. So I'm focusing on the object, but the feedback is to self. So the reason I'm giving that example is that whenever you are identifying with something or disidentifying with it, the movement either towards the object or away from the object is also subtly confirmatory of yourself as the agent. So again and again, just relax in the openness and allow whatever's coming to come. And then, because they're in their more naked, raw form, the thoughts just show, oh, it's this, and this, and this. But then he says, due to this, there seems as if there are more discursive thoughts. So, anyway, there's always thoughts going on. But by not holding yourself apart, not merging, just abiding open with them, you see how they are, and they're coming fast, fast, fast. Thought, 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 feeling, memory, all kinds of arising. So it looks like there are more of them, because, of course, as soon as you are reacting against a thought or moving towards it, what's arising is selective attention. So in the flow, this is important. I don't like this, or I do like that. And that brings a kind of blinkered focus into a particular moment. So when you are non-selective and non-reactive, what you experience is, whoa, there's a huge waves of stuff going on. It doesn't mean that the meditation is going wrong. It doesn't mean that you're getting crazy. It just means that you're seeing how it is in itself when you don't interfere with it. Yeah. One second. We need to, no, you need to have this one. La, 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 la.
Is there an
It's okay.
Son?
Yeah.
Is there an agent doing the relaxation or the non-attaching to thoughts? Is it a spontaneous happening or?
No, you do it.
But who's
You do it, you relax. But when you relax the agent.
But there's an intention.
Yeah, but the
intention.
yeah, but the intention also vanishes. It's impermanent.
And the thought, I have to relax. Who's doing that?
But not that I have to relax.
Well,
I'm going to relax. So sitting, breathing out. The preparation is gone. The past is always going. So you're using agency to experience non-agency.
Oh, that's paradox. Well, I think there's no agent. I think everything's empty. Who's doing it?
That's the question for you. Who is doing it? A thought is doing it. You have a thought. I've come here to this place in the country to explore some meditation. So that you're already prefigured towards sitting and observing your mind. So the intentionality is in the decision to come here, the planning to come here, the mood of how we are together. There's a kind of orientation, and sometimes the intention seems strong in you, and sometimes maybe not. So you have the break, and you're on the veranda, and you're looking out, and you gradually see, oh God, everyone's going in the tent. I better go too. So the group can carry your intention. But the agency is specific to the situation. So when I leave here, I have the agency to stand up, to walk over there. I can't walk over there if I'm stuck with the agency of standing up, because the agency of standing up is moving certain muscles in a sequence in order to move. Then to walk, I'm activating different muscles. Then I sit down over there and put my shoes on. In each of these situations, there is agency, but because it is situational, specific agency, it's just like what I was describing. If you've got a series of beats or a series of moments, and you could see them as small balls, sometimes they're called tigli also. These moments, they're just like that. But once you put a thread through it, and you say, I'm standing up, I'm going to put on my shoes, then the thread becomes the main thing, which allows you to ignore the transient quality of the beat. And so we're left with the sense of, I am the one who does this. Because the doing is an action which manifests our potential in different ways. It's not continuous, and it's not the same. But the concept of it is seemingly continuous. So I have to do this, or I'm going to do this. That's kind of necessary, because that orients your participation in the activity. But once you're participating, you don't need to come in. So, for example, if you're on the beach and the water's a bit cold, you stand there looking at the water and people are in, you step into it a little bit, and then you think, oh well, and you jump in and you're swimming. So when you're swimming, all the hesitancy that was there on the beach is transformed. Now you're just shivering and swimming. So you've gone from one constellation of your potential to another.
So is the if I have a thought, just relax, dear, don't get so angry.
Mm-hmm.
And then I try to relax, and out of a sudden, it's really, I feel a relaxation. There was first a thought.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
I
there was
follow
first
the
a thought.
In a way, I follow my thought.
But the thought is gone. The thought's gone. How are you following it? You're going into the future doing the practice. The thought's gone. You're going in opposite directions. You've left the thought behind.
I'm desperately looking for some good part of my ego, obviously. Thought, and then I follow it, just relax, and then the openness starts. It's good, huh?
Yeah. It's an experience. So you have a sequence of experience. Some are more constricted, intensely self-referential. Going back to the relative truth and the absolute truth, you have the impure relative truth. So your motive might be, I've got to do this, I'm tired of my life, I have to change. And there's a kind of angry urge in that about what you're going to do, which gives you a drive, but the drive is also an excitation. And then that confirms, I have to do it, which carries the backstory of, it's all up to me. And I'm so tired. Why is it always up to me? Why have I got to do it? Now, at that point, one might think, oh, I need to have more people in my life to help my little chin stay above the water as I go through the processes of life. But what we've touched on before is self and other arise together. It's not that there's me and the world. The self is always in the world, even if it's not aware of it. So at night time, you go in your bed, you're there, in the bed, you go to sleep. You're in the bed. You're sleeping in the bed. The object side is with the subject side, although the subject side is not aware of the object side. Then you wake up in the morning, oh, here I am, in the bed, where you were. The object side is always there. You wake up into the world as part of the world. So it's not that intention is going from outside and taking you across a threshold into something else. I'm not doing this, I am doing this. Wherever you are, something's always going on. You're always on the inside. And again, this is a very important in Dharma, because if you're always on the inside, being on the outside is a delusion. And that's called samsara, where everybody feels, I'm an isolated individual, I'm not sure if I belong, I'm not sure if people like me, and these thoughts create a kind of igloo around you. And the igloo is made of ice, and the nature of ice is water. So the more we allow the flow of experience, the igloo starts to melt, and we find that we are always in it. We're always in it. And what is it that we are in? The Dharma Dhatu, the original nature of the mind. There's so many names for that. Oh.
A slightly different twist, or I have a question here. Talking about the continuous flow of thoughts or mental events, I think as long as they are triggered from central basis, that's understandable. But if we talk about non-cursive, concursive thoughts, but thoughts that spontaneously arise, my question is, because what we've been describing right now is that is phenomenological. But what really causes suddenly a certain specific thought to arise if there's not a trigger either from previous thoughts or from senses?
Okay, so in the Western view from psychoanalysis, we might say it's the unconscious, which is just a concept to mop up the gravy. If you were here for the Padma practice we did last night, there is a short aspiration which is about reminding ourselves of the nature of impermanence. and one of the verses begins, inner situations, outer situations, and suddenly occurring situations. So my teacher described it to me. We used to travel in India on the buses, and we always had big boxes of papers and things. So I would go up on the top of the bus, the Indian bus, and so two people are pushing the tin box up, and I'm grabbing the handle and lifting it, and I have to lean over to pull it on top. So the outer situation is we're lifting this heavy weight onto the top of a bus, and people are involved, so it's not stable. The inner one is the level of my attention and whether I'm tired. And the suddenly occurring one could be, there could be some oil on the top, and I put my foot on it and I haven't seen it, and I slip and it tumbles down. So the suddenly occurring is part of the field, but often part that we haven't attended to. So it's usually what arises in our mind is not just some glorious vision of Samantabhadra, it's something rather more tedious. But it's revealed in the moment. So it seems like a discontinuous arising, something which cuts across the pattern. And there's some kind of trigger for it. What it is, I don't know. Just as, you know, when we're sitting, you might suddenly get a twinge in your shoulder. You've no idea why that has arisen. It may not be a sign of anything very serious, but because this body is alive and it's dynamic and it has nerves which feed useful information, they also sometimes just have a little shake. So some people unfortunately suffer from tinnitus. So in tinnitus, one reading of it anyway is that these subtle kind of hair-like filaments that are in the ear, they form an anarchist commune. And they say, we have a life of our own, we'll just dance whenever we want to dance. And so these noises are arising and you're thinking, fucking hell, what is this? But it's the body, as it were, taking on a life of its own, a sort of pseudo-autonomy of parts, a part which is losing its connection with the whole. It's a kind of entropy in the system that allows this diversification. So there's lots of these things which occur. And I think the notion of entropy is very helpful because systems survive as communication. The skin of any system has to have a degree of permeability. If it's too permeable, it gets flooded. If it's not permeable enough, it dies because it needs sustenance. This is our life situation. This is why we are vulnerable, because our embodied being is a system niched within these wider systems, and we're in constant communication about them. So it's dynamic, changing, and there has to be the capacity of arousal, because we never know what's going to happen. So we have a lot of latency of movements and propensities, which we hardly ever arouse, but then we might have to suddenly do that. And so these suddenly occurring situations are part of the repertoire, which could be useful, but can take on an arousal for no particular reason. It's just something happens. And then, of course, if you go into but why and what does it mean and so on, and then you get, becoming a hypochondriac, having this kind of valetudinarian syndrome where you over-identify momentary arisings as having profound significance. And sometimes it's just stuff. These things happen, never mind.
Could you explain entropy? I don't know the word.
Entropy is when the patterning of energy which keeps a system going, when it's harmonization, it's there's no conductor, there's nobody in charge doing it. So it's more like a kind of a jazz ensemble. And when musicians get a bit deaf and they stop hearing the other players, they're going to self-reference to know when to begin, and they can be off the beat. So that's how entropy begins. The group tune, if you like, is lost. And so more and more individuals, and so you get fragmentation in the system. For example, Brexit. Brexit was an entropy for the European Union. And of course it alarmed other governments because they thought, fuck, more people would leave, it would be not very useful. So you get Britain wanting autonomy. We got our autonomy, then immediately we're knocking on the door saying, we want more trade, we want this, we want that, we want the French police to stop all the illegal immigrants, we want. That's what you get. Yeah. Oh.
James, do you have any advice for persistent recurring thoughts? So say you're doing fairly well with this, and then some life crisis happens, and these thoughts just, this is not something like you have to finish a report by the end of the day, but some crisis that persists and will take some time to resolve. So the thoughts that center around it are recurring, like a merry-go-round, and you can't just always catch your attention. It's almost like you're helpless, even though you know how to do this very well. But the energy in these thoughts is magnetizing. I mean, it just grabs your attention. Is there any advice how to deal with this?
Well, maybe it's a balance between hope and fear. As long as there's a feeling something must be done, something could be done, you get arousal and mobilization. But the fact maybe nothing can be done. So you try to find a solution, so you're hovering between these two. You keep mobilizing, but you've no idea what it is you should be mobilizing towards because the picture hasn't clarified yet. It's still in its chaotic seminal state. I guess you just have to breathe out and think, here we go, weird shit. You know.
Been there, done that.
Yeah. The issue is always that consciousness, dualistic consciousness, is problem solving. It's incredibly useful. It's not bad, it's not negative. It's when it gets too much control that it becomes very limiting. So in a situation like that, this very helpful function is being overloaded. So it's like a sudden surge of electricity and it blows the fuse and the circuit breaks and your ordinary competence can't be mobilized. And sometimes like that, incompetent. So it's very helpful to say, I don't know. But can't you sort it out? I don't think so. Well, that's really serious. Yeah, maybe it is. And somehow it's just the ordinariness. We face these challenges. We get diagnoses, relationships break up, kids get crazy, all sorts of things happen. I'm not in charge. So this is where the link between our ego self and the functionality of dualistic consciousness arises. Because the ego wants to be in charge even when it's not in charge, whereas consciousness is just trying to make sense of what's going on. So the ego tells lies to the consciousness, like must try harder, but the consciousness says, I don't know what's going on. I don't have a solution. No, but just do it. Which again is Brexit. Because the Tory party, the right-wing groups in Britain, were thinking we're spending a lot of money feeding these bloody Europeans. We're not really European. We won the war. We saved the fucking world. We're the heroes. All of this mad narcissistic intoxication. Let's get out of here. We'll be better off on our own. So that's an egoic reading which flew in the face of all the predictions. It was a huge thing. The city of London will start to collapse. Business trading will move to Amsterdam, to Frankfurt, which it has done. Many of the big companies have moved. More and more companies float on the stock exchange in New York rather than in London. It was a suicidal move, which would be in the rational analysis, but from the ego's point of view, we're going to drive it through. Now we've done it. This is marvelous. And the people who are leading it, when you look at them, this is fucking low life. This is fairly scummy people, unpleasant people. I don't know if you ever saw any of the pictures when they were still in Brussels. Anne Widdecombe, this little fat tub of lard, shouting out, you know, we're going to, we're, what are? Not a, this is a respectable people elected by their countries have some dignity. But no, because we know best, we are the winners. And that's what Britain has done. It's a suicidal act. I've worked a lot with people in suicidal states, and it's exactly the same structure, where you go into a tunnel vision, there's no reverse, and so you have to accelerate even when you're going to whack into the wall, and you can't listen to anyone else. So you close your ears and you just keep marching, and people are trying all kind of things. People can be on wards, locked wards, somebody checking every 10 minutes. Inside that 10 minutes, somebody can hang themselves because of this bloody-minded intensity. There's a lot of it about. Britain shows the way to total turpitude, collapse, mess. It's very, very sad, because idealistic fantasies are terribly intoxicating. We're just talking a little bit in the break there about artificial intelligence and how it can be a force for good. It has many, many problem-solving qualities, but we don't really understand it. We've got no idea how it's going to be taken up by elements in the world who may be against European interests or American interests. It's a gesture of hope. So this kind of leaping, which is what hedge funds are feeding all the time, because they're essentially associations of gamblers. Let's see, and it's leaping forward without enough information about what might go wrong. And therefore it's about seduction. Trust us, trust us. And we look back at the history of economic crises, and it looks, oh, why did we trust them? Because we wanted to trust, because this is how the ego and dualistic consciousness operate together. So it comes, excuse me, it comes in the mind very easily to succumb to a fantasy. You know, we've got this with climate change. Lots of evidence that we should really stop using fossil fuel. But there are some countries that refuse to stop using fossil fuel, so why should we give up on our coal reserves? Why should we not do this? Because we're weakening ourselves. So the common good, the good of the planet, is then sacrificed because of vested interest. We've got to keep ourselves safe. But if the whole thing is going wrong, if it's a systemic fault, then the subsystems niched within it, by acting autonomously, feed the chaos. So this is exactly the same for the ego, that we have our, whatever we call them, neuroses. We have our crazy patterns, our self-indulgences, our acting outs. Once they grab the steering wheel, we whack into the wall. Yeah.
Microphone. If I If I examine the mind, the act of examination is at the same time part of the thinking.
Yeah.
So how I can discover the mind itself?
This exercise is not about discovering the mind itself. This is, as he says, just read it, because he's a smart cookie. This guy, we shouldn't try and leap ahead of Padma Karpo. He says, you know, this is how you recognize the nature of thoughts. So, if you stay in for just one instant in this relaxed state, observing the thought, not jumping into the continuity of it, like a frog going from one lily pad to another, or if you cross a ford from one stone to another, usually we're leaping from one thought to another to a feeling. So it's discursive. It's forming these patterns of movement and engagement. But if we stay with it, not apart from it, not merging it, but we stay with it, we see it's vanishing. It's truly vanishing. On the basis of that, we can see, oh, it's always truly vanishing. It's always vanishing. And therefore, my idea that thoughts reveal the continuity of experience are delusive. So the phenomenology of the thought, that is to say, how the thought is, and the semantic load that the thought is carrying, its sort of conceptual carapace, its shell, are different. The actuality of the thought is self-arising, self-vanishing, but it seems to be part of a jigsaw puzzle, and you put it together to build up this big pattern. So we are addicted to the conceptual meaning because we are pattern makers. So here we are relaxing this activity of consciousness. I have to make sense of what's going on. We're shifting the agenda. I want to see how it is. So then we're sitting and not interfering with it. And then we see, oh, I thought it was 1, 1, 1, like thinking is linking. So we're creating these patterns. But actually, it's a sequence of moments. So, with the image of the necklace, if you don't run the thread through the beads, if you just have the beads, then you can see bead, 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 and there's no thread. The thread is our imputation of object constancy and subject constancy. Yeah? But that's a thought. That's an interpretive thought. So what we were doing yesterday was we were allowing thoughts to arise without thinking about the thought. So we've got, if you like, thought as potential, just emerging, and then we've got thought as utility, whereby I make use of the thought, I catch it, and I recruit it into my pattern. So yesterday, at the end, we were trying to avoid that, doing something with it. It must be useful in some way. Just let it be. Then it is as if nothing's happening. We're not going anywhere. There's no profit. There's no gain. And that's anxiety provoking for the ego. Because remember, the 8 worldly concerns starts with gain and loss. If I'm not winning, I'm losing. And so I have to make something of it.
The dissolving is the mind, the true mind?
Dissolving?
Mm-hmm.
No, the true mind's not dissolving. Okay. The thought is dissolving in the true mind.
In the true mind.
Okay. In the true mind. So like, here's the ocean, and the waves are rising from the ocean. There's the thought, which is the expression of the energy of the ocean. And here you are, a very eager, very determined PhD student, and you're on this exploration ship. You've got your cameras set up, and you're photographing the waves. The end of the evening, you lay them out on the table. You're reviewing what you've learned about the pattern of waves. What is your object of study? Waves. Interested in the ocean? No, it's waves. Waves, that's my topic. So that's where we are. Yeah. No waves without the ocean. I don't want to know about the ocean, it's too big. My supervisor told me you must get the frame of your research sharply defined, otherwise you will end up all over the place. Only waves. That's what the ego's saying. Yeah. Camera, and pass the penis. Where is it? What a world, eh?
You were just mentioning the framework issue. If you could begin with a really tiny or stressed container, like the waves, but we're looking to the ocean. So what would be the equivalent of the ocean when we're paying attention to thoughts?
The ocean is the space within which the thoughts are arising. The thoughts arise and vanish. That's what he's saying. Now, if you stay open, you see the actual nature of the thought. It's an emergence and a self-vanishing. Self-emerging, self-vanishing. This is the thought as a wave of the ocean of the mind. Because the nature of the ocean is emptiness, the thought itself is empty of self-substance. It is inherently empty of self-substance. It's when we apprehend the thought and take it to be a signifier of somethingness, we impute into it an existence on which we can build, and so we get the accumulation of thoughts.
Because one thing that comes to me during the practice is, for instance, if I do the focus practice regarding visual objects, and I can look into something, then widening it up and seeing a bigger picture. So there is a lot of visible, but it's not bounded by it's a tanka, it's a something.
Yeah.
But the thing with thoughts is that thoughts come in the form of commentary. So that's maybe what I'm getting confused with.
Okay. So there's two, what I was suggesting is there's two aspects of thinking. There's the, if you like, the naive thought, or the thought that he's describing, just self-arising, self-vanishing. It's always a potential. The wave is the potential or the showing of the ocean. It's not other than the ocean. So these thoughts in themselves, the ones that we just see coming and going, they show the emptiness of the ground. They are empty. The mother is empty. They are the children of the empty mother. They're not different. The commentarial thought is different, because the commentarial thought has an agenda to build up images and to do something with it. It is the maker, the doer, and it's doing something with things which could just be left alone. There they are. We have here gardens. There are many gardeners who, if they arrived here, would say, "Oh my God, this is not a garden, this is just a mess, what the hell?" They'd be out there with their trowel and weeding and making rows and planting, because they would think, not that soil, south-facing, this is an ideal position. Why don't you plant something useful? It's all tangled all over the place. So that's what the commentarial thought does. Instead of enjoying the free flow of whatever's growing, we need to introduce some order, some purpose, some intention that we were touching on before. So leaving it alone is difficult for the ego-inflected consciousness. The ego is moving towards early retirement and redundancy because it is an error. It is an error. I don't know if they had that in Germany, maybe a bit different, but in Britain, after the Second World War, there were still lots of men who went around introducing themselves as Major Thompson or Colonel Smith. The war's over, you're not in the army, that's gone. I'm Colonel Smith. Oh my God, it was hard. We went through a lot. Because they're hanging on to the basis of their identity. But they're out of time, you know, there's no field in which they can operate. So it's like that with the ego. It's trying to hang on to an identity which has a function, but the function can be superseded. These are like children raised without parents. That's what the ego's like. So now mummy's coming home. Mummy is the ocean, the big awareness. Mummy says, we're all one family. But these children are feral. They're like a domestic cat that goes wild and it starts hunting in order to get its food. It doesn't want to come into the house. It's feral, it's wild. So this is the ego. It doesn't want to be controlled. It doesn't really want to belong. Why? Because me first. I'm me. Its starting point is I stand alone. This is my existence. That's what makes it difficult. We relax out of that. We become part of what is there. So when we visualize, if you're doing a longer visualization practice, you visualize the mandala and then the deity in the mandala, because the context comes first. That's so important. The deity doesn't come before the context, because how the deity is depends on the context. The whole structure of these practices is pointing to formations, environments, situations lead to the manifestation of energy in a particular form. And that form is not required all the time. But the ego doesn't want to let go. It's out of date, obsolete, but hanging on. I exist, I'm me. And we've looked at various ways in which we start to see that I'm me and I am autonomous, I'm independent, I make my own life, is an absolute delusion. Because as soon as we see dependent origination, we look back in our history and I developed, I was a formative potential inside an environment. How my parents were, the zeitgeist of the time, what was operative around. I grew up just after the war, so there was rationing, there was scarcity, and so on. I remember I would go out in the back garden of our house and the neighbor would look out and she'd say, "Jimmy, you're always eating." Because I was born after the war, but she'd gone through the war with severe rationing and not much food. So for her, it was somehow outrageous that children should just have food and be stuffing it in their mouths. And that's what we see. That's culture. So we just like the plants develop according to how much sunshine they have, whether the soil's good or not, we develop in these frames. And then we hang on to these patterns as if they were true. Great Britain. Do you understand? Great Britain. It's a very important country in the world. A major player on the world stage. God, you hear this rubbish again and again in Britain. Because it was great, but it is no longer great. But how do you take the great out when you put it in a fucking name? I'm Colonel Smith. Shall we have lunch? Okay, let's continue with the text. So we're at number 12 on page 5, in the second paragraph. He says, due to this, it seems as if there are more discursive thoughts. However, thoughts arise in an unbroken flow, and so there is neither increase nor decrease. They're just coming and coming and coming. Some thoughts, of course, have more oomph to them. They have more power, they make more impact, but then they're gone. Discursive thoughts arise in an instant and cease in the next instant. This is how they are. So this is help. This is not a dogma to follow, but it's an encouragement to really look until you see this very clearly. And we've touched on this a few times now. If they're really coming and going like that, they have no substance, no solidity. So when we build something on the thought, what are we doing? What then is the foundation? It's our belief that the thought is other than it actually is. So a mental formation is being believed in, but of course every belief is made up of moments and moments of mental activity. So what you have is a dynamism, which if you see it, you see nothing can be, or put it another way, this flow cannot carry any weight. You don't need it to carry any weight because it's this and this and this and this. So when you think of your past, you're deluding yourself. Many, many things happened. In any moment, many things happen. We just need to look around the room. In an instant, we see all these shapes. We look outside, we see a tree. We can see in an instant 100,000 leaves beyond calculation. You could never take account of them and add them all up. But the all-at-onceness, when that is not attended to, you just have the serial moment by moment by moment, which is then turned into this follows that, this follows that, this follows that, clickety-clack, like a train going, and that gives the illusion that you can build something on. So again, he's saying, if you find the way to learn from your own experience, that will be truly reliable. Don't believe it, don't disbelieve it, just be with it and let it reveal itself. And what it reveals is that some of the habits you have arise precisely because you hadn't seen what was being revealed. Although the impermanence of thoughts is something we have all lived with, the tendency to see them as indicators of something which continues through time is there. So then he says, secondly, regarding not interfering with whatever happens, having practice as just described, that is to say, relaxing in the openness, being present with whatever is occurring, now remain uninfluenced as thoughts do whatever they do. So we've started with a kind of technique which required a kind of control. This is what I'm going to do. I'm wanting to see something definite about these thoughts. So we have a focus for our attention. Then we see, oh, thoughts are just arising and vanishing, self-liberating. And now, when that's clear, let them go however they go. Because they're never going to take you in the wrong place, because they're always here and now. We are here, we are now, that's where they are. So when you have a thought, oh, I'm thinking, is it going to be cold tomorrow? What is that? On one level it makes sense. There is today, there was yesterday, and there'll be tomorrow. And tomorrow is not today, and it may be hot, it may be cold. We can speculate, we can get information, we can formulate a prediction. That's all mental activity. And mental activity is pop, 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 pop. It has no substance. You're creating a house of dreams, a house of illusion. So if we see that, we don't need to stop that activity, but we have to know it doesn't take us anywhere. And if we have that, then by resting in the here and now, the immediacy of what's occurring, we're quite able to relate to the world. You can get to work on time, you can carry out complicated procedures, you can be in meetings, because you're there. And you're seeing that what's arising is impermanent. So if you're in a business meeting and somebody is on your case and pushing through a project you don't agree with, This is an impermanent phenomenon. If you don't get caught in reactivity, you can remain more relaxed. When you're more relaxed, you access more of your potential, which you can then bring into the next moment. Reactivity always diminishes us because it's always got an intention. So the more we remain loose and open, we can see the moment to enter into the formation. As soon as you react, it's because you did that, I have to. Whether this is a good time to be doing it, I don't know, but I have to. So when something triggers you in that, you're actually the puppet of the stimulus. That makes sense? So the more you can be relaxed and feel the contouring of the field as it emerges, with this sense that time and space are always just here, you can enter into the process at a good point. So he says, don't fall under the power of the thoughts, nor try to stop them. Meditate with your mind settled as an observer. With this, discursive thoughts will not be able to proliferate, and you will be able to rest one-pointedly in calm abiding, or shamatha. So he's inviting us to try to take up a position which is quite tricky. We're being with whatever is arising, but also observing it. We're not observing it from the distance, as we looked before lunch, not as a I'm here, the unchanging observer. We're observing with the impact of what goes on, but not reacting to the impact of what goes on. Okay, so we can try that.
James, excuse me, wait, I have a question. Microphone. This is about, sorry to interfere right now, but this is, I get confused because it says at the beginning of this thing that it's without support, and I would understand this as being some kind of a support, looking, kind of seeing the thoughts coming and going. Is this just a misunderstanding of?
Yeah, I think that's a misunderstanding. By support, he meant like an external fixation, statue of the Buddha or something like that, or a fixed notion of a visualization, for example. Okay. But here he's saying staying present with the flow as it emerges. So you're not predicting, you're not trying to make anything happen. So there's no reference point other than being present with the flow.
Thank you.
So relax in the out breath. We're just sitting here. Experience arises. You might want to do this with your eyes only partially open. Depends on what works for you. Experience is coming and going. When he says observe it, we might, in more ordinary language, say just attend to whatever is occurring. You know what is occurring, not by having worked it out in a cognitive way, but you just get it what it is. And stay with that, so that no matter what is arising, you remain calm, because you're not carried into the proceedings, you're not held apart from them, you're with it, so you're always just here, and you're calm. Non-reactivity is calm. Okay. Okay. So it's a fairly clear instruction. You can do it more in your own time, and then if you have some questions, we can look at them. In all these practices, if you get distracted, if you get a bit sleepy, if you go after a thought, don't make anything of it. As soon as you become aware that you've lost this focused presence, just return to it, because it's always there. That's the medium through which this experience is unfolding. Then he says, then again, discursive thoughts occur in a flash, yet by meditating on them as before, that is to say, being with them without interference, continuous abiding will increase in duration. That is to say, this shamatha experience of shine, staying calm, what he's describing is not the non-dual awareness of Dzogchen. It's more like a non-insistent attention. Your attention, which is not straining, it's just sort of resting on this flow of occurrences which is coming. And this will increase in duration. You'll be able to stay in this way for longer. This is called the intermediate abiding, like the gentle flow of a large river. So if you've seen big rivers, they're flowing, the water's just there, there's no storms, there's probably not even ripples on the surface. So you're present with something which doesn't disturb you, because you're resting in the clarity that this is just moments and moments and moments. It's not a thing. Distraction begins with there being something to distract you, because the mind's taken by something. And if we see that the thought arises and vanishes, even if you're, as it were, caught by something, it's then gone. That's why in the mood of the practice is very tender towards yourself. It's not striving, it's not pushing, because we want to be in this relaxed, gentle presence. So if you get a bit lost, you just return to that. If there's any kind of criticism or brutality, that just becomes a huge distortion of the field. So always tender, because it's your own mind, and you're getting closer to how it actually is. By means of this, the essential point of resting at ease, you can distinguish the mind when pure and the mind when stained. So the mind when pure is when you don't get caught up in anything. There can be fluctuations in the intensity, or if you like, the coloration of what's appearing. The mind gets stained, kind of limited or compromised, when your attention seems to see something. So it's the reification of moments in the flow which leads to the proliferation of some ideas that something's wrong, or it's important, or it's special, all of which take you out of just being relaxed and open with the flow. When you watch a river flowing, let's say there are some ripples because there are some rocks under the water and the surface has some turbulence. It's all water. Now, if you look at the still water, it's not as interesting as the rippling water. So we know of ourselves that the sense there's something there, there's something going on, hooks our attention. So because we're as he said, we're not organizing experience. We're just allowing it to come as it comes. There will be varying impacts in this flow. So if you find yourself going after something, it's just another ripple of the water of the river. It is nothing in itself, but that doesn't mean that it's not disturbing. You may have had the experience. You go with some people, you go into the sea, you're in the water, and somebody suddenly flicks some water at you. Oi, what are you doing? Just water, you're covered in water, you're just diving under the surface, but now they flick a few drops of water at you, and it seems shocking. It's just water. So it's the same kind of thing. There's a flow of experience. All of these moments are the same, but some of them seem to carry an extra charge that catches you. When that occurs, don't conceptualize, don't do anything with it, just stay open, and that will pass, and that will pass. The more you try to manage the nature of the experience, the more you get alienated from the flow. And then the Lord of Dharma, who's an old yogi called Sampagyare, said, mind free of contrivance is happy, water free of filth is clean. So what he's not saying is you have to exhaust all your bad karma. You have to completely purify your mind so that you never ever have a negative thought. He's not saying that. It's the mind free of contrivance. And contrivance here means contriving, setting about doing something, making something artificial, making something of it. So if you hit a patch where you get many negative thoughts or a stream of memories, sad thoughts, that's not the issue. The issue is on this, we're trying to not get into too much the duality of it, but the issue is on the subject side. This is touching me, this has to do with me, I don't like this, I need to change this. All of that contrivance or artificiality, that's where the problem lies. So if you leave it alone, it'll be fine. The thoughts know where to go. All thoughts go into oblivion. That's where they go. I don't know if you sing this in Germany, but we have Little Bo Peep has lost her sheep and doesn't know where to find them. But leave them alone and they'll come home, wagging their tails behind them. So this is the essential teaching. Because they know the way home. Thoughts go into emptiness. They arise from emptiness, they go back into emptiness. And the more you feel, I have to do something, then you find yourself in the place of the egocentric administrator, the agent, the doer. We're saying, just relax out of that. It's not up to you. This is not toxic. It's not dangerous. It won't get out of control. Just let it come. It goes up and then it goes down. So then he, quoting Milarepa, Milarepa says, if you abide in uncontrived freshness, that is to say, the natural freshness of just being here, the actual will arise. The actual here is indicating the uncooked, the raw, the fresh quality of however it is. If you maintain it like a flowing river, it will manifest fully. Discard fully all objects of focus and interpretation. Yogis remain always in equipoise. So again, he's saying The wave is part of the ocean. The thoughts are part of the mind. They arise as part of the mind. They're present as part of the mind. They dissolve back into the mind as part of the mind. Nothing has separated out, and therefore there is no object to enter into a strong relationship. Whether you like it or you don't like it, when that occurs, relax into the out breath. In an instant, see, oh, this is a judgment, and the judgment is doing two things. It's both pulling me apart from the flow and turning me towards the flow so that I make sense of the flow. Does that make sense? Because you sort of kind of step back, you get a bit of perspective, and then you come in and you name or judge what's occurring. So he's saying, really don't do that. Now again, don't do it means put yourself in the way of it so that gradually how it is will become revealed to you. Don't strive, because he's talking about the actual. Actual here is that word we had yesterday for the first of the bardos at death, chuni or dharmata. It's the kind of how it isness of things. How it is that whatever arises, A will self-liberate, and B has never been separated from the flow of experience. So if you trust this, as he says, if you maintain it like a flowing river, if you don't put up a dam, if you don't try to take some of the water out of the river and make something special of it, to cultivate a field, you don't do anything with it. You just allow it to flow, it will manifest fully. Because the less you do, the more you realize this is already complete. This is just how it is. It's just how it is. I am not required to do anything here. All thoughts are always already within emptiness. I don't have to push them into emptiness. I don't have to trim them so that they fit in this shape of emptiness to bang them through. They are already inseparable from emptiness. They're part of this flow of empty display. So there's nothing to be done. So whenever you get a strong reaction and you feel that you need to do something, that's your own mental activity. That's your own conceptualization. And it's arising because you don't see. I mean, to put it in very simple terms, we have two possibilities. We can see or we can imagine. And if you see, the thought comes, go. Now, if you imagine that the thought has a particular significance for you, then you look at it and you want to apprehend it and do something with it. So he's saying, don't imagine, don't impute, don't inject any particularizing value into what's occurring. Just remain relaxed and open, and it will go. It will go. Now, you might feel that this is going to make something very bland, something very tasteless, as if you're homogenizing all the rich diversity of your life into emptiness. Oh, it's all empty. I mean, that could be a kind of disparaging remark. What the point? What's the point? It's all fucked. It's all empty. Nothing to be done. In the sense there is nothing to be done, but not that this is nothing at all, because the diversity that is there, and this is more complicated, the diversity is there, but if you bring too sharp a focus in and you start differentiating on the basis of the diversity, then you can seem to separate out separate things. Okay, so you go to a big gallery, national gallery, you've got amazing paintings. You're looking at a painting. When you first see the painting, you get the whole painting at once. Then you start to focus your eye on particular formations. You might be looking at the brushwork, you might be looking at whether they've used much in the way of glazes. All sorts of things could take your attention if you know a bit about art. What do you see? The color of paint. Whether it's red or it's blue or it's yellow, it's paint. Paint has colors. So this is an arena of colors, all of which share the fact that they're paint. Yeah? You know, if it's an old painting, it's not going to be some mixed media where somebody put acrylic in with the oil paints. It's just all the same. So it's exactly this that he's saying. This is the variety of oil paint. This is the potential of the colors of oil paint. This looks like a woman, this looks like a child, this looks like a bowl of lemons. That's your concept. That's your interpretation. That's what you're bringing to it. What you see is colored paint. If there were lemons in the painting, they wouldn't have managed to get the glass to fit. This is just paint. This is really difficult for us to see because our conceptualization runs with our perception, so that the actual phenomena and the interpreted phenomena so easily merge in our mind. So that's why this kind of practice is called calm abiding. Because if the more you calmly abide, the more you settle, you're not activating so much of the interpretive focus, so you get more of the revelation of what's there. Because there's only two choices. Either I tell the painting what it is, or the painting tells me what it is. Most of the time, I tell the painting what it is. When I was studying art, one of the things I did was a little bit of research. I went into a room in the National Gallery in London, and I observed people coming up to a particular painting, and I timed how long they looked at it. And the average time was like 2 seconds. So somebody go up and look at it, and then they're going on. And then they might turn, and then they look at the name and the painter's name. And then they look again, oh. And that exactly shows what goes on here, because it's concept-led. The painting itself, they couldn't access, because they didn't know how to give themselves to the revelation of the play of color and shape. So we're a bit like that. The hook is the conceptual identification. So, Milarepa saying, discard fully all objects of focus and interpretation. That is trying to work out what it is. To attribute particular value to some things and not to others. Because that's your mental activity. You don't have to do it. You don't have to do it. This is like children on a car journey, complaining, are we there yet? I'm bored. We say, well, just sit in the car, look out the window, nothing to do. Yeah, but I'm bored. The world doesn't stop because you're bored. Okay, if the world doesn't stop, I'm just going to keep saying I'm bored. And I'm going to drive you crazy. So there's a two-way thing there. Because the child feels subjected to an arena in which they can't be themselves, but the parents have got to complete the journey so that they can settle into the hotel or wherever they're going, and life can go on. So it's like, how do you just accept? It's like this. It's like this. Now you can do it with a kind of formality. If you go in France to a fancy restaurant and there's a family with children, you don't say a bloody word. Mum and dad, you can sit like that. Then you go to Italy, the children are running around, the waiters are bringing extra food for the children. It's much more interactive. So we see these are cultural forms. It doesn't have to be a particular way. Too tight is like France. A bit crazy is Italy. So
We're the middle way.
yeah, always the middle way. So keeping, that's why it's called equipoise. So it's a balance, but we have to remember it's a dynamic balance. There's room to work with the circumstances, because if it's too tight, then you get trapped. You just whack into things, and if it's too loose, you get overreactivity. When I did a long retreat, I was doing a lot of practice every day, and I came back to Siya Lama's house, and he said, "How did you get on?" And I said, "Well, I did this, and I did this number of these practices, and this number of these practices." And he said, "Did you go for a walk?" I said, "No, I was doing my practice." I said, "Why didn't you go for a walk?" He said something which stayed with me always. Take the easy way. Take the easy way. So I grew up in a Scottish Protestant family about doing your best, trying hard, pushing through, overcoming difficulty. Just take the easy way. And why? Because of course it's very profound. It's already okay. It's Dzogpa Chempo. However it is, it's illusion. And when you don't have that, you're trying and trying and trying and trying. And this kind of striving looks as if it's taking you there, but it's got an undertow, like you get in the sea sometimes, and it sucks you because it takes you back, because you can never arrive there because you're striving to get there. Striving itself is separative, because you wouldn't have to strive if you were there. Whereas the teaching is always, relax in the out-breath, here we are. Where is this? Well, don't interpret it and it'll show you. If you do interpret it, you'll be back in yourself trying to work out what's going on. So then, regarding both these styles of practice, that is to say, practicing as if with a small river tumbling in the mountains or a big river gently flowing. Saraha says, if you bind it, it sets off in the 10 directions. If you release it, it always stays where it is without moving. I have seen that it is contrarian like a camel. Now, it's well known that camels are quite difficult to direct, that they have a mind of their own. They can be very resistant, a bit like donkeys. So it's a very interesting thing. So if you bind your mind, it will burst out. You get an abreaction to that will take you off into other things. If you release it, if you think the mind can come and go as it is, because you're here just as a lightly observing presence, the content is coming and going. If you do that, it always stays where it is without moving. That is to say, you're in the here and now, everything is happening in the here and now. There's this and this and this. Where is it happening? Here and now, here and now, here and now. So if you release your involvement, which would take you from here to there, pursuing this, trying to avoid that, if you stop moving and you're just here, you find everything's just here. So as he says, if you loosen it, it's here. Very interesting. So that's a very helpful thing to remember. It's always the here and now. The 3 times, past, present and future, this is an aberration. This is a false conceptualization. The false conceptualization says, oh, that wasn't very good, looking over your shoulder to what's just happened. I better try harder, looking to the future, and then you're stretched out. Whereas if you're saying, you stay loose, you're just here, it's here. It comes to you, like the camel. Comes to you. It's like making friends with a cat. You shouldn't run around after it. You just sit, look a bit bored, the cat will come up. I'm here too, rubbing against you. Okay. So, thirdly, there are 4 aspects to the key point of how to abide. That is to say, how to settle into just being here. The first is resting as if spinning a Brahman's thread. In India, Brahmin males have a kind of initiation ceremony, a bit like a bar mitzvah in the Jewish tradition, in which they get introduced to their ritual responsibilities and so on, and they lightly spin a cord of white cotton, which shouldn't be cut, and it's put over the right shoulder and it hangs down. So they want minimal interference. The same when traditional Brahmins are wearing dhotis and so on. The loom is set up at a certain size, but they don't want to cut the thread. So this is just it's not like spinning with a bobbin or on a European spinning wheel. It's just very lightly having it twisted so that it has that, the strands adhere. So he says, just as the thread requires a balance between tightness and looseness. In meditation, if your mind is tightened too strongly, then it will pursue thoughts, and if too loose, you will remain in vague indifference. So, I don't know if you've ever tried spinning wool. You know, maybe you catch some from a fence, or you card it a bit, so you've got all these strands, and then like in Ladakh, they have a bobbin with a weight on it, and they spin it, and it's going down, and then they're feeding this wool into it, and as the bobbin's spinning, it starts to adhere, and they start to get a strand coming out of it. So, if it's too tight, it'll go into a knot, or you won't be able, it might break, and if it's too loose, it's not going to hold together. It's got to be just right. So that's the issue. And so the question for each of us is, how will we know what is right? Only you can know. You can't learn this from a book. You're observing yourself. Say it's in the afternoon. Imagine it was very, very hot today. We'd all be feeling a wee bit sleepy. Then you need to be a bit more loose, because you're working with the conditions. If it was a very cold day and you wanted to be more active, then you could focus your attention. So there's the external circumstances which influence what you do. Then there's your own mood, whether you're healthy or sick, whether you slept well or not. All of these will influence how you do it. Because how you do it is you working with how your mind is. Remember, it's how, not what. We haven't projected or invented some image of how it should be, which then becomes the what that I'm aiming to follow. It's just like this. As it is in the moment, it's revealed. Not too tight, not too loose. This is the Buddha's middle way. It's easy to say, but it's often difficult to do. So it would be the same as he described before when he was saying, you can look up to balance certain conditions, you can look down for others. So if you find yourself agitated, turn your gaze down. If you find yourself sinking, turn your gaze up. These are kind of micro adjustments. You're not trying to shift the whole thing, but you're kind of working with your energy as it is, so that you can stay fresh and open to the circumstances. And we learn these things through experience. So he says, therefore, tightness and looseness must be balanced. Moreover, at first, beginners should tighten up by focusing on completely cutting off all suddenly presenting thoughts. then when tired from doing that, they should loosen by not interfering with whatever arises. So it's quite cunning, really. He's saying, begin by your anxiety, begin with your anxiety of not knowing what to do. So you have to try really hard. If thoughts come, catch them. Don't let them proliferate. That's what he said earlier, a couple of pages before. Oh my God, okay, so on duty, you're kind of tightening up, something to be done. And then he says, then when tired from doing that, it's not really for any other purpose, but you get the experience of being too tight. Then you relax. Then you relax. So you're hyper vigilant. You feel you have to be in control. So that's working with the familiar orientation of your ego self. You're mobilizing the structure of yourself that you're familiar with, and you keep trying from that position, but it doesn't work because you can't catch everything, because it's just more and more and more. Oh, what am I doing? And then it starts to get clearer, and that helps you to find in yourself what would too tight and too loose be. So he says they should loosen up by not interfering with whatever arises, reflecting that by alternating tightening and loosening in this way, tightness and looseness will find their own equilibrium. So again, this is like, learning to ride a bicycle. You're over-controlling and the bike starts wobbling, so your dad or mum is telling you, hey, relax, relax, and then you start to fall off, because it's quite difficult. Because balance is not a thing you have. It's not a thing you can make. It's a potential that's there with this bike on two wheels. It can go to the left or the right. So you have to be there with it and feel it. So it's like learning to dance. You're moving with the music, and if it's a traditional dance, you're moving with a partner whose sense of the rhythm and how to move is slightly different from yours. So you've got a moving field, and you want to keep yourself grounded and connected in that. He says, the wise have taught us to tighten the mind when this is required and loosen it when that is required. This is called resting like spinning a Brahman's thread. Okay, so let's try this for a little. We start in the usual way. You're being with whatever is arising. You're in an environment, so the air's a little bit humid after the rain. You're working with your own circumstances. So see for yourself what it's like to focus in a bit, little bit kind of driving, or just relaxing and releasing. Okay, so how were you tightening? What were you doing to tighten up?
Go.
Just let go.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Let go.
Let go to tighten up. Okay. Let go of what?
Yeah, let go of what?
Wow. Remarkable. Any other thoughts?
Pushing away. Really pushing away.
Pushing away.
Focusing very precisely
focusing.
Okay, maybe we could have this microphone, otherwise.
Here's one.
Oh, there's one there.
Here's another one.
Great.
Just focusing very precisely, one-pointedly on
Okay.
an object of concentration,
Mhm.
like a tip of a knife or a spear
Mhm.
or an arrow.
Okay. You can also work with the body. Just find your spine and raise it. If you tighten in the muscles in your back, you're kind of here. You immediately get a bit more focus. That seem right? Tighten it up. Here you are. Then you can relax it. You do that, you're here. Your head goes up a little bit. You can shift your breath as well. If you're getting too loose, you can take 2 or 3 deep breaths. The extra air coming in refreshes you. Then, so you can be focusing with the body, with the breath, or with the mind in the ways that have been described.
What I've been doing is like you can stare with the eyes, like
Mhm.
an instruction like a Padma Santi or
Mhm.
something, just for a short time. You
Mhm.
stare very precisely and it arouses the
Mhm. So you're not staring at anything. You can just be staring straight, but you bring your eyes into a focus. And then you can relax from that. So there are many of these rule of thumb kind of tips that you can learn. And I think it's very good as a Sangha, you can share these, you can discuss these. What do you do when this happens? You can learn from each other. Some people may have useful ideas or not so useful ideas. But there's a lot of learning in the group. There are people here who've been doing practice for 20 years, 30 years. And so I do think that this is a time when everybody can start to share a bit more of themselves. What goes well, what doesn't go well. If we're waiting for the Messiah, it's going to be a long wait. If we're waiting for the ideal person who knows everything and can explain everything, you wait a very long time. We each have our experience, and if you stay with your experience, knowing you can trick yourself, but knowing also that you have years of honest endeavor, sharing that in the Sangha, that then allows you to bring your insights into ordinary conversation with people. Because you know people who are agitated, who are depressed, and so on. You can just feed, without mentioning Buddhism or anything, you can just feed some of these approaches in. Yeah?
I find very difficult to meditate with open eyes because I have been meditating with closed eyes for the longest time and the mind gets very steady, but it's a new practice. I open the eyes and the mind goes everywhere, just catching the objects, distracted.
Mm.
Is it necessary or is part of the practice or is beneficial to keep the eyes open? That's the question. Thank you.
It depends on the particular practice. We're in a room where there's a lot going on. If you were practicing at home, you might be in a room and there's nobody else there, and you could be looking at the wall. There would be very little excitation coming from stimulus around you. But in an environment like this, although it's advantageous in some ways to have the eyes open, you're probably better to look down the line of your nose. You have a little light coming in, but not too much, because you want to minimize the stimuli that would take you out of yourself, because in this practice you're trying to observe how your own, as it were, internal experiences. And I think this is very, very important, that you have this experience. This is your life. Your life is valid. It's not wrong that you can't do this. Don't come to these kind of conclusions. Just some people do it in this way. I find if I try to do it like that, it doesn't get me anywhere and it gives more disturbance. So I'm not going to do it like that. That's all. We don't need to have the right way or the wrong way. Any of these kind of judgments alienate you from the living continuity of the flow of your experience.
one last thing. The problem is when there is agitation in normal daily life, then I withdraw and meditate, and everything is stable again, and the kids are out getting on my freaking nerves, then I lose control again. And so it's like an in and out, and I think on the long term it's not very beneficial, the cut between the steadiness of the meditation time and the normal life. So I would like a more, integration between the two of them.
Absolutely. I mean, and that's the goal of meditation.
Yeah.
They say of Longchen Ramjam, this great Nyingma meditator, that his particular quality was that there was absolutely no difference between his sitting practice and his being in the world. And of course, if we look at this frame of the kind of meditator's version of the three kayas, the mind is open and empty, then we're dealing with this potential of these hardly formed experiences, and then we participate. So it's like having a bit more relaxation through the practice, but not disconnected from participation, so that you flow from that state out. Anything else? No.
The most
One second.
Yes. The most important for me was ich glaube, ich kann auch so sprechen. Nein. I can speak without microphone.
For me, the allowness to feel, I allow myself to feel the tension was very important, and not to make a critical prediction to it, and to accept there is a tension, and then okay, can I solve it, and with body or thought, and I think that's very important for me in life also, to give the allowance to realize what's going on, and not to hang on it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So one way of thinking about that is that we are not the first person singular. We are multiple. We have a family of selves, a family of tendencies, of sites of identification, and so on. And so when there is something, some habit formation, which some bits of yourself might say, well, that's very bad, you shouldn't do that, you should try to change it. Say, part of the family. Put your arm around them and say, yeah, sometimes I get depressed, I don't want to practice, sometimes I get agitated, I just want to shout and scream. However it would be for you, it's part of the family, and give some space to that. So be sitting doing the practice and then scream. Wow! And then you go back into the practice. Why not? You experience the expression. If meditation becomes a way of retracting and holding yourself in, then you cut off from energy, and that will then go flat. Okay, shall we go on a little bit? Then the second mode of resting is called resting as when the rope tying the straw is cut. So in the old days, before big machinery on the farm, farmer would go out with a scythe and cut as close to the earth as possible with the stalks, and they get a bundle, and then they wind a few of the stalks round and use that to tie the sheaf of grain. So it's a bit broad at the bottom, narrow in the middle, and wide at the top. And then if you cut that, it all falls. So it's being held together in an imposed shape. All the antidotes previously mentioned arise from the necessity not to wander when thoughts occur. These antidotes only occur after the thought has ceased, and so they are the stain of meditation called in pursuit after the recollection. So that's very helpful. You go to the doctor when you get sick, and they give you an antidote to your condition. You're already sick. So here, all the antidotes that you apply in the meditation, like for example, the gaze up, the gaze down, shifting your breathing and so on, generally you're applying these after you find yourself in a particular situation. So you're kind of manipulating how it is for you. And he calls this a stain, something which is defiling the practice. The stain of meditation called in pursuit after the recollection. It's already happened. So you're not correcting something because the disturbing situation's already vanished. So you were off balance this way. Oh, I better get that way. Now you're off balance the other way. And you're just going between these two. Fault, antidote, fault, antidote. Therefore, we abandon that kind of conscious recollection, and with the continuity of shamatha, calm abiding, we let occurrences come as they come. Letting the mind rest free of all effort is called resting as when the rope tying the straw is cut. So this is now moving towards a more really open, free flow, no absolute minimal intervention, but just being absolutely present. So, although before you're letting the mind come as it comes, he was saying, you know, you're keeping an eye on what's going. But as with the sheave of grain, if you cut the string, it just falls as it falls. The mind arises, as it were, on the object side and on the subject side. So it means something arises in your mind and a reaction arises from you. Let them both go. It's because if you say, oh, I'm not going to interfere in any way, and let it come as it comes, you're now very constrained. So the mind is free, but you're kind of in a prison. So here, object side moving as it will, subject side moving as it will, and it's just open. Yeah? So let's try that. Okay. Again, with these practices, if you're doing them on your own, do them for 5 minutes, and then short break, another 5 minutes, another 5 minutes. Because you want to avoid bringing anything artificial into it. So you don't want to be struggling to do anything. What was your experience with this?
It was interesting that something happened that I hadn't noticed before. There's almost like a shift in my perception of time. Usually I look at time as it recedes from me, that is, there's a thought of what just happened and I try to catch up with the thought. Now I'm just sitting and open for the next thought to come, which in the future without the past. That thought comes, goes through me. Looking forward. It's like a shift interesting shift in perception of time. I wish I could take that off the cushion.
Okay, so the self-vanishing of the thought is kind of operating by itself. It's just gone. And the self-arising of the thought, that's something a little bit more the focus of attention. Okay? Yeah.
Can I have the mic? I found it kind of difficult to see the difference between this exercise and the one we did before. So this is what I noticed for myself, that I was kind of still trying to not be too tight and couldn't see where it really gets loose, or so this was something that I noticed. And the other thing that I noticed is that I can't really see the difference between, or I don't understand the difference between being relaxed and when it gets into being dull. So, I mean, this is
okay.
Probably a very thin line, but yeah.
The particular focus here is on allowing whatever comes to come on both sides, as it were. So, for example, I was sitting and I had some kind of sensation in my shoulder, and then I thought I'd rather go for a walk. So the thought comes on the subject side, which is not very harmonious with our intention here as a group. And if you just sit with it, it goes. So rather than thinking, oh, what's the meaning of that feeling? There's some kernel inside it that should be examined. It just as it is. So it gives permission for the mind to be very chaotic. What looks outside, what looks inside is arising and vanishing, And it goes back to the issue before, that if the vanishing is clear, you have a lot of freedom. Because whatever comes doesn't require you to get rid of it. So therefore there is no error. There is no mistake. It's just this, and this goes. It's just this. So all the edifice that you have for judging and evaluating and making hierarchies of what's helpful and unhelpful, all of this collapses. Yeah.
I don't know what's going on behind me. Okay, thank you. Dankeschön. It seemed a little similar to what we'd done before. I couldn't quite find it, but I think it was under 11, where one did not allow whatever it was to proliferate. So I just had the thought of, does this go up in a spiral? Does it go like ever more sensitive to what's going on, but cover the same ground, or is it
the difference would be in don't allow things to proliferate is you're in charge. Proliferation is not a good idea. Don't do it. Here, you cut the cord, the straw falls as it falls, object side, subject side, whatever comes, comes. It's getting more and more free. You don't need to manage your mind. You don't need to be afraid of your mind. You don't need to think that you're going to go crazy or be out of control. Even if you go into a riff of lots of thoughts that seem to be taking you here, there, everywhere, and you kind of wake up to it and you feel a bit lost and discombobulated, then it's gone. However dense it is, however intense it is, however bizarre it is, however stupid and stupefying it is, it's gone. So you're starting to, we start through this, we're starting to see, if I don't control it, it doesn't go crazy. Or it goes crazy in a way that is not harmful. Because I'm just sitting here. And these thoughts come and go, feelings come and go, memories come and go, whatever it would be. Now, for this to work, we have to relax our notion of what is meditation. This is, the goal here is not to have a goal other than simply to be open to however it is. So it's not an intentional goal going from here to there, making something happen, but we're just being with however it is. So that would be the difference.
I would like to, what Gakha said. I sometimes, when I sit and I have the moment where I really have the feeling I have no thought, and then I disappear. All of a sudden I think, oh, it's enough meditation. I look at the watch and I was sitting for 45 minutes. Is that dullness?
Yes.
If I don't know where I was?
I mean, the difficulty with that is that you're in it, you're quite immersed in it, and then when it's over, there's a kind of hiatus or tear or disjunction. So it's not really pertaining to this bit of the text, but if we take that as a general issue, sometimes we get lost. There's all kind of ways of getting lost. You can get lost in fusion with some particular arising, or you can get lost in nothing at all. Nothing at all means the mind just goes a bit blank and you're sitting in the blankness. It can feel a bit restful. There's no interactive turbulence. In the particular Tibetan reading of this, they would say that the highest levels of samsara, the formless gods, they live in this state, which is similar to the jhanas that the Theravadins spend a lot of time trying to get, so that you sit without being disturbed by thought. And it looks very calm. Siya Lama would call it cow meditation. No, nothing's happening. Just here, that's okay. Time goes by, and then you come out of it. It's like, yeah, it's like time out. Like if you're in a group, an interactive group, and you've had enough, you just say, time out, I don't want to, nobody speak to me, and then you can come back into the group process. So you're going out of your mental process, but you're not really going anywhere. So it doesn't give you any traction. So if you find yourself in that state, what I do is I pinch myself. I use pain. Take my nail and rank him out. Oh, okay, not dead yet. Because it's, you know, we can go into these places where we're just cut off. It's just a kind of schizoid state where there's no impact from the outside and there's not much happening on the inside. And as far as I know, they're not beneficial really for anything to do with the practice. It's like a kind of cul-de-sac, or these things at the side of a river where there's a slight pool and you see a leaf and it's just turning round and round and round with the current of the passing river. It's a nowhere land.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. I have the expression now, I struggle of 3 or 4 days on this place with to be whatever arises. And for me arises on the cushion lots of sleepiness. Maybe the same like you have had just now. And then I changed the place for half an hour. And it's totally different. What a surprise. And I would suggest you maybe to try for yourself when you get sleepy or whatever it is, to change the place, maybe physically, sometimes change the perception. At home we try with our granddaughter, try to have not a place. She decided which place today is her place or my place or whatever it is, and it's really it changed totally, because the things you see are different from a different place. But changing from the cushion to the chair was for me like a little bit like, wow, there is possible to have a meditation without the fallen sleepiness every time. And struggle with this because, okay, I have to stay with whatever arises, but sometimes maybe it's good to change that.
And do you think that was something about the feng shui of the layout of the room, or is it something to do with the posture when you're sitting on the cushion?
Both, of course, because now this place is very comfortable because I have a wall behind me to sit there, and this is not so very good from feng shui. That's why it doesn't change.
and of course I want to try to sit on a cushion, but also my knees are not so very they like it not so much to sit all the time with crossed legs. Yeah, things like this. So sometimes we struggle and struggle and struggle, and this takes a lot of energy, and then we fall asleep, I think.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very helpful thing to say, because if the posture you have is causing you pain, then move. There's no reason to maintain it. And there's also the fact that the body locks us into particular things. Years and years ago, I used to go and have dinner with a psychiatrist friend of mine who had developed a whole model of therapy. And there would be him and his wife and me and someone else. And so we'd be sitting around a fairly square table. The conversation would start. After half an hour, it gets really long. You get so fucking furious with people. What are you on about? It cannot be that. And then anyone who was there could just, oh, it's not dinging. I need a dinger. Would just ding on their glass, because wine was being consumed. And we get up and we move around, and you change the places, and immediately it calms, because we had locked into something from being in our body with the gaze. And it's such an important thing that if you get stuck, get up, move your body, look out the window, change, and then come back and do it. And don't struggle. Don't struggle. It's much better to shift how you are in your body with your breath, do some breathing, touch your toes a few times, do some prostrations. Whatever would shift that. Yeah?
One time you said, don't be the hero. And for me that was really good, and that links also to a word here. Here it's written, these antidotes, only a cure. So the antidote's a cure. A cure is erscheinen.
Whereabouts are you?
Occur.
Yeah.
And for me, as I started with meditation, I had always the thought police in my head. That is to say, if a thought is coming, then the police came and shot the thought down.
Yeah.
I know that one well.
And then you told me again and again, I think 8-9 years again and again, please relax, you don't need perhaps such a big gun. And I reduced a little bit the gun, and now I learned that even the police is not necessary. And so the antidotes a cure, so the antidotes are there if you are needed. Is this be understood like that?
Absolutely. I mean, sometimes you need to bring in an antidote because you have to change your mood because of whatever's going on. But as we go deeper into the practice, we're trusting more the self-liberation of the phenomena. It's going to go. So you have that with, I think, with a lot of modern medicine now. Instead of if somebody has some wound, instead of wrapping it in bandages and changing the bandages a lot, they try to get it into the fresh air as quickly as possible, because the healing will be occurring from the inside out. So staying in that way, that sounds exactly right. Oh, there's one question.
I felt somehow hold, and I don't know what it was, but it felt warm and soft, and yeah, I don't know what it was. Health, yeah.
And was that a sensation all through your body?
I think on my hands most of the time. Yes.
Okay. So in Tibetan there's the word dro, which refers to heat in the body, and if you're sitting and you're focused, generally you will get more heat in the body. There are other practices that really develop it, but just the focused mind, there's less dispersal of energy outside, and also less distraction for yourself, and then you become aware that actually the temperature on the surface of the body shifts from places. So I think it's a good sign. Okay, shall we take a break now?
Yes.
Okay. So as you get a sense, this is a progressive text. It's going through the different stages. We're still on the first stage, which is about one-pointedness, which is the first of the 4 yogas of Mahamudra in this particular tradition. And one-pointedness is the basis for everything else, because if the mind goes wandering here and there, the kind of Mahamudra practice we looked before in the other system, which is more spontaneous, Hajj style, is very difficult to do because it's so close to ordinary life, but it requires a particular clarity, and in a sense you have to see how you get lost so that you can be at home in ordinary mind. There is a term, tamalgi shepa, which means, is translated usually as ordinary mind. So again, it's shepa, knowing, as in nampa shepa, consciousness, yeshe, original knowing, the quality of knowing that arises with seeing the ground. And they say that ordinary knowing is the Buddha mind. That's true if you see that ordinary mind is moment by moment arising from the ground, in the here and now. It has no other source. There is nowhere else from anything to come. Everything is only just this. It never strays from just this. That's difficult, because we do comparing and contrasting and judging and evaluating and remembering and predicting. We have all these functions going on, and if they're going on and they are directing and energizing the ordinary mind, this ordinary mind is going over a cliff. It's not leading to Mahamudra. So we have to be very clear that the goal is always to open to the always already open, to open to the ground, the source, that which is here. It's always here, it's always immediately here. But when we have these deviations of the 3 times, the deviations of the 5 poisons, our own karmic traits, the deviations of the 5 skandhas, of the 12 nidanas, of the wheel of life, there are many ways in which you can get caught up in activities which are difficult. That's why we go through these graded stages. Because the one-pointedness allows you to see clearly when you cheat yourself, when you pretend that something is the case. If you can really see one-pointedly without interpretation, and interpretations come in and you follow them, you're going astray. You're following an idea rather than how it is. So that's why we do this practice. And the advantage of having it set out like this, if you have an understanding of it, is you can run up and down these, because sometimes life is very hard. Sometimes you have no open awareness. You're just angry and pissed off or depressed and disappointed, and you're cut off from your own ground because you're going round and round in some kind of carousel of regrets and hopes and fears. At that time, there's no point to say, oh, just relax, because you can't relax your way out of it. Because something has happened and it's got to you and you're trying to work it out. So whenever you're in this inner duality of struggling and strife and disappointment, don't take it seriously, but see that it's happening. By don't take it seriously, I mean don't reify it, say, oh my God, this is a terrible problem, what are we going to do? Just see, oh, I have got lost. How do I go back to not being lost? So we start to relax, we focus the mind, we become aware of this current of thoughts that's going on, and we realize we're talking of a flow of thoughts, but I'm swimming in it. I'm just in it. I have no clarity. I don't have the clarity of observing it, and I don't have the clarity of presence within it. I'm just in it. So then you can go back to the beginning stages here. Just do it a little bit. You've already developing some familiarity with it, and then you can rapidly find your way out. So it's very useful. So now we have the third key point of how to abide. Resting like a child gazing in a temple. You've been in the Tibetan temple. They've got lots of colors everywhere. They've got banners hanging down the pillars. They've got a big shrine. There's butter lamps flickering. Imagine you're a small child. You never saw anything like this before. Wow. So it's that sort of feeling that it's speaking to. By securely tying the elephant of the mind to the pillar of mindfulness, the winds are bound in their own place. So the elephant of the mind means the energy which is driven by the winds, these 5 winds he talked of earlier, especially the karmic winds of our tendencies and habit formations. Now, if we tie this to the pillar of mindfulness, I'm going to stay with myself whatever happens. I'm not going to abandon myself. This is the beginning of mindfulness. I'm not going to wander off or be carried here, there, and everywhere. This is my life, my embodiment. I'm here. I'm going to be with being here. So that's the pillar of mindfulness. And the elephant is like the force field of thoughts and emotions that take you here and there, and make it very difficult to know what is a helpful intervention and what is an avoidance. So, for example, say you're at home, you're trying to do the practice, you don't really have the energy for it, and you've a thought, I'll get on my bike and go for a run, that will refresh me. And you go for a run, you go for 5 kilometers, you go for 10 kilometers, you come home, you're tired, I'll do the practice tomorrow. So in that way, you've displaced yourself from being with the practice. Only you can know what games you play with yourself. For some people, it's because they experience their life a lot of sensation in the body. Other people experience a lot of memories. Some people have visions. Their dreams are very powerful for them. Whatever factors are operating in this force field of the mind, these are, to follow his metaphor, these are aspects of the elephant. And it has to be quite a strong pillar to hold it in place. So if you can bring the winds into the central channel, as we looked earlier, that is to say, if you hold them inside yourself and you feel the urge to do something, but you stay, especially with the pot breathing, then the winds calm and settle. Due to the power of this, empty forms such as smoke, fainting away with pleasure, no thought free of sensation of body and mind, like being in the empty sky, they will occur as experience. So there's many of these kind of jnams or meditation experiences that are described in the text. You can have visions, you have sensation in the body, what's called pleasure or bliss. You have being like the empty sky, which in this case means the nyam of no thought. Nothing's happening. It's quite pleasant. You stay in that state, but it's kind of nowhere. Whatever appearances arise, whether they seem enjoyable or faulty, do not grasp at them as meaningful, nor in any way stop their appearance. So what we're doing is, as was suggested earlier, is a kind of spiraling around, but you're going over the different ways in which the instruction don't merge and don't stand apart are presented. So, if due to the power of your meditation you're starting to have unusual experiences, they can be quite attractive because they're unusual. So that's a bit like the child in the temple. And he says, however they are, don't grasp at them, don't merge in them, and don't stop them. This is called neither stopping appearances nor grasping at them, resting like a child gazing in the temple. So, previously we were looking at letting all the aspects of the mind, the more object side, the more subject side, let it be as it is. Whatever's coming, whatever's arising as your experience, just leave it alone. So this is just taking that a little bit further. When you get special experiences or something that seems to be good, what shall I make of it? Don't make anything of it. Don't make it special. Just stay abiding in one-pointed presence with whatever's occurring. Don't look for advantage. Don't look for disadvantage. The desire is always to arrive someplace. I'm here, I'm stuck in samsara, that would be better. By now we should have the point that the place where we need to rest is here and now, not in the fantasy of the past or the future, or in busy thoughts about the constructed present. Just here. And it's like this. Weird. So the small child, what does a small child say? Weird. What is all this? Nothing to do with me. It's what big people do. I don't do that. I don't do that. So when weird stuff happens in your mind, because once you get involved in it and you're trying to make sense of it and you're trying to attribute value to it, you just go thought after thought after thought. So the child in their innocence receives, is impacted, but can walk away from it. They just let it go. It's there, they let it go. Life goes on. So that's the position he's recommending here. We need to press on the text a little bit, but it's easy enough to practice that on your own. It's always about non-involvement.
Non-involvement.
And that's with the dog, it's exactly, you see, it's reacting to something that is very important for it, and we're thinking, why is it barking? What are you doing? And the dog's looking at us as we're very busy. Maybe you're working on your computer, the dog's thinking, walking is better. So, the fourth of these states is called resting like an elephant pricked by a thorn. Elephants have very thick skin. When abiding, thoughts that arise on that abiding. So we're back with that term, talk to, on. They don't arise into it or from it, but just on it or in it or as it. And the recollection that recognizes them occurs simultaneously. So, a thought comes, it's a thought. I don't need to do anything with thoughts because thoughts are self-liberating. As soon as you see it's a thought, no problem. Yesterday when we were on the walk and coming back, we saw this, I don't think it's a grass snake, some long, thin, slithery, what do you call that?
It's not a snake.
It's not a snake, that's what I mean, yeah. I don't know what it is in English. It's quite long and curly. So it's moving. Now you could see it as a snake, and you think it's dangerous, but you know,
Blind
it's
worm.
not. A blind worm.
Blind worm. Or slow worm.
Oh, okay. Pretty slow, long, slow worm. And he was quite quick, I thought. But anyway, there he is on the path. It could have been a baby adder or something like that. But as soon as you realize, oh, nothing to be done. Don't need to be afraid. So that's what it means by the recognition. Thoughts won't catch me because thoughts vanish. I catch thoughts and then I am caught by the thought I caught. But thoughts themselves don't catch me. So if I relax and don't catch the thought, there won't be a caught thought to catch me. No. So then he says, that which is to be abandoned and its antidote meet front to front, like directly, like going round a corner and meeting someone you know, you see their face, oh, it's an immediate attention to what's there. And so one thought cannot link onto a second thought because you're present with the thought. You don't merge into thought. If you were a thought and you see another thought, it's as if you could go after it and try to link up with it. But because you're present with it, as the thought arises, you see, oh, this is a thought, and it starts to dissolve. And so he says, and so one thought cannot link onto a second thought, because the first thought's already vanishing. The antidote does not need to be produced by effort. That is to say, thoughts are self-liberating, or if you like, self-antidoting. I mean, they're not antidoting anything because they're just themselves. Like this blind worm is not going to attack us, so we don't need to deal with it. It's just doing what it does. The thought arises, it's quite harmless. It only becomes harmful when we get involved. So is the thought dangerous or are we dangerous? We're dangerous. Why are we dangerous? Because we imagine we need to do something when there is nothing to be done. And this distorts the field. So it says, this is called self-occurring mindfulness, which binds at the front. So it means not being taken by surprise. So, of course, we know sitting in the meditation in the afternoon, it's quite warm, you're not so mindful. And a thought catches you. And thoughts are very interesting because they're not like the postman. They don't come to the front door. They come through the back window. They come over your shoulder and they've already caught you. By which time applying the antidote is also pretty hopeless. So what's required then, because the mind has no front or back, remembering the 5 questions, thoughts arise here and now. They may seem to be traveling on some spatial or temporal trajectory, but the thought arises, so always here and now. You are here and now. Front to front, front to front. Because you're relaxed and open, it comes, goes, comes, goes. Front to front and these kind of locational ideas are not so helpful because the mind, this subtle mindfulness or awakened mindfulness, open mindfulness, doesn't have a shape or a form. It's not coming from somewhere towards something, you're just mindful. So this is a kind of non-dual mindfulness. Not asleep, not aroused, just here. And everything arises here. So if you're here, you're bound to be with where the action is, where the thoughts and feelings are. Just here. So, yeah? You need the talk.
Just hello.
Yeah.
Just in relation to what you were saying, James, about the thought, it suddenly comes over your shoulder and you're gripped by it.
Yeah.
I was having a conversation with some people when I first arrived about their thoughts, and for me, when a thought arises, I never see it arise. I'm always suddenly in it. And somebody was saying that they're at the cusp of that, perhaps. So that's my question. Is it possible to watch the thought arise, or are we really taken by it and we just wake up to the fact that we're in it? I know that happens all very quickly.
It's like farting in the bath. You're lying there in the bath, the bubbles are coming up. So this is arising. Something is happening. And again, it's the lack of actual spatial differentiation. It's not that there's you here and the thought arises here and comes towards you so you can check it out. It arises wherever it arises. The mind is open and creativity arises everywhere. So although we're in our body and we're looking outside and saying this tree is there, that tree is there, and the people are sitting over there, and we have this spatial distribution, all of this is arising all at once. It becomes all of a piece. So when thoughts arise, as object formation, something is happening to me, that might be slower than a thought arising, as it were, as a subject formation. So say you were sitting in the practice and you suddenly had a thought, ooh, I have to check my airline ticket. A sort of anxious thought arises. Would you find that more quickly, do you think? Yeah. So it's like the object side, the one that's coming in me, it kind of catches me as it arises, almost like a volcano coming up through you. The difficulty with that is it's very merging. And this other one, the more object side thought, something is occurring in the field. It could be here, it could be there, it could be anywhere, because it's not front to front in that sense. I become aware of it after it makes its kind of impact. It doesn't follow any rules. How to deal with that? Open this felt sense more of your notion of what your mind is. Not so much the definition of yourself, but the felt sense of it. So it's you're sitting here, so all these people are here, you can see out the trees outside the door, it's all happening at once. This is all here. You're here, and this is here, and you're part of all this here-ness. So you can be aware you're sitting on the seat, pressure of your buttocks, your knee, you've got one leg over the other, there's maybe some pressure there in the upper thigh, in the lower thigh. You're holding your notepad, so there's maybe tension in the wrist. So you've got these markers of here I am, and you've got the experience of the people around, yeah? It's coming all at once. It's not that you experience your body and then you look out, oh my God, everyone's there. It's, I experience them and me together. So something then is happening that makes you a bit, as it were, inwardly tilted, so that the field of experience is kind of secondary, and you're focused more on what's arising for you. Would that be correct, you think?
Yeah, sure. That's a good analogy.
Okay.
Better than the fart.
So if you go for a walk, excuse me, as you walk, just bring a kind of swing into your step so that you're looking to the right, looking to the left, and you see these big vistas all at once, all at once, all at once, all at once. It's not built up like painting by numbers. It comes all at once. This is your world. It's a magical world. Here you are, you take one step and another step, and your hips move a little bit all at once. The field emerges all at once, and then you have more sense of this co-emergence. I am part of the field. The field is diverse. It has many different colors and shapes and forms, but it's all together. And I think that might give you more sense of a kind of belonging and invitation, and that the richness and diversity of the field of experience needn't be problematic. But sometimes if you're working or you're raising a family or whatever, you've had enough. You've had enough. You get a bit overwhelmed. Just give me some space, give me some space. And it could be that you've had periods of your life where you needed to come back into yourself, and that becomes then a protective position, and then you step over the threshold back in. But actually there's no threshold, and you've never been out. You've always been in the field. So it's something like, I can survive and maybe even thrive in a complex, variegated field of experience, because I can move. If there are features of the field I don't like, if there's people I don't want to see or talk to, I can move away. If there are other factors that I'd like more of, I can move towards them. So you have this experience of dialogic communication, which is light and easy. And I think that then helps us to see that experiences are arising all the time, whether they seem to be outside or whether they seem to be inside. And then it doesn't kind of, you don't catch it after the event so much. You're more kind of there. But I mean, we live in cultures where trauma seems to be increasing. You know, the diagnosis of PTSD increases, and so many events in life are very, very difficult. Families break up more frequently than they did in the past. There's difficulties with work and health and so on, scares like COVID. There's all sorts of things which agitate us. We say, I've had enough, give me space. So this is a little bit difficult. We're saying, I welcome everything because it's my world. There isn't me, poor little me, in this big world where most people don't care anything about me at all, which would be our bleak modern reading. And what I think all these Dharma texts are saying, you have no access to the world because the world doesn't exist. What we call the world is an abstract notion, a potential, but the potential is always activated by participation. Yeah? So, you've come from far away, from Canada. You haven't come from the whole of Canada. There might be a lot of Canada you've never visited. So there's an abstract notion. And if you were to decide, okay, I want to find out more about Canada, you might get in your car and go driving around and see more of Canada, which would be revealed. You would put yourself forward, you would participate in the unfolding of some vista of the mountains or the great prairies. It would be a revelation. And how the prairies would be revealed to you would be very different from being a wheat farmer, because their concerns would be very different. So when they look at a field of wheat, they've got thoughts that will never ever enter your head. So they have their world. It's not to say, I think this is really, really important, it's not to say that everything is just a mental event, because there is an objective basis out there. Our issue is that we do not contact the objective basis. We approach it through interpretation, which, if you like, is the marriage of subject and object. Yeah? Which is the case for all of us in whatever we do, whether it's family things or a work situation. As you participate, you have your experience, your share. In Tibetan, they talk about sha, which means a share. Sialam used to say, it's your slice of the cake. You don't get anyone else's, you get your own. Your karmic share, which is what unfolds for you. Some people go to India and they're robbed the first day. They're in Delhi changing money and they get robbed. Some people go to India and the first week they get amoebic dysentery and they want to go home. Other people live in India for 5 years and they're healthy all the time. Each is getting, if you like, their own India, if that makes sense. Because India is a potential which is revealed with your participation. So when we see the world like that, why wouldn't we open to our world, our, if you could call it a field of experience, and that then allows you to move in different ways with what's occurring. All this is yours because it's revealed to you. When you look around the room, no one else sees through your eyes. No one sees exactly what you see. And this is the same for all of us. You could call it a kind of existential loneliness, because there's a certain particularization of our experience. It's like going to the movies with a friend, and you come out and you're chatting about it, you're thinking, oh, were we in the same cinema? But what did they see? And that is so fascinating from this point of view, because they participated with the film as themselves, with themselves, and that allowed their film to be revealed. There's the objective film. Everyone going into the cinema pays their money, gets a seat, then the film starts, and as soon as the film starts, you'll get your own film, which is very, very interesting. And that's happening all the time, because it's always like a variation on the theme. It's like a piece of music. You know, you have classical pieces of music, I don't know, Mussorgsky's pictures at an exhibition, and you get so many pianists who have played that because it's quite challenging and it's very vital and alive. Which is the best interpretation? It depends. These are all very accomplished pianists. They're reading the score. They know how to do that. They memorize the score. They sit down to play, and they're playing Mussorgsky's piece their way. They have no way of doing it anyone else's way. They do it their way. This is how we live our lives. So I think if we have more sense of that, it makes us perhaps a little bit more inviting to what's going on. Does that make sense? Okay. So, this resting or abiding free of stopping or developing on the basis of sensing the arising of a thought is the meaning of resting like an elephant pricked by a thorn. So elephants have very thick hide, and if a thorn goes into the side of the elephant to the depths of, say, 2 centimeters, it's not the same experience as it would be for the lion who gets that thorn in its paw. The elephant hardly feels it. So here it means, without blocking the experience which is arising, without entering into an engagement with it, you have the sense of it, but it doesn't distort you, and it doesn't damage you, and it doesn't get through to you in a way which is causing a reaction. So he says, this is taught as the final stage of abiding and is like an ocean free of waves. Because when the ocean doesn't have waves, it's flat. Sometimes you see that. You go to the sea, this incredible smooth surface. There is no movement, it's just the ocean. So when you have non-reactivity on the subject side, you start to experience the inherent calmness and stillness of the whole field as it is. And that's the abiding, that you don't divide the field up according to liking, liking and not liking. Comes as it comes, and your starting point is presence. I'm here. I've got my two hands. One we'll call lack, the other we'll call excess. So the hand of lack is going out, and the hand of excess is pushing away. Yeah? So we have that in ourselves, isn't it? We feel a lack of some things in our life. We go actively looking for it. If only I had more of that. If only I could live in Greece all the year and be happy and relaxed. If only, if only, if only. There's a lot of lack stuff that takes you up there. Then we have excess. I've got too many troubles. My life's been too difficult. I get sick all the time. I don't need all this shit. I've had enough. I've had enough. I've got too much. And you want to get rid of it. So there's a two-stroke engine. There's a very strong pulsation. What do we lack? We're here. The whole field is arising and vanishing, arising and vanishing, arising and vanishing. It's self-liberating. What do I lack? Everything is here. What is my excess? What have I got too much of? What would I like to get rid of? It's already going. I've got so much work to do. I've got this to do and that to do. I've got to write up this report. I still need to get my final qualifications to be a fully formed professional. Necessity, need coming as a demand. Very often in that situation, the real question is, why did you sign up for it? Did you not read the small print? If you want to have this kind of profession like a lawyer, you have a lot of exams. You have a lot of things to remember. Okay? So exams are part of it. Exams aren't a punishment. Memorizing legal cases is not a punishment. It's what lawyers do. I'm getting into role as a lawyer or a doctor or a ship's captain. You have to go through these stages where you absorb and you bring forth. You absorb and you bring forth. It's when we start to feel, I don't really like this. I've made the wrong decision. I shouldn't be here. Then you're in conflict with yourself. So if this is it, if I accept this is my life as it is, at your age, whatever that is, with your life chances, your possibilities, where you live, how your life's structured, then you can inhabit it. But if you've got a plan, an idea, an ideal, which could be inspiring, it becomes very quickly persecutory. Because my life is a deficit. I lack the ideal life I'd like to have, and I'm stuck with a life I don't want. And then you get mental perturbation, excessive thoughts and feelings and so on. Does that make sense? Yes. So however your life is, it's about accepting it. And there are quite a few books now written by Tibetan lamas who were imprisoned by the Chinese, writing about their experience and the hellish things that were done to them. And most of them are highlighting in a very simple, not show-offy way, just a very simple way, how they got through that. and they remembered their Shantideva, and they remembered patience, and they remembered some of their breathing, and they remembered to pray to Tara, and they did all of that and just kept themselves on track. And so it's as if they were a small boat and now they're in a big stormy sea and they're not in control. And what does that boat need? It needs to have a rudder that goes deep, and it needs to have some ballast. So memorize Shantideva. Good. Memorize the Madhyamika Karikas. Good. This boat is not moving so much because they had an inner world which they could bring to bear. So that's what we're doing when we study texts like this. We're trying to have this knowledge to hand, at our fingertips, so that we can apply it in situations and stay balanced, dynamic balance. We still get the waves of circumstances moving, but because the boat has a deep rudder and it has ballast in the bottom of the boat, this helps it to self-rectify. So that's really what we're trying to do, and that's what the elephant's like. The elephant's in a state of non-reacting to small events. It's not stupid, it's got nerves, it feels that there's something there. It's not so important, not so important. So he says, with this, movement is recognized upon abiding. Abiding is apprehended where it is upon movement. This is called collapsing the distinction between abiding and movement. So this is a little bit more difficult, so I'll explain it a little bit and then we'll do some practice with it. So abiding is just being here, being present here. Movement is recognized upon abiding. So abiding in the openness, in the movement is on it, or in it, or at it. It's not coming from the front, not coming from the back. It's not something impinging on the stillness. The abiding or the stillness is there, and the movement is with it. Just as the reflection is with the mirror. Horrible reflections, wonderful reflections arise in the mirror. The mirror doesn't fall off the wall. It's just a space, a sight of the revelation of how it is. And how it is always vanishing. Yeah? So the movement is going to vanish. The movement is going to vanish. Just abiding. So we're present on the moment as it arises. So that's maybe something that you will have a more sense of if you stay with the present moment. Then he says, abiding is apprehended, is caught, is taken hold of where it is upon movement. There probably should be a comma there. It means abiding is apprehended where it is upon movement. So abiding reveals itself upon the movement. The movement is within the abiding. It doesn't destroy the abiding. It is a quality of it. Just as the wind blows in the sky, it doesn't disturb the sky. It disturbs the pattern of air it's blowing through. So if we have true abiding, not here I am as an ego construct, a conceptual construct. If you're just here, open, movement occurs. Some thoughts, feelings, memories, whatever it would be, and it's here. So you have the simultaneity of the calm abiding and the movement, because they are not two different things. The ocean and the wave. The wave doesn't destroy the ocean isn't depleted because of the wave. Now you're calm, there's a thought. But thoughts aren't the same as calm. Isn't it either or? You know, either I'm calm and it's just really peaceful, or there's thoughts. That's the ordinary way of thinking. That's how we do this kind of binary opposition, this disjunction. If it's calm, it's not moving. If it's moving, it's not calm. And we're used to that kind of conceptualization. But here, we hear, and there's stuff going on, not in the distance, through me, as me, but I'm like the sky. I'm like the mirror. So it's the thing about the movement, it's not banging into anything, because abiding is not a form. It's not I'm holding myself in a fixed position. Because if you do that, it's like learning to catch a cricket ball. This ball is very hard and it's going fast. You catch it, you always have to draw yourself back. Because if you catch it out there, it's incredibly sore. So we're not trying to apprehend things in that way. We're moving with the flow of things because we are the space of the movement. Does that make sense? Are there any questions about it? Because it's even to have a conceptual understanding of it is quite important. No, marvelous. Okay, so let's try with this. So again, just a last thought. The elephant is not insensitive, but it is undisturbed. Yeah. If it was insensitive, then it would just be like a blank out, like some people have described. The mind can just be blank, it's not registering anything. You're registering, but it's not an attack, it's not an undermining of the status quo, it's not something you don't want. It's just this and it goes. It's just this and it goes. So the reason we go through these stages is because having established directly for yourself, not as a theory, thoughts always vanish. Thoughts always vanish. Thoughts always vanish. It's like, you know, getting a cut and your mum says, oh, I'll kiss it better. It's all right, it'll be fine. Because it's not a big injury. Don't get agitated about it. Look, it's a wee scratch. Don't worry. Oh, it's better. Oh. Off you go now. So we don't go into reaction. It's not that nothing. It's very difficult to find other words. It's not that nothing has happened, but this something that's happened is already dissolving and it doesn't leave a trace. This is the important thing. The wave goes back into the ocean and it's seamless because the wave is water, 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 and it goes into water, 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 and it goes up water, 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 goes into water, water. It's only water. Wave and ocean are two concepts. Water is one. So this is what he's meaning. The movement and the abiding are not two things. So we sit in the practice as before and sort of settle yourself with the sense here and now. The morning's gone, the early afternoon is gone, we're in the late afternoon. There'll be tomorrow. So between tomorrow and what was happening this morning, there's this period of time. And in this period of time, we're sitting together in the tent. And in this moment, I'm in the here and now. In the here and now. Just here. And that's the starting point. And whatever is arising, the here and now is not a tiny little box. It's everything, just this. So trying to settle into abiding in the open here and now and allow the movement to come and go. Okay. Okay. So whatever is occurring is in this openness. I'm a bit tired now, sort of juddering a bit. It's here. It's not something happening to me. It's not something I'm doing. It's a moment, and it's gone. It's another moment, and it's gone. So if you allow the freshness of the moment, you don't catch it and solidify it, reify it, and put a judgment onto it, it's already gone. It's already gone. And so nothing has occurred. That's what how often they are saying, this is a space of non-occurrence. Of course, there's happening, but the happening is inseparable from the space. Just as the wave is water, the ocean's water, there's nothing in a wave that's not the ocean. The wave is a non-existent. It's a form of the ocean. The movement of the mind is a form of the space and the potential of the mind. Any thoughts or things you'd like to share about that? Oh, there's one there.
One question more to this relationship from wave and ocean.
Mm-hmm.
There is no wave without ocean.
Mm-hmm.
But is there an ocean without wave?
Well, on a calm day.
On a calm day, yeah.
Yeah.
Is this maybe the same relationship to mind and thought?
Yeah.
So there is no thought without mind. There's mind without thought.
There is mind without thought, but we very rarely experience it.
But when I'm sitting and the wave comes,
Mm-hmm.
there is this feeling. There is something much more deeper than this wave.
Mm-hmm.
Of the ocean. So when the thought comes, there is this undefinable feeling that there is something much deeper.
Well,
that's maybe the mind.
At that moment, you are abiding, and there is the movement. So, if you like, these are two sides of the same coin. You are both the abiding and the movement. The movement isn't happening to you. It's not coming from elsewhere. So your mind is, you're open, you're here, and then there are different kinds of waves or pulsations, and they're an expression of the mind. They don't disturb the mind. So the mind can be calm with the movement, or you could just have moments of calmness, but they're very, very rare. Like, especially we notice it, we do the Padma dissolving practice, and as that tigli of light, the fusion of subject and object gets smaller and smaller, and it vanishes. You might be there 1 minute, 2 minutes, probably not much longer, because it is in the very nature of the mind to have experience, just as the mirror will show reflections. So it's the non-opposition, the non-duality, which is a term he's not using here, but it's exactly that. If we say form is emptiness and emptiness is form, that would be the same as saying movement is stillness and stillness is movement. So they sound oppositional, just as form and emptiness sound oppositional. But it's because the emptiness is not contradicting the form that the Heart Sutra makes sense. It takes a bit of getting used to, but in the same way, the movement of the mind and the stillness of the mind are not in contradiction. They're neither one nor many. They're non-dual.
So it is not only thoughts that arise, but also emotions, right?
Mm-hmm.
In my experience, I experience this very well. I can see my thoughts and they dissolve, but I often fall into some emotional pain that has no name.
Mm-hmm.
It beckons thoughts. It's like, what is it? Why am I feeling this way? And that makes it very difficult to continue, because there's this desire to understand what thought underlies that particular emotion, how.
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to get your advice, or because I think emotions are, thoughts, it includes emotions, perceptions, and emotions, I think, are an important aspect of what can arise in the mind.
My own sense would be that emotions, like moods, are a kind of subclass of what he's talking about here, because the arising and passing of the thoughts or a sensation in the body seems fairly clear if you don't cook it up in some way. But you can fall into a mood of lethargy, of disinterest, of excitation, and that seems to have much longer duration. It seems to be something that you inhabit, that wraps itself around you. And so if you're reading the text all about impermanence, it's not fucking like that for me. You know, I'm stuck in it. Same with some of these emotions, they get you. So what we've got here is a kind of a fusion, not into something, not with something, but it's a kind of a tint or a tinge, a flavor that comes through, and it doesn't leave you alone. You know, there's a kind of maybe sadness, or you're not quite fully yourself. There's a sort of absence or lack. These are very, very interesting states. The principle would be the same. Be with them, but don't take them seriously. Don't add to them. Don't try to get rid of them. And if we can really offer them hospitality, they seem to go much quicker. But as soon as you conceptualize what it is, and then where you are with what it is, there seems to be a kind of merging that occurs that's more difficult. Like, I feel sad. So some sadness, for whatever reason, you're sitting in, some wave of sadness rushes through you. If you were to turn and talk to your neighbor, you would say, God, I don't know why, but I feel really sad. It's already taking on a life of its own. The sadness was kind of ungraspable. It was undeniable, but it's like smelling something in the air. Oh, that's lavender. You know, it's impactful, but without substance. But once you name it and you share it, it takes on something. Oh God, why are you sad? What do you think? Are you often sad? You know, and then you get storylines and a build-up of the narrative. So I think the advice in all these situations is don't push it away, don't merge into it. And if the experience is intense, relax. Remember with the image of if you go out and you catch a wild horse, you don't want to put it in a little arena because it's going to be kicking and bucking. But if you put it in a big field, it will run around, it'll be angry and it will snort. And after a while, it'll calm down and then start to find a way to inhabit that space. So if you constrain the mind, and especially if you take a negative turn against your experience, I don't want this, it shouldn't happen, not again, God, not again. Because we have these things which we thought we've got rid of something, we got free of it. So immediately then you go into the judgment about it, and that compounds it and makes it more dense. Yep.
Thank you. I think I tend to react a bit like Bernhard was saying earlier to thoughts. You know, I just slap them down. I've done years and years of that. So just what you said just now was a cricket ball, like taking the movement in. I found that very helpful. So what happened just now in the meditation was that a thought arose and I could breathe it in and then breathe it out. Mm-hmm. So I gave it time to, I gave myself time to abide with it. Mm-hmm. And I just wonder whether you thought that's a helpful approach. Well, I did.
You did, yeah, exactly. So it seems to be good. So you're using the movement of the breath to highlight the movement of the thought, which inhibits a fusion into it.
Well, also to highlight my receptivity to what's actually there, rather than to just like.
Good. I know. Oh, more. Yeah.
Just to add on this, for me was also the sound, because maybe English stillness means also. So I was feel the stillness in the sounds, so
Mhm.
in the middle of the sounds. So, and then as a consequence, similar like for the thoughts. So somehow that means. On the other hand, how to say, I have the feeling that the quality of the thoughts also changing.
Mhm.
And
In what way?
I cannot think what I want. Normally, I have more, when I'm in normal mode, I can, how to say, more quicker, I think, normally. So it's becoming more quiet.
Mhm.
And I can also enjoy a little bit more.
Mhm.
In a way.
Mhm.
I have some questions because also, how to say, I'm not sure if it's like an ocean in the dimension, normal dimension, because I have the feeling it's somehow, for example, even the stillness, it's not in time somehow, not in, I don't have the feeling that it's, how to say, it's not in the space.
Uh-huh.
Somehow.
Is it in your body?
No.
Is it in what surrounds you?
No.
Is it a mood?
No.
But it's something which is slightly displaced from the space.
Yes. It's not like here or there, it's not in the space.
So, might it be easier to say it's a mode of spaciousness rather than the location of some particular space?
I'm not sure what's the understanding of spaciousness. What is spaciousness? If I think about spaciousness, I think about the universe somehow.
Okay.
But then I have already the idea of extension.
Okay.
And that's not like that.
Well, maybe the word open might be better. When we're open in all directions. Is that how it feels?
Yes, in a way, it's open, yes.
And if an occurrence arises, does it start to close the openness?
If the occurrence?
If something happens, if a thought or a feeling arises, does if say this is my hands are like the openness, like this, and as if a fly was to land in the middle of them, does it close around the thought or the feeling?
For example, the sounds, I had the same experience.
Uh-huh.
The sounds were there, but it still was silent.
Wonderful.
At the same time.
Wonderful. So the mind isn't activated by the sound. That's the reason I never learned any German. Because I come here and I hear sounds. You hear German language and words and memories, and I just bah, 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 bah. Very restful. Any other thoughts or questions you want to raise? Okay, let's do another short sit and then we'll break for food. Okay, so we just finish these last sentences of this section. So when movement is recognized as abiding and abiding is apprehended where it is upon the movement. This is called collapsing the distinction between abiding and movement. So this is one-pointedness from the point of view of Mahamudra. It's not an effortful maintaining a focused attention, but it's abiding in the openness of the mind with a relaxation that allows the free movement of whatever's moving, whatever's arising, and there's no contradiction between the two. Thus we are introduced to how one-pointedness is in itself. When this occurs, the one who recognizes abiding and movement is called the manner of operation of meditation, or the discerning wisdom of cognizing each individual occurrence, or intrinsic awareness. So when you're doing this presence that you have is the manner of operation of meditation. This is how meditation is. To be here, open to what occurs, without following after bits of what occurs, without being disturbed out of the abiding. You're just here, and the whole show is running and running and running. It's also called the discerning wisdom of cognizing each individual occurrence. It means because the abiding is not rushing ahead or going back, it's just here, each moment that's occurring is itself discrete, just this, just this, just this. So you're cognizing each individual occurrence. It's not homogenized into one big thing. It's not made abstract. It's just the very precise nature of each thing. As we were looking before with the example of the necklace, instead of having a string of associations to keep all these thoughts together, to keep them running round, we have abiding. And the abiding becomes the container for all the different beads. They're all just here in the here and now. So they don't have to be organized or sorted. And it's also called intrinsic awareness. This is the innate lucidity of your mind, that you're open, experiences arising. This is it. And then there's a final quote, furthermore from the ornament of sutras, therefore due to this one attains great full purification of body and mind as mentation and analytic knowledge. By resting in this state, the purification of body and mind is that you don't solidify the mind, you don't you don't solidify the body, you don't speculate in the movement of the mind. They are pure by being unabandoned. That is to say, they are included within the immediacy of the here and now, so they're not tainted by the past or the present. Nothing is added to them to make sense of them. It's just like this, just like this. And this manifests as mentation. Mentation is mental operation and analytic knowledge. And this is an important final point, because if you don't develop your cognitions, your thoughts, your interpretations, it could be that you think you're going to become just sort of dull, just nothing's happening. Actually, the contrary is the case. You become bright, you become sharp, you become quick, because there's no waste of energy. You're not trying to invent problems that you then set about solving. Why was that dog barking? Whose dog is it? Straight up, do they have rabies in this area? You can agitate over anything. That's a stream of proliferation. All kinds of things arise. So if you're not doing that, there's a lot more clarity and mental energy that just arises in a focus and vanishes, arises in a focus. So as problems, as it were, solve themselves, because you trust that because everything is inseparable from the ground, we're all one family. Why wouldn't we collaborate? If that metaphor works for you. All the children belong in the family. All your thoughts, your feelings, what your boss tells you at work, what people tell you in the street, all of that is arising within. And so this is what happens, yeah? So you don't get kind of reaction, you don't feel imposed on, you don't feel overwhelmed, you just hear, however it is. And you can see that with some of these very old lamas. They're unperturbed. They do all sorts of things, being hustled around the world in a wheelchair and stuck up on a stage and having to speak to people. They just get on with it and then they go away. It's no big deal. And if it's no big deal, life flows easily. It's when we start solidifying situations and problematizing them that we start going into these little vortices or spirals of agitation, of cognitions and affect. Yeah.
We recognize ourselves as the water that is all the time like this, and then there are things arising, but we are not the waves, and that would include the body, the mind, and everything that arises. Like we
why wouldn't you be the wave?
No, I mean we shift the identity from thinking to be this body mind, like one of the waves, to be the water itself, in which you know the body arises. And sometimes we might identify with the body, but then we see ourselves as the water again.
Yeah, because the wave and the ocean are just water. The thought is empty of inherent existence, and the mind is empty of inherent existence. So they are non-different in their emptiness, but they are different, or they show diversity in their form of arising.
In their expression.
In their expression, yeah. Okay, any last thoughts before we break? Good. And we meet in the morning at the usual time. Okay, so we start with the refuge and bodhicitta and then go into some open sitting. So yesterday we had the sense that this one-pointedness is primarily the non-separation of what arises and the space from which it arises. So just as when we're saying the refuge in bodhicitta, you start with a silence and then a wave of sound arises as if you were out in the great ocean. Just wave after wave after wave. Wave arises and back into the ocean, arises back into the ocean. And then afterwards we're sitting and thoughts arise and go back into the ocean. The empty, open ocean, emptiness itself is the source of everything, the result of everything, and all movement is occurring within it. So when we bear that in mind, we have an enormous protection against our tendency to fragment. And this is what we're going to look at in the next section of the text, which is about I've translated here as the yoga free of elaboration. The Tibetan term for elaboration here is Drukpa. Drukpa dan Tralwa. Tralwa means separated from or free from, so it's not connected with the proliferation of things. And here that means something coming out of nothing, where the something becomes other than the nothing. So if there was a puddle outside and you went for a walk with a little child, they immediately want to jump in the puddle. The water splashes out and you get drops of water. Now you have many different drops of water, but it's all water. But because they're seemingly separated, it's as if there was one thing, the little pond, the pool, and now there's lots of little drops of water. And the feeling that these drops are different, because this one's in a muddy area and this one's in a clear area, they seem to have characteristics, and they do have characteristics. You can see that they are different. They are water. The shape that arises from where they've landed gives us a sense. The shape is different, and onto that we impute the difference of the shape is an expressive of it being a different kind of droplet. So we ourselves, by putting this essentialized essence into each formation, it acts like a kind of dam or barrier that stops the wave going back into the ocean. It's just water. Just water. So there are two main proliferations which arise. The first is there is only one thing, and the second is there are many different things. So when the thought arises, all is one, everything is God, God is great, we are all the children of God, we can all be subsumed back to God. And in that we will be undifferentiated. There is only one thing. And therefore, diversity is unhelpful. So that leads into there is only one true faith. People believe something else, they are heretics. and we should kill them, which is quite a popular view. Catholics had it in South America, Protestants and Catholics did it for many, many years in Germany. The idea, we have the one truth, therefore, because you don't agree, you are in error. So when you pull it into one, you've got to trim off all the unnecessary bits, and that becomes the violence, because it's through that we can see this is an artificial imposition. We are making it as if one. The other way of looking at it is, or the other aspect of the proliferation is many different things. So when we look around the room, oh, many different people here. Different kinds of clothes, different interests, some with glasses, some without, and so on. Each person has has visual cues for my eye that allows me to differentiate and say, oh, this is this particular person and not that particular person. So again, I'm reading the sign of differentiation as being the indicator of a true difference. And this then fragments the whole field because there's all this stuff. So it's as if you had taken water and frozen it into a great sheet and then got a hammer and just hit the ice, and the little shards of ice were shooting off. Each of them has its own particular shape, catches the light in different ways, and this is the people in the room. You might say we're all fragments of the one, but as fragments we're very, very different. So we often move between these two positions. So when, for example, when we do that refuge and bodhicitta, different sounds are arising and vanishing, but the sound itself is empty. Because even, I mean, if you know the meaning of the Tibetan words you're saying, the concept is dissolving with the sound. It can't stand apart because the rhythm is carrying the movement of breath, sound, silence, breath, sound, silence. So the middle way is not only one thing, not many different things, but the non-duality of appearance and emptiness. Because there is appearance, it is as if there are many different things, because that's our sense of sound of the aeroplane, sound of a car. These are these are differential forms of sound. We look around the room, we see differential aspects of reflected light, which comes to us as this formation, this formation, this formation, which we then interpret as being the sign of something. So if we recall, we've touched on before, there is, if you like, the differentiation has no referent. There is no real substance that it's referring to. It's sound and emptiness, appearance and emptiness. But when what is arising is separated from the openness, the richness, the never-ending potential of the source, when it seems to separate from that, then you have this and that and that. So it's not one thing, it's not all homogenized into emptiness, but the diversity of appearance is not the diversity of things. It's not resting on a true essence. Because if we take ourselves, we have here quite a few doctors, a surgeon, carrying out an operation. They can find the heart, the lungs, but they don't find your soul. They don't find the center of your existence as some inherent existence, because the body's all connected together. It is the movement of our blood and our breath and our hormones, this interplay, dynamic interplay, which manifests as this is me. That is to say, we're expressive of the interplay, we're not expressive of some core self. And the wonder of that is because the basis is dynamic and interactive, we manifest in many different ways. If you had a true self, if you had fully defined inherent existence, you would be just this. That wouldn't be much of a life. But we have incredible capacity because we are very, with this human birth, which the text always says is the best birth for awakening or gaining liberation, is because we have multiplicity. So in the text they say, it's not a good thing to be born very, very rich and powerful, because then the formations of your life are often established by the family. You're born in a wealthy family and you inherit the estates and you have to look after the estates. And so the movement of your life is figured. It's also not a great idea to be born very, very poor, because you grow up lacking many things, you become hungry for experiences, and your ambition can try to drive you to make up for what you never had. It's not exactly a song in praise of the bourgeoisie, but it sounds a bit like it, because the advantage of being sort of middle class is you get some things, you get some good Christmas presents, you get a bicycle and so on, but you don't get everything. And you get some disappointments, but there's resources there to ameliorate them, to soften the impact of them and so on. And so if you have that middle kind of experience, you're sad, you're lonely, you're happy, you have a wider range of movement through which you can see, I'm not one thing. As far as I know, it's not a great signifier in Germany now, but before the Second World War, if you had a von in your name, it would kind of indicate some territory that you were the expressed master or controller of. So that was your territory. And you would have your big schloss, live there with your horses and so on, ride around, look at the peasants. And that would be your world. And that's of course, on a relative level, it looks wonderful, but it's also a prison, because everywhere you go, people know, oh, this is who you are. We are nobodies. We're just ordinary punters. We move here and there, and people just see 2 arms, 2 legs, that's all. And so the projections people can put onto us will be largely in terms of like, don't like, or appreciate or don't appreciate, but we don't carry a kind of hook for preforming identification. These lamas who travel around are all called Rinpoche. Rinpoche means precious, so they have to be precious. And their education traditionally was in the manner of the production of foie gras. Because in France, in the Dordogne, when they're making this, they have a funnel and the poor little goose, and they're pouring this slush down its neck and fattening the liver, because this is something very precious. In the Lama in school, traditionally in Tibet, they get a lot of beatings, they get a lot of pressure because they have to memorize. And Sia Lama said, the money of the monastery depends on the tulku. If you have an educated tulku, someone who memorizes many texts, who knows the rituals, who's very good with the mudras and so on, this is like a little superstar, and people come to see this 8-year-old child doing all these things, and the money comes in. Then the monastery can build. So, being precious is not necessarily a pleasant experience, because it's a signifier. It can be a kind of prison, because you're surrounded by so many expectations. So when there was the Spanish tulku of Kalu Rinpoche, and he made this video in which he talked about being sexually abused by the man who should have been taking care of him. Many people were very angry that such a thing should be said, because it kind of draws the curtain back, and you see the dynamics, which are the same kind of dynamics you get in any structure of exploitation, people being, in a sense, people being forced to have a mask, a facade behind which other things are going on. We are very lucky people. We avoid that. But it does mean that we have to become aware of the various kind of masks that we can present, the roles that you have at work. Some people are born very, very beautiful, very handsome. This attracts a lot of erotic interest from other people, which sometimes can look like a benefit and sometimes can look like a curse. Because you look so good, there's a movement then to objectification. You become someone as a site of projections. People have fantasies. Will Taylor Swift ever be able to not be Taylor Swift? Quite difficult. I mean, she is more expanded than anyone else now. And she seems to be extremely intelligent and capable, but she's at the center of a vortex, a great energetic field of people's expectations, financial investments. There's a lot hanging on her. If she cancels a concert, it creates great disturbance. We are lucky. We don't have any of that. So it's very important to enjoy the freedom of being nobody special. So let's look at the text. Secondly, this analysis of the root of abiding and movement identifies true seeing vipassana, with which we meditate on the yoga free of elaboration. So the first yoga we looked at was one-pointedness, which is primarily progressive stages of shamatha. Now we're looking at vipassana. So shamatha basically is to be able to rest in a state of non-distraction. Vipassana is to be able to be with what is occurring without being sucked into it. So you could say that shamatha is centripetal, is pulling into the center, and vipassana is more centrifugal. It's like a centrifuge that's spreading things out. You become more aware of the diversity, but keeping the diversity within emptiness. So in ordinary vipassana, when you do body scans, you're noticing the arising and passing of many different moments, which could be identified as feelings, sensations, and so on. But you're not gathering to them together. You're not making any diagnosis or conclusion. So you have more sense of diversity, which is what he's concerned with. So the Tibetan term for vipassana is hlak-tong. Hlak means best or true, and tong means to see. So it means seeing truly or seeing clearly, that is without the elaboration of what you bring to it. Yesterday, towards the end, we were looking at if we focus on what I say to the world, how I identify the world, how I attribute value to different people that I meet and so on, I won't actually be in touch with the immediacy of what's there. So the ego self, or the organizing focus of our dualistic consciousness, has to become peaceful, shamatha, so that the world can speak to us as it is. And what does it show us? It shows us patterns of light, patterns of sound, unfragmented. The actual is unfragmented. It's our own dualistic consciousness trying to make sense of what's going on, and especially in terms of what brings me advantage and what doesn't bring me advantage. So we have a selective attention which highlights, which makes figural, central, and most important, that which is of use to me. Yeah? So if we don't do that, if we're just peaceful, we have much more receptivity. And what the end point we got to with the shamatha yesterday was, if we're just receiving it as it is, there's nothing to grasp. There's nothing to hold on to. It's just this and this and this and this. So now is moving on the basis of that into more appreciation of diversity, which doesn't need to be grouped by the ego self as only one thing or many different things. That is to say, how to stay open to diversity without coming to conclusions. One of the ways that we ordinarily organize our experience is by using kind of group nouns, like a football crowd, like the English, geese, chickens. And these kind of nouns of category have many, many different factors inside them. But by saying, I don't like chicken, it's as if having tasted one kind of chicken, you know the taste of all chickens. I don't like strawberries. Oh, all kind of strawberries must be the same because we call them strawberries. Knowing that they're called strawberries, I can say definitively, I don't like them. On the basis of, well, I've eaten strawberries and I didn't like them. We haven't tried all the strawberries. So it's very important to have a sense of how language functions. If it's held lightly, it can be a field of the disclosure of the rich potential of the environment that we are participating in. But if we use it in a definitive manner, so that we can really get to the heart of what it is we're talking about, that tends to contain a kind of blindness, because you're using the appreciation of the diversity of phenomena to feed the conclusion that you have about it. It's summative. You take that diversity and, like an accountant, you go through the books in your mind and you bring all these figures together and you come to a conclusion, which will be profit or loss. I like, I don't like. That then flips into the next moment where you have assumptions. I've tried it, I don't like it, I'm never going to try it again. And of course, assumptions are a very central part of our stupidity, our mental dullness. We've already looked at many different examples of that, where knowledge precedes experience. Knowledge is something from the past. I've tried strawberries, I don't like them. So that knowledge based on a past experience now enters into the present as an assumption. Don't offer me any strawberries, I don't like them. Which means then there is a limitation in your access to the field of phenomena. Especially when this feeling of not liking is very, very strong. So it's like, nah, I don't like them too much. I can eat them if I have to, if that's all there is. If it becomes an absolute limit, no, I really don't eat these. I don't like them. Then you see how a wall is being built which separates you off. He says there are three aspects to this. Analyzing the root of abiding and movement. Secondly, identifying true seeing of vipassana. And three, meditating on the yoga of freedom from elaboration. So, the first is analyzing the root of abiding and movement. So in this sense, he's giving a short synopsis of what we've already looked at. By raising calm abiding, or shamatha, free of discursive thought, and discerning wisdom, and raising the discerning wisdom of cognizing each individual occurrence, analyze as follows. If abiding, what is the essence of this abiding like? What is the manner of abiding? How does movement from that occur? When movement occurs, is this movement the result of the loss of abiding, or is there abiding along with the movement? Is this movement other than abiding or not? What is the essence of movement like? When movement ends, what is the manner of its ending? So there are many, many points here. That would be an ideal area for if you wanted to do a retreat on your own, because it's giving you discrete topics whereby you can really look at your experience and try to illuminate aspects of them. And the reason this is important is again because of this mental dullness that we have, the first of the 5 poisons, which is about assumptions and non-curiosity and resting in what I know. So he's saying you need to put this into question, because Dharma can also be a very big way of cheating yourself, because now we have these terms, abiding and movement. So we think we know what they mean. And because these are words in our language, as they move, they're like half the Velcro. They're sticky, they hook, and they bring in associations. Remember the 4th of the 5 skandhas, duche, which means to gather together. So, abiding, staying. Well, I'm staying in the Berghof. I'm staying here. It's not that kind of staying. Well, what is it? So that's what he's saying. What do we mean when we say this? So that you really take yourself into the words and get to the truth that the words are representing, so that when you use the words, they become a door to direct deeper experience. Otherwise, they become a kind of carpet that covers the holes in the floor. You know, they're a cover-up, because you think you know what you're talking about, and because it's in language, other people will act as if you know what you're talking about, but it will become, you know, in Tibetan they say, you know many things, but you can't do anything. It's non-productive knowledge. So when you get in a crisis, old habits just take you over, rather than if you see, oh, this is the movement of the mind. So something tragic happens in your life. Oh, it's a movement. It's strong just now because it's the rising wave, and it will decline. And you can abide with it. If you know what that abiding is, the abiding is, don't feed the fire. Don't put more logs on it. Oh God, they've died and it was such a terrible death. And, oh, I need to phone up their auntie and tell them all about it. If you feed a particular interpretation that has emotional intensity, if you feed it with more reflections, more associations, it's very difficult to see the abiding in that, because you're moving into movement. So movement is feeding movement, and there's no abiding. Whereas no matter what happens, no matter how strange or weird or difficult it is, here we are. This is happening here and now. It's undeniable that there is movement, there's changing experience, which is impactful. And it's changing and moving and it's vanishing. And we're still here. Who am I when I'm still here? Who is the one who is abiding? Is it your ego sense of self? Is it the sense of self formed out of your personal history? Or is it just a knowing, a simple knowing? So if our immediate felt sense is, I am the one who is sitting here, I am doing the meditation practice, that non-challenging of the assumptive basis of our experience, I, me, myself, this is what's happening for me, this is not challenged. And so it continues. And you can meditate for years and years like that and nothing really will change. Because the whole purpose of the meditation is to spend time with your mind as it is, to open to the unchanging openness, and to be with the movement as it occurs, and to see that there is no real difference between the calm abiding and the movement. So, because this retreat is quite short, we don't have time to go through all these questions, but they're quite straightforward. So maybe we'll just do a couple. So the first he says is, if abiding, what is the essence of this abiding like? So we do that, we just sit in an open way. Here we are. And when you get questions like that, the way to approach them is the way we approach the 5 questions we had earlier. It's very gentle. It's not a searchlight. It's not a microscope. What we're being asked to have a look at is how it is. So we have to get as close to, as proximal to how it is. So you can't do that in a rough way. You have to be with. So you take the question, let me follow his exact phrasing. What is the essence of this abiding like? Is there something to it? Is it always the same? And so you're sitting, mind varies, a movement occurs. What is the essence of this abiding? Okay, let's try this for a while. Okay. It's our mind. can develop more access to how our mind is by staying with it. And if we do that, we can have more confidence that we see very precisely how it is. Any things you'd like to say about your sense of the essence of abiding? We need them.
I noticed softness and choicelessness.
Mm-hmm.
It's like illuminating spaciousness.
Okay.
Also like emptiness. Can I ask a quick question?
I'd rather stay just with this at the moment. Okay. Any other experiences?
I couldn't abide.
Sometimes it happens.
Endless hospitality to all of us.
Okay.
I don't know if there was an essence, but the thing I noticed most was change and variety. There were a lot of different things going on, and what was at the forefront was always changing.
And behind that is, or with that, is there an abiding, or did you feel you were chasing after these movements?
No, there was an abiding was there. I was fairly still, but with this change and variety going on. Yeah.
So that's very interesting. These are different comments, but they're all speaking of the final stages of what we were arriving at yesterday. Nobody's talking about a kind of abiding on the basis of making an intention or focusing on a seemingly enduring sense of self. It's much more trusting the openness, which doesn't have a content, and allowing the movement to be the transient content in that. So just like the mirror doesn't have any content of its own, but that allows us to have this endless hospitality, and that's the nature of the abiding. So when you have time, maybe in the afternoon, or if you explore these things on your own before we go, if you have any questions or comments, please talk to me about it. And of course, many of the experience we have are very much on the edge of language. It's very difficult to describe how they are. They will always be gestures of this moment. And in another time you might use entirely different metaphors, or feelings would arise. In that sense, the essence of abiding is not one thing. It can have many modes, but they're not different. So you might say sometimes abiding is like this, sometimes it's like that. But it doesn't mean that you have 10 kinds of abiding. It's just that the quality of how it is for you, the feeling tone quality, will vary. With this analysis, you will see that neither movement from abiding to something other, nor abiding as something other than movement, can be established. And due to this, there is no essence or thingness of abiding, or abiding movement, which can be found. So when you're abiding, we know what distraction is, we know what it's like to get lost. But he says, when you're resting in abiding itself, you don't get lost, because the movement doesn't take you out of the abiding. So there is neither a movement from abiding to something other, nor abiding as something other than the movement. So that was the point that was being made. You're in touch, there's movement going on, there's all sorts of things going on, and yet there is an abiding. The more we stay with that, it becomes less conceptual. It's not like this is happening to me and this is happening to me and this is happening to me, so that my enduring sense of self seems to be the reference point. It's just relaxed and open and noticing this wide variety of what's arising. So the next thing we should investigate, when this is clear, when we see that movement is not a thing and abiding is not a thing, so there's no kind of back-to-back mutual exclusion of them, because you can't say on the one hand there's this and the other hand there's that, because with abiding there is movement, with a movement there is abiding. And now he's asking us, is the awareness which looks other than the abiding movement which is looked at? So this is quite subtle. When we go back into the practice, you're aware of what's occurring. Is it something other than what it's aware of? Is it I am aware of this, or is it something other? Okay. See if there's anything you'd like to say about that.
I'd like to say that I find it difficult. I'm here. I feel my mind's getting agitated because when I'm putting a third component to it, the awareness, and I feel a kind of a pulsation, abiding movement, awareness, abiding movement, awareness. It's difficult to deal with three components.
Okay. I don't know if it's the same in German, but in English we can make a distinction between looking and seeing. And when we're looking at something. And when we're seeing, in a sense, in its more simple form, we're just seeing. And it doesn't carry such a cognitive load of building up an image of it. So, in a sense, we don't want to be like Sherlock Holmes looking for clues rather, and trying to identify what does this signify and what does that mean, because then there's an agitation, because it's a kind of impossible thing. But it's more like the name of it, Lakton, the best seeing is just seeing as it is, so that the openness has an inherent lucidity, an inherent clarity, an illuminating clarity, so that you don't have to do it so much. I mean, the question formation, of course, is difficult, because as soon as you're in language, it's like, try to do this, see what happens when you do it. So it forms you towards, I am the agent, I'm the doer, and then you can't solve it that way. So it's a bit of a double bind. We have to just relax out of it and say, let's see. I don't know if that would help. Any other reflections? Oh.
I try to explain it. It is as if I was sitting in a room and my thoughts are in another room, and it's like a radio sound, in another room far away and I hear it and I'm sitting here and then it's silent, it stopped, and then I change the place and then I have another point of view, a third one, which see both things and then it melts together. Like something like this.
Okay. So the first moment there has this kind of dualistic quality. I'm here and there's another room, so there's a kind of separation between me and what's happening. And then if I got the sense of the second stage, it's more like there's a kind of silence, but you're there, and that presence then allows a moment of non-difference. So it's kind of an experience of the integrity. Would that be right?
Yes.
So that's very helpful to see, isn't it? That if I try, it can create the separation. But if I don't try, I can just be wandering about in these thoughts. It's quite a tricky balance, isn't it? Not involved as searching and examining, but not just complacent, not just at ease at how it is, but it's a very subtle investigation. So the example we've used in the past is like being an ornithologist. You're interested in birds, and you've heard that there's a rare bird that's come into the forest. So you go into the forest and you set up your little place to stay, and then you sit there, very, very quiet. And it may be that the bird will start singing. You don't know. You can't make the bird sing, but you don't want to be asleep or distracted when it does sing. So it's a kind of, you could say alert watchfulness, but alert is probably too bright. It's almost like having a dimmer switch so that you can adjust the focus of your, like wide lens or focused, and you can move up and down that register so that, as the text would say, if you're too tight, relax. If you're too relaxed and all over the place, focus up, so that it's a dynamic inquiry. And if you start by taking up one position, like this is the royal road to do it, that will probably bring some problems with it. Does that make sense? Yeah.
So first, concentrating on the question, it disturbed the calm abiding, and as I tried to let go of the question, then it was like me, the looker, and the process of looking are just movements in front of abiding.
So the subject is a movement, and that's a great liberation, isn't it? That in a sense, that's the ending of loneliness. That's the ending of the isolated position of here I am, affirming my existence, but at the enormous cost of being alienated from the environment that I'm part and parcel of. So that's great.
I noticed as soon as I sat and took a breath and relaxed into it, the thought came, abide, and then the thought came, essence, and the thought came, just notice, this is your mind, just notice your mind, and then in a way it wasn't a thought, but it was something back here, realizing that it's not, none of it is stationary. It's all very experiential. So it's a continuous movement, so that was my experience. And I suppose when I'm the conclusion I came to was, I think what I was doing was trying to ground in one of the thoughts.
So it might be as if you were in a yoga class and you're doing various positions and the teacher says, breathe, kind of like remember to breathe, and you become more conscious of your breath. So when the thought arises, you know, the essence or like this or like that, they're like mild adjustments, mild correctives, rather than kind of wagging the finger, or this is what I have to do. If you hear them as on your side, as a kind of encouragement, oh yes, then it's helpful and you release it at the same time.
I just wanted to say something. If anybody noticed I was coughing, I had a little cough there. I ran in to get some tea, and Angela said, COVID test. So I took one, and I'm okay.
Okay.
I'm feeling fine. I think it was just the chanting that, anyhow. And Angela gave me some masks and Kleenex for anybody that would like some.
Okay. I mean, it does seem that there is quite a bit of COVID around. So that's something to be careful of, and especially if you've got a long flight ahead of you, you don't want to get A, not be allowed on the flight, or B, to be infecting other people. So maybe using the mask and keeping a little bit of distance, could even sit outside, be able to hear and participate. But if you feel COVID is not something to soldier through because it's transmittable, and we want to diminish that, because it seems to be a strange condition. Lots of people have had it, they've got some resistance to it, and yet some people still get a hell of a swipe from it. So we need to be a little bit careful, but thanks for saying that. Anything else?
For me, it's helpful. I realized again to explore, to be with the dynamic of breathing, and in the middle of there is a break between breathing in and breathing out, and also when I'm very engaged with feelings or trouble outside and inside, it's this abiding in the middle. It's so in the gap there's nothing, and it lets me feel also there's no separation, and then with the fresh, and then it goes on, and this goes on always, and always there is a gap, and it's not separated.
Okay.
And it's like a lying aid, and so the middle, passing through the middle.
Right. So the movement of the breath, you know, is like in and out, and so you get kind of this elliptical movement, and at each point there is stillness, and then the movement. It's not really what he's focusing on here, but maybe the importance of it is if in that small gap of the stillness of the breath at the transition point from one mode to another mode of movement, just have a little of that, not making it, you know, you can do counting the breath and hold for 4, but not doing that, but just having that little moment. This is exactly the openness or the emptiness. This is the profound abiding. And then the movement's coming from that. So rather than still and then moving, still and then moving, the stillness is the ground of the movement. And we can maintain more of the flavor of the stillness, whatever way the movement's going.
It's not either or, it's not separation.
Yeah? Super. Okay.
That's it.
So as first I was a little bit how to manage the task like that, and then I had felt that I tried to abide. That is to say, suddenly the question came up a little bit: who the fuck is abiding? And then after that, it was settling and things were coming and so on.
These instructions are very, very tricky, because if I say, oh, you have to relax, and if I say, if you don't relax, I shoot you. It's very difficult, because we relax by letting go. So it's as if always the instruction is speaking of a kind of agency, that you are the one who's the doer and you have to make it happen. And yet, a lot of the time, it's we do it by getting out of the way of the self-doing, the self-arising of the situation. So, in a sense, you do it by non-doing, which I think is what you were touching on there. Yeah.
I can't touch the mic, so maybe someone could repeat it.
Okay. Okay.
You can repeat it. One is like my experience, and the other one is a question, James, of what you just said. So my experience was, in a way, when you dropped into awareness, it feels like there's no difference between anything. I don't want to use homogeneous, but it's like there's being, and then suddenly there's sensation of the breath, but the sensation of the breath can't be anywhere other than us part of the thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then it goes, and then it comes back, and then something else pops up. It's nothing separate. So that was
Raphael, if you want me to repeat it, you've got to make breaks.
Anyway, I don't know if it's worth repeating, but yeah.
Okay. So, these movements which are occurring, it's this subtle balance between you're offering the hospitality and there's a diversity of this profile of occurrence, but because you're not jumping in on it, it doesn't fragment. It's almost like sometimes in winter on a puddle in the road, you get a very, very thin layer of ice, and as the sun comes up, it will melt. But kids on the way to school want to stamp it and break the ice. So you could fragment it. You could, by adding the concepts, you then have this and this and this and this as seemingly different entities. But if we just stay with it, the diversity is there, but it doesn't go as this as opposed to that.
Because even now, my subjective experience, just being with that, is like distance feels like a strange concept. If I have to look at you, it's like, on one hand, I can drop into me, you, and the space, or I can drop into just, I don't know, that sense of identifying is gone.
Mm-hmm.
Just a tiny shift. And the other is a question, James, when we just about relaxing, and I don't know if this is good, but what I do when I feel quite tense is, like, can you use things like holding the system in metta to be like, I'm okay, I can just relax. That's like a tool. Is that something which is okay to do? For example?
I think with this approach to the practice, the key thing is to make your own experiments and see if it works for you. Because each of us lives with the unique specificity of the balance of the 5 elements, our own karmic history, our mood of the moment, and so on. So it's like, let's suck it and see. Let's try, and how is this for me? Am I deluding myself? Am I being artificial? You can see that if you stay with it. And I think it's very helpful if we truly become curious. I mean, he set out these questions, and that's on the basis of he's been teaching lots of people about meditation, and so there's a formulation. But there may be other questions which are much more pertinent for us, which mean much more. So follow, what bugs you, what gets to you, like who's doing the meditation. That's a great question to investigate. So you do the practice, you're, as it were, not exactly committed to it, but you're in it, you're not playing at it, you're in it. but you've got a slightly hovering sense of what's going on. You don't want to be examining at a distance because that will bring you into concepts, but you just, you could say, monitoring. You've got not a heavy evaluation, but you've got a sense of how you're doing. Say for example, you go out walking in the hills. It's mid-afternoon. Is it time to turn back? That'll depend on your energy, if you've got any food, what the sky looks like, and the weather. So you're happily walking, but you're kind of monitoring inner condition and outer condition. That is to say, you're allowing the information to manifest, and on the basis of that, you can do something with it or not. So it's a receptive position rather than an active investigative position. Does that make sense? Okay, time for a break.
James, regarding those discussions, do you think that learning basics of debate would be useful or not necessary?
No, I don't think it'd be useful. Siya Lama said to me, I will never teach you any logic, because logic is like Manjushri's sword. It's sharp on both sides, and you can cut on the other, but you cut your own head off. And he told me many stories about lamas who got committed to a lot of debate and how they turned into Gyalpo demons, because the amount of rage that comes up with somebody with the wrong view, and so it's a dualistic thing. But I think working on the text and sharing it is very helpful. Again, one of the things Siya Lama said is, everyone can eat. So the first rule of a teacher is you should support people and make their lives a bit easier. So that's one thing. Now, if everyone can eat, it helps if we can cook. These are very big lamas. They are like 3 Michelin star restaurants, high chefs. We're working just in a hamburger joint, flipping things over, a few hash brownies here and there. But you can't cook. You have some ideas. So whatever level you're at, you can contribute, and you learn by contributing. And if we wait for a time in which we have ripened somehow miraculously, it's probably not going to happen. We learn by doing. And the world is a big place. There's, I imagine, tidal waves of horror coming towards us with the climate change and so on. The farmers around here must be quite sad. If they've got cows, it's okay. But if they're trying to grow crops, it's more difficult. So participating is very important. And if you feel embarrassed, if you feel you've got nothing to say, that means you have some learning to do. We always have to remember that when we have a strong feeling about ourselves, this is a habit formation. This is a part of our karmic inheritance. It is not an essential truth. There is no fixed essence. So people are a bit shy and inhibited and don't want to be mocked, don't want to make a fool of themselves. Just be in touch with the mental energy that goes into that, maintaining this fragile sense of self. And the way out of that is to explore, to take a risk, to say something. Generally, these small groups will be very supportive, and then you find a way of finding your voice. And that's one of the reasons why we have these periods where you discuss together, because it's so important just to explore and you really hear what someone else is saying. And there will always be some value in that. So I think this is an enormously it's one thing I remember when the last Karmapa was there, I went to see him in Rumtek, and he was doing this black hat ceremony, and he sits on this special throne. And at the front were all the Tibetan sponsors, and they all had big hats on, the men with their swords, their chuba, they're all bowing and doing these things. And then he starts, and then at the end they got the blessing first, different kinds of Dutsi, more kind of Dutsi than anyone else. So you see, this is a social system. He is head, they are head of another role. Two kinds of kings are meeting. This is a social enactment. That's part of what Tibetan Buddhism is. We don't live in that. We live in a democracy. Siya Lama didn't like democracy. He called it democracy because he said it's stupid people having the power. That may be true, but having dictators having the power is not much better very often. He lived in a medieval culture, as it would be to our mind. And the medieval culture produced many books of advice to kings. So in the Tibetan you have these Nagarjuna letters, in which he's giving advice to a king how to employ Dharma as a way to have a happy kingdom. But these sort of top-down structures are changing. So we don't have a map for this. We have to find out how trusting our own limited understanding and putting it to use can lead to weaving networks and mutual support. Because the forces of fragmentation, particularly through mobile phones and the internet, they're so powerful for children. Children going into these tunnels of their own absorption. We know what disastrous impact it can have on many fragile children. They get caught up in sexual abuse, sending naked photos to strangers and so on, because it's so enveloping. So if we are able to develop a kind of connectivity which invites people into connectivity, and that contact is where life is, not some kind of inner fantasy world, then that maybe Dharma can have some good impact in the world. Okay, let's continue with the text, because so he's saying, analyze the abiding, what is its nature, analyze the movement. Analyze here just means stay with movement when there is movement, and that way you see what is the movement. Don't interfere with it, don't merge, don't abandon. You see what is abiding, you see what is moving. And then he says, this is on section 20, analyzing with the eye of intrinsic awareness, there is nothing whatsoever to be found, and so we awaken to the inseparability of the looked at and the looker. So this is so important. And now, who can awaken to this? Awareness. This is absolutely important. Dualistic consciousness feeds the separation of looker and looked at, subject and object. So if you're sitting inside the frame of dualistic consciousness and you analyze, you just get more and more separation. You'll learn how to comment on what's happening. You build up ideas about what is happening. But he's saying, relax, be present, as he described at the end of the shamatha section, and bring that just open, present receptivity to bear. It is that allows you to see that the looker and the looked at are modes of experience arising in the mind simultaneously. So there is looking, I'm aware of the looking, but I'm not the looker. There is no looker. It is a kind of illumination which occurs. So without reifying or solidifying or giving some imputed essence to the object or to the subject, we're here and we see, oh, the mind arises as these 2 points, as subject and object. When subject and object are allowed to arise together, this is like a wave formation. You get the crest of the wave and the trough of the wave when the wave goes down. So as a metaphor, as the crest of the wave, that's the subject, and the trough of the wave, that's the object. and they chase each other. They go one after the other, and the crest never finds the trough. The subject never finds the object, but they're always there together, and they have the same nature, the same ground, which is emptiness. So if that image speaks to you, the more you relax, you'll find that subjectivity is a mode of the energy of the mind, the potential of the mind. It is not some private essence of you. And so the qualities of looking, of clarity, will be enriched by not claiming them as mine, or I am the doer of this, because the forms of looking and the forms of looked at are fresh. And if we don't burden them with our own selectivity based on past experience, we experience much more dynamism. So, just to shift this into the language of Dzogchen, we have the idea of primordial purity, which is the unmarked, the unblemished, the unacted on openness of awareness. Because awareness is awareness of emptiness. And who is aware of emptiness? It is emptiness. So again, it's the same kind of formulation. This is the intrinsic light of the mind, or the intrinsic awareness. In Tibetan it's called Jigme Lingpa, this famous man in his Kandro Kagyin church, says Rangjung Di Rigpa. So it's awareness which is self-arising. It's not created by anyone. It doesn't belong to anyone. It's just intrinsic in this openness. The more you open, the more you have awareness. The more you focus in, the more you go into the dualistic consciousness. But they are not two different things. These are two modes of knowing. One is effortless knowing, and the other is effortful knowing. So we have this primordial purity, and then with that we have hlundrup. Hlun means a heap, drup means made or accomplished. So it means all at once. Just as a hill that was suddenly there, it's like a magical illusion. So subject and object arise together. We don't make the subject. We don't have to do anything with the object. So the more you relax and sit, you see that these waves of interaction occur. That is to say, there is no movement in the unborn openness of the mind, but the mind presents itself as connectivity, as a dialogic formation. It's not a monologue. It's not I know and it all spreads out from me. It's that I am aware of these pulsations of possibility, and that then takes us into being with others as our participation. Is that clear? Quite a tricky territory, but let's see. Okay, is there a question there? Oh, microphone?
Is it what? When we are talking about awareness, we say it is uncreated, it is unceasing, it is uncompounded. So would it be possible to say that awareness is self-existing?
Yes. However, I mean, generally in Buddhism, the term existing stands with its counterpart, non-existent. So this becomes usually as a polarity. Does it exist? Yes and no. It exists, but it's not a something. So if we can understand the word existing as just pure presence, it's undeniably here, that's fine. But if we then think, oh, it must be something, I could get it, I could develop my awareness. So it is such a problematic area. And And very often when Dharma's being described, from my point of view, there's not enough critique about the nature of language. Because there's a lot of inference, or there's a lot of suggestion built into how we talk about what's going on. So you have Buddha nature, that's a potential. This needs to be ripened. If you don't make effort, it won't ripen. So you need the two accumulations of merit and wisdom. It's all up to me. If I don't do it, I won't get it. Which, on one level, of course, is true. You have to. But on the other hand, it can bind you into a very dualistic way. So it's more like, it's a hot day, we're walking outside, and we see ahead of us a waterfall. Oh, that looks so cool. I'm so hot. You have to go into the waterfall. You have to put yourself in the way of the water. You don't turn on the tap. The water is running. It's already there. But if you don't step into the waterfall, you're going to remain hot and sweaty. So the mind is like this. This is how it is. But you have to find your way of, like with a shoehorn, easing yourself in. And you could say that all the Dharma teachings are different kinds of shoehorns. And I've got kind of bumpy bits on my feet, and I've got a little spur on the back of one of my heels. So I need to be, when I buy shoes, I'm always looking to see if there is a bit of plastic put in the heel, because it starts rubbing and it's painful. I like soft heels. That's the shape of my feet. So when you look at the shape of your personality, your tendencies and so on, that allows you to see how you can have optimal purchase or optimal connection with different aspects of the Dharma. Of course, you can increase that the more you participate, but if you start by trying to do something you can't do, then you get a bit sad. Much better to do something which fits with your feeling tone. So, what could be helpful maybe would be to look at some of the Mahamudra texts that are in the book Sweet Simplicity, where they're using a lot more metaphors. So if we stay with this one about the mind is like the sky, really sky is there meaning space. Does space exist? So that would be a question. So you can look at space, you can see things appear in the sky, rainbows, aeroplanes, all sorts of things. But does the space within which the movement occurs, does it exist? Well, in a sense, it shows itself, but it shows itself as nothing. So if you like, it's a sort of non-existing existence. And the beauty of the texts that are in that book, which have a very different feeling tone to Pema Karpo's text, allows us to feel our way into how that might be. Especially not coming to a conclusion. There are many, many kinds of translations of Dharma texts at the moment. Different people like different words. One word I abhor, I hate, I don't like, I don't want to use is knowledge. But there are many great Dzogchen masters who use the word knowledge all the time. You need to get the knowledge. The thing about knowledge is it doesn't last. I used to know calculus when I was at school. I probably can't even spell calculus. It's long gone. I did all these exams in physics, all these mathematical formulations. Gone, just vanished. I had the knowledge and it vanished. It's a formation of movement. So we're not looking for knowledge about something, knowledge of something. We're talking about being present with. So it's about how to have something without apprehending it. How to have something without having it. Well, we know that we have a body. Have you got a body? Yes. But you don't have a body. You only have a body when you get sick and then you take it to one of our dear doctors and they do what they do with this thing that you bring in. But when you're healthy, you don't have a body. You are the flow of embodiment. So it's almost like that. Awareness is kind of functions in that way. When you're with awareness or in awareness or as awareness, you don't have it, but it shows itself. But if you think about it too much, it turns into some horizontal spectre which always vanishes no matter how much you try. Okay. So what he's pointing to here is a bit like the 5 questions. This is something you should return to again and again in your own mind if you want to get to the heart of Mahamudra. He's saying, look until you see, and when you see that the looker and the looked at have no self-substance. By seeing, by relaxing and opening and being present with, the one who is aware in that sense is not your subjective sense of self. And this is such a radical experience when you have it, that subjectivity is an ingredient I can move. It's like a bicycle, I can cycle, I can turn corners. Actually, it's not like a bicycle at all, it's like riding a horse. The horse has a life of its own. You make friends with the horse, you approach it in the right way, and it will let you sit on it. And then you work with the horse in order to travel. If you try to dominate the horse, they get pissed off. You have to befriend the horse, but allow the horse to do what the horse does. Horses are used to managing the territory, so they know about jumping. So you don't have to push them too much. Otherwise, your sense of the timing of preparation for the jump and the horse's sense of timing are different, and you're likely to crash the horse, which is an insult to the horse. So it's exactly here, our subjectivity is both us and not us. So it goes back to the question, do I have a self? We have self as movement, so we have selfing. We have endless possibilities of self-formation, happy, sad, focused, distracted, all of these different possibilities. They carry with them a sense of this is me, and that's how they function in the world. And again, it's a tilt. If you just slightly tilt back on that, it's not different from awareness. And you tilt into it, it gets fixated on the object, and that's how you can drive a car along a road. It's both open and empty, and an organization of potential or energy which allows being in the world with others. It's not only one, nor is it the other. So the arising of the subjectivity is both emptiness and formation. In its emptiness, it's not different from awareness, and in its formation, it aligns with the field of arising, which is this effortlessly arising, this Hlundrup, this instant mountain. Hlundrup is always subject and object together. Does that make sense?
It's very subtle. It's like I get it, but then it's gone again, and I think, it's difficult.
It is difficult.
It's a difficult text.
It is.
It's very rich and difficult to intellectually grasp it. It's like slippery.
I mean, again, I give you an example from Siya Lama. He said, in Tibet, when they make the butter, it gets packed, and it's a very dense kind of butter from a Dzo. And they put it in a leather container. And if it's left in the leather container, gradually the leather container will dry out. It has fat, oil, butter inside it, but they're not touching, and so it becomes brittle. Or you can take some of the butter and you massage it into your skin, and it makes your skin soft. You can massage it into the leather container, and it will stay soft. So that's the work we have to do. Not get the Dharma, not get the teaching, but see, I need to do more massage. This is about me. This is not some theory or some high thing that only other special people can do. This is the truth of myself, and I'm making friends with myself. And at different times in our life, we will have different barriers to ourselves. And some of the time, as we looked before, we have our face, which is very tender and sensitive, but we also have a mask. And if you try massaging the Dharma into your mask, it's not going to make much progress. So we have to find your naked face and massage it into that. And the naked face is more troubled. It's a side of all the emotions and so on. So it's a bit of a bumpy ride. Okay.
Can I say something, James? So I think this relates to what you were saying about self and other. During the last short sit, I was mainly aware of physical sensations.
Mm-hmm.
And what was interesting, so like I could feel the breeze on my skin.
Mm-hmm.
And what was self and what was other. There's no hard and fast distinction there.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's quite for me, it's quite an interesting experiential way to see, where's the border? There's no border.
Absolutely.
Like the sensation,
Mm-hmm.
the pressure on the mat. What's my leg and what's the mat and where does one start and the other stop?
Mm-hmm.
So I found that quite, the border between self and other was not to be seen.
So in that sense, they're arising together, but they're not merged, they're not homogenized. So you have the diversity, but also the non-separation. In the tantric approach, there are lots of different ways of doing this. One is like when you're eating food, you imagine that in the food is a mandala of the deity. So when you lift the food, you're swallowing the deity, and inside there is a counterpart of the deity, and so the female is in your stomach, and the male is coming in your mouth, and they meet together, and that's your healthy digestion. There you go. Because it's always about fusion and non-separation. If you have separation, you'll have distraction. Pulling things into one point takes us back to this many different things or just one thing. It's not about pulling it into one point, it's about abiding with diversity, which means that all kind of strange experiences arise, and if you can just be with them, whatever we say, allow them, tolerate them, if we're just, this is how it is, then we don't have to make sense of it because it's happening. We're not dying, it's not killing us, it's strange, peculiar. As soon as we want to make sense of it, we bring in our dualistic consciousness and we bring in information from other areas of our life, and then we build up a picture about it. But if you just stay with it, it always dissolves, no matter how it is. So then he says, no essence of existent entity of this, that is to say, of the looker or the looked at, can be established in any way, and so it is called the view beyond dualistic intelligence, or the view free of assumption and its assertion. So, assumption and its assertion is to say, my mind is like this, and I can defend that position, almost like a debating position. As soon as you're taking up a site of assertion, where are you? When in the practice that we've done so far, even though we haven't done it for very long, we can see all formations dissolve, like self-dissolving. So when I take up a position, I'm doing something artificial. I'm freezing the flow to assert, here I take a stand. Is it a good thing to take a stand? Millions and millions and millions of people died in Europe because Martin Luther took a stand. Ich kann nicht mehr, or something. What's that famous saying? I can do no other. Well, fuck you, mister. You can do no other. Go and fuck your wife. Why are you insisting that you have to tell the truth? You nail this to the door in firms, and then all hell breaks loose because you set this side against that side, and it's all position taking. It's all dogma. What this is saying, be very careful of dogma. No position, because A, it's empty, and B, it's moving. What are you going to solidify? What you solidify is conceptual structures, belief systems, which take on an apartness from the dynamism of actual phenomena. They are the territory of the mask. Are you a Protestant or a Catholic? Hundreds of years ago, that would have been life or death. In Northern Ireland, not so long ago, it was life or death. You're one of them. We know what you are. We know where you live. I wouldn't like to be you, Sonny. It becomes very difficult. We've got your number. He's saying, yeah, there ain't no numbers to get. It's movement. Avoid assumptions. So this is very, very profound because it spreads into ethics as well. That the hardness, the insistence takes you into dominance and hierarchy rather than exploration. So he quotes Gyalwe Wongpo. Even good views made by dualistic intellect disintegrate. So you can read lots of Mahayana texts and you formulate a good intention about helping all beings, or you read your Shantideva and you want to develop patience and so on. And it's so clear when you're reading it, and you might be crying and you might be really touched, and then life goes on and it vanishes. Because it's not massaged into your life stream. Even if you've studied the text every year, as many people did in Tibet, every year they go through it, every year they go through it. And it's a great support, but life comes from funny angles. It doesn't come in the front door, and so you get distracted. So we have to go beyond the dualistic intellect. Not something we believe. We start with a belief. We might believe coming on a retreat about Mahamudra is a good idea. If you didn't have that belief, we wouldn't be here. But we're going from belief as this kind of starting point, or as we looked a few days ago, we start with an intention, I'm going to do this, but then we want to move into the actual experience of how the mind is, and that's not something formulated by the intellect. The view beyond dualistic intellect is without even a name. So you call it Dzogchen, you call it Mahamudra. It doesn't need a name, because the name turns it into a function. More in Nyingmapa or Dzogchen language, you get different accounts of the trajectory of unawareness. So the first moment of unawareness is something. This something could be subject or object. It's called Datun Chikpogi Marikpa, the unawareness of this one something, which is a kind of tear or a hiatus. Like it's as if the weather's cooling, and so this, if you've ever seen a very cold sea, the water goes kind of oily, and then so the wave is getting a bit slower, and suddenly there's a little fleck of ice on it. So it's something which is the water, not different from the water, and yet different from the water. So this is the first formation. It's water in another form that doesn't recognize it as water. And that's the tragedy of unawareness. You don't recognize your actually open awareness. You don't recognize your emptiness. You think you're something. Second level is Lenchi Chepe Marikpa, the unawareness which is co-emergent or simultaneously arising, and this is subject and object. Except in this situation, I am the subject, you are the object. Or I hurt my toe in the night time, so I am the subject and my toe is the object, and I'm wondering how it's doing. So you can split any bit of yourself into the object, or you can be a whole person subject. So that becomes a kind of background framework. And then the third level of unawareness is called Kuntatape Marikpa, the unawareness which puts a name on everything. Tatpa means a kind of sign or a tag, a bit like graffiti in England, where the kids get their own little way of signing their name. They call it their tag, and they put it on that identifies it. Or you see the cows in the field, they've always got something knocked through their ear, a little plastic disc, and that's their tag. Or soldiers had a metal tag around their neck. It's the identifier. So Kuntu means kind of always and everywhere, and it means that dualistic consciousness operates by knowing the name of everything. So we have human knowledge now expanding in all directions, unbelievably spreading out. Huge amounts of research going on, huge amounts of learned journals being published. There's so much information, nobody has the master of it. So subjects like medicine then get divided, and then the divisions inside medicine get divided again and divided again. And people have this little, we used to talk about keyhole surgery, now you got keyhole knowledge, and inside that you know how to poke about, but everything else is, well, I don't know. So that's what comes about from naming. You overwhelm yourself because you go from the diversity of possibilities through the reification, the attributing true existence, reality to what you perceive, held by the name. The name is like the handle on a teacup. It makes it easier to grasp. So in fact, in English, it's not so popular now, but they used to say, what's your handle? Meaning, what's your name? Because now I can get a handle on you. If I call you, I've got something to grasp. Once you start putting that onto everything, you go into a functional world in which you're looking at how I can make use of these items in the world for my own purposes, building things up. If you're into gardening, you've got one area of interest. If you're into cooking, you've got another. If you're into windsurfing, you've got another. If you're into hill running, you've got another. And inside that, it makes sense. There's an Englishman who died recently, I think he was about 85, and he lived in the Lake District, or just near the Lake District in the north of England. There are many hills there, and he was famous for running up and down hills. It's something that he liked to do, and he had great speed records. And when he was being interviewed, they said, what sort of training would you recommend? And he'd said, 10 or 12. And I said, is that 10 or 12 miles? He said, no, hours. So you should go running for 10, 12 hours. You know, he was like the original Iron Man, still able to just keep going. He didn't stop. If it's your cup of tea, that's a very impressive focus of the mind, overcoming all the messages inside the body. But to what purpose? Tick a box. I climbed that one. In Scotland, you've got these hills called the Munros that are over a certain altitude, and people get determined to climb them all in a year. and they tick it. Or in the Himalayas to climb all the highest peaks till they go to K2 and Annapurna and Mount Everest. Tick the box. I did that. When? Did you do it now? Today? No, I did it last year. Huh? Are you still the same person who did it last year? So who's the one who did it, if it's not you now? That is to say, whatever you get, you will lose. Because it slips away. Because life in the here and now is ungraspable, and what you grasp is the already vanished. You grasp the concept of the issue. Does that make sense? So being here now, being present, brings many, many more advantages, except finding a way of surviving in a consumerist capitalist world. Because we deal with commodification. You have to have something to sell. All these young entrepreneurs are trying to work out, how do I find a niche? How do I find a little corner in the market where my idea can start to bring in some money? So the mind is turned subject and object. How can I get people to want what I make? There's not much clarity in that, because it's starting from the assumption this is something that people could want. I need to tell them that they want it, and if I do that successfully, then they will want it. Why will they want it? Because it's a good thing to want. It's a good thing to want because I want to pay off my mortgage. Do the people need it? No. So we have all in our various ways been trained into getting things that we don't need as if we wanted them. You know? Most people have a lot of stuff in their house. Stuff from years ago, might be useful someday. You remember when you got it or who gave it to you. There's a lot of stuff. And so he's really, really helping us to see here. Don't get lost in freezing the world, in naming, in creating ideas. And then the last level of ignorance is called Le Jumdre La Nyompe Marikpa, means the unawareness of the mental dullness regarding karma. So you live in a world full of stuff and you're trying to get ahead. And I think we touched on here on these 4 stages of karma. Did we do that? I think so. Yeah. So the first is reification. This exists. On the basis of this somethingness, I as a something and that as a something, I want that something. So I have an intention towards it, then I enact that intention, and then I'm happy with it. These are the 4 stages. If you don't understand karma, you're just living your life. And you don't see that every action that you do inside this solidification, I have to do it, I must do it, it's really important. This is making a kind of charge. You know, you can get these torches that you squeeze. They don't have any battery inside them, but you can go them, if you're out in the wild, you just keep squeezing the handle and it gives you a light. Well, our activity is like that. It's generating a charge which manifests later, and that's our karmic experience. But most of the time, we just do something and we think it's over. Oh, thank God that project's finished. I don't want to have to do that again. As if somehow you're free of it. But there are all sorts of subtle traces that go with you, not just in your disposition, your orientation towards the world, but in the very substratum of these subtle mental formations which you identify as being yourself. So these are like, the Tibetan example is, if you have in the mountains, sometimes you get a valley. The beginning of the valley is a kind of water meadow. So often there's a small river trickling down and it goes into the meadow, and the small river is moving under the earth. So you can see in the valley, you've got grass, 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 and then big tufts of grass because it's getting more water. So we have all these little subterranean streams running through us of the habit formations we've had. We're not very often aware of them, but they nurture the development of certain tendencies. So these are the 4 ways of, that's one map of how unawareness arises. And so when he says the view beyond dualistic intellect is without even a name, he's pointing to the fact naming objectifies. So we have this experience here, you know, the microphone goes round and often there's a kind of hesitancy because people are saying, well, I'm not quite sure how to say this. And that's great. That's wonderful. Because if you could easily say it, it might be a pre-established formulation. It's when you have a direct experience, how could you bring it into language? I mean, that's what the Buddha had when he was under the Bodhi tree. He thought, nobody would understand, and I don't know how to say it. How would I begin? Because it is so profound and non-dual, without a separation of subject and object. How could I formulate that into language which is entirely dependent on subject-object differentiation? So we have to be careful not to be too glib, not too at ease with language, because experiences should stop us in our tracks. A direct experience will interrupt the flow of your assumptions. Oh, we're shocked. As in the Dzogchen tradition of the Semzin, like for example using the sound pet, we say pet to disrupt the flow of our thoughts, to disrupt the sequence of the generation of a storyline about something. And by disrupting it, there's a moment of, in Tibet it's called hediwa, of disorientation. You don't know where you are. Oh, shocked open. And then, of course, the thoughts come back in and you start to make sense of it. So when you stay with this clarity, but you can't say what it is, this is a great blessing. So then Jawa Wompo says, certainty of the inseparability of the looked at and the looker is found through the Guru's kindness. This means the blessing of the lineage. If nobody told us about these things, we wouldn't know about them. This is not part and parcel of your school syllabus, what you learn in university, what you chat about when you're trying to chat up with somebody and want them to go to bed with you, or you're going for a job interview. This just doesn't exist in the ordinary domain of samsara. So we say that we have a lineage. So the lineage of this is first is Dorji Chang. Dorji Chang goes to Tilopa, Tilopa to Naropa, to Mapa Chokilodro, to Gampopa, and then down. Dorji Chang, Vajradhara, is a kind of Kajupa equivalent of Kuntazampo, the primordial Buddha. So this is the authentic experience that Tilopa had of how the mind is, and then he shared it with Naropa. Now, Tilopa could see that Naropa had a lot of potential. He had been one of what were called the 4 gatekeepers at Nalanda, which meant he was a great scholar and he could be called upon to debate and defeat anyone who came to Nalanda monastery to any of the doors. It was like, you know, old country fairs, you know, a boxing ring, you take on all comers. So he was good at that. And then various events happened. He left the monastery and he found Tilopa. And Tilopa was like a farmer. Tilopa's job was getting sesame oil out of the sesame seeds. And you do that by, you put the sesame seeds in, usually it was old days, a wooden container, and then you've got like a hammer thing that goes back and forth, and you stand and you rock it with your feet, and you keep crushing and crushing and crushing the sesame seed until the oil separates out of it. And that's how he got his name, because Tilopa, Til is the name, is a early Hindi word for oil. So he's the oil man. So he knows about crops and growing, and when he sees Naropa, he's thinking, there's potential here, but there's a hell of a lot of stones in the earth. So he sets up and he gives Naropa these 12 great tasks and the 12 minor tasks to kind of break up the stones a bit. So a famous one is they're out together, and they can hear in the distance the sound of a wedding, people, some music, people dancing. Tilopa says to Naropa, go there and ask them for some food. And they go, and humbly and begging, and they come back. Okay, this is good. Go and ask them for some more. So he goes and asks again. They don't give him so much. So go and ask them again. This is really good. I like this. Poor old Naropa goes to the wedding and they start beating him up. You dirty bastard, you robber, you thief, you beggar, you don't do any work, get out. Crawling back to Tilopa. Oh, yeah. Is there any learning in that? Naropa had to find out. But he was being cracked open, just as in the stories of Marpa with Milarepa. We don't need to go through such a brutal training, but we do need to recognize the ossification, the way in which we can harden, we can grow a carapace over us, a carapace of knowledge, of success. Some people have good middle-class lifestyles, nice houses, motor cars, and so on. A professional identity, they can feel proud of expressing to other people. They are recognized. Oh, you are one of them. That's amazing. That's wonderful. Da, da, da. Maybe my daughter could talk with you because she would be interested to study. There's a whole kind of interlinking there. That's very dangerous for meditators, because that's taking the sign as the truth. All that we do, all that we've learned is like a currency in the world. It's money, it's exchange, it's the development of temporary images which don't last. And so the lineage of Mahamudra is always trying to go beneath that. So that's why Jawi Wongpo was saying, if you want to get the certainty of this, you find it through the Guru's kindness, because the lineage of this is passed down and passed down and passed down. It's not the whim of someone else, but if somebody's got a direct sense of how it is, they can keep adjusting you by impacting you, maybe mainly with kindness, maybe mainly with roughness, according to the needs of getting out of the shell. When I worked in a hospital for many, many years, I worked in different clinics, but I knew some of these colleagues over 20 years. I didn't know very much about them at all. Even if, like at Christmas time, we go and have a dinner together, people didn't talk about their private lives. So it was as if you got a tiny bandwidth of who these people were. They were their professional selves. So it's the lineage is allowing us to go beneath these games of self-presentation, of identity, of self-construction. So that's a very wonderful thing. And that's why we always need to have gratitude, because when you awaken to how it is, it's how it is. Wow, this is it. Don't need anyone else. This is just how it is. Here I am, happy with how it is. Put the Guru on the crown of your head. You only opened the door because he told you where the door was. Otherwise it would be a wall. Oh. Because the danger we have is these karmic traces, which are tendencies towards inflation. I did it my way, this is true for me. And there are a lot of books being written about Dharma these days, particularly from America. To me, they're just redolent with narcissistic wanking. It's just pure self-indulgent how they're formulated. And I'm extremely distrustful of them. But it's part of the market share. They're full of errors in terms of the interpretation of Dharma. You can make a huge list of how they have misunderstood it, but they're sugarcoating, and they're sugarcoating. Oh. So we remember not to be seduced, to keep looking for the truth, and we are able to look because we've received the instructions on how to look for the truth. It is intrinsic, it is your nature, but it's not something you possess, and so the humility of gratitude is very important because it's also a great softener. Then, regarding this method of analysis, Acharya Shantideva, the very, very great Indian scholar, says, whoever strives at whatever mode of absorption in order not to stray for even an instant will examine how is my mind. In this way they will inspect each aspect of their mind. So again, this is an encouragement. Don't read too much, don't study too much, but be curious about yourself. As I think I said before, there's this old saying, knowledge is like a patch that's sewn onto the outside of a coat. It's not integrated. So Shantideva is saying, you have to look for yourself. You have to be curious how it is. So the bit of you that could rest halfway there by imagining that knowing about something is the same as directly knowing it, that's where you have to be suspicious. So by looking, you can acquire information about something, but to actually see it doesn't come from the object. It comes from how you open to the object. So in order to see this vipassana way is relax. And it's revealed to us, it's a revelation. But in order to get into that, we have to not arrive at a conclusion. And that's why the naming is dangerous. Because the naming seems to say, full stop, this is a done deal. It is movement. How are you going to be at home in movement? Well, only by having the non-duality of stillness and movement. Just when it's moving, it's moving. It's always still, but if there's movement, the movement is the expression or the breath of the stillness. So that's what we have to see. How is my mind? So then, he gives the example of firewood and fire from the sutra requested by Kashyapa. Now, that Kashyapa indicates this is a Theravadan text. Mahakasyapa was one of the two foremost disciples of Buddha Shakyamuni. And he says, 2 sticks rubbed together will produce fire, which, having arisen, will burn up both of them. In similar fashion, when the faculty of best knowing, of vipassana manifests, this manifesting will burn up both aspects, meaning both aspects of self and other. So you make the effort to examine how your mind is. So in a sense, you've got an examiner and an examined. But the more you do that and the more you're in contact with it, the clarity or the fire that arises from that will dissolve both subject and object, and then you have vipassana insight. because this way of analyzing is analysis done by inherent awareness, looking inwardly, it is known as Kusali analytic meditation. It is not the analytic meditation of the Pandit scholar, the person who's accumulated a lot of information, because that is analysis done by consciousness looking outwards. So that's the key thing. In Tibetan culture, you've got these lamas who are called Kempo or Geshe. They are scholars. They've read huge numbers of texts. They've memorized huge numbers of pages of text, and they can expound the meaning of these texts in great detail. The basis of their capacity is primarily scholarship, although if they're Nyingma or Kagyud, they've also done practice. But he's saying what we're doing is an analysis done by inherent awareness looking inwardly. Who is doing the analysis? It is our own intrinsic awareness. So again, it's this subtle shift. You have to have some intention to do it. You sit down and you settle into it. But it's as if that self-formation has the capacity to bring you to the door. It can't enter into the chamber. You enter into the chamber by leaving dualistic consciousness at the door, and you find yourself relaxed into this openness, which is the intrinsic. So in that sense, consciousness, which is part of the process of proceeding and studying a bit, listening to the teaching, trying it out in different ways, this brings you to the space of illumination, but that has to be burnt up, as it were. That has to be let go of. That has to be set free so that the light of the mind can shine forth. You need both. It's not going to magically fall out of the sky. Are there any questions about this? Okay, microphone.
James, the way you described this arising, in my mind popped up that you need a teacher to point that out, that kind of illumination of this kind of awareness, Drukpa, or whatever you call it. Tamal another expression of it. So there is sort of an introduction of entering that door you just mentioned. But how does it fit in that context? Because you mentioned a guru, teacher, which is necessary. Can you explore a little bit more?
This text itself functions in that way. The beginning part of the text is bringing you to the door, and now it's going over the threshold into the room. Because as soon as he's saying the only way you can do this meditation is with intrinsic awareness, means that you have to slip out of the habit formation, the power positioning of your consciousness. Now, how you do that, nobody can tell you. Nobody can tell you. Why? Because it's not a thing that you do. It's a subtle way of relinquishing your habits and finding you in that situation. It's as if you had here is a 10-point guideline for teenagers, how to kiss. You kiss depending on all sorts of things, whether you're drunk or sober, whether you really like the person or you don't, whether you're in the mood. It depends on all sorts of things. You find your way into the realm of kissing by kissing. You can't practice it in your bedroom.
In a mirror.
is it like finding your way out of the jungle that you think of yourself to? So the path is, the light is already somewhere, so it's like kind of dark, so you have to try and try and try, and suddenly you are out. But so there is a path, you cannot see it, or you see a little bit of light and then you get confused away again, but you need to find the path yourself in a way.
Ish. I wouldn't completely agree with that, because that would indicate that the clearing is different from the jungle. The sight of clarity belongs to the mind. It doesn't belong to whatever thoughts or feelings or habits or behaviors we have. And so it's about tilting out of a habit formation. So when I was a kid, I was fighting with my brother a lot. And my mother would always say, count up to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if you interrupt the arousal, then you escape from the necessity of it, the trajectory of it. But he did that and I'm going to punch him. So a lot of it is about interrupting, and then we build on that to relax. So we're investigating, but as we've been looking, not looking for something, not looking at something, but putting ourselves in the way of seeing. So how do I see? Here we are here. How do we see? Light comes into my eyes. So most of the time we're thinking about looking almost as if the light's coming out of my eyes. I'm looking at something. So we have a proactive agency which gives us, I've got to do this. So that's the beginning stage that gets you on the meditation cushion. I'm going to do this. But then we're kind of rocking back from looking to seeing. And the seeing is a gift. And then we realize everything I see is always already here. I'm not making the world. And my selective attention is a kind of blindness to the rich diversity of the possibility, and that's true seeing. So some effort's required, but the deeper we go into it, less effort, but more clarity.
James, can I ask a quick question?
I gave it away.
So when we're looking at our mind, we're sitting and we have the realization of the non-duality of subject and object. The looker, the looking, and the looked at is the same. What if we, how do we take this to the outside world? If I look at an object or a person, the image or the perception that it generates, how to apply the same principle to that?
Okay, so we'll be getting up for lunch soon. We get up and we move forward, and the people there, we move around the people, we put our shoes on. I'm moving within the field of awareness. So we have openness, we have the potential formulates itself as how I am, how I bend. It's inside the openness. It's not that you leave the openness behind and then you're just someone going to have lunch. We're moving in openness. The here and now is here and now. Eating the lunch, going for a pee, all of that is in the here and now. Having a chat with someone you agree with or you disagree with is in the here and now. So if we keep the openness of the field of experience, it reveals itself through our movement, because our movement is part of the world. So at 1 o'clock, the cooks have the food ready, so we go to eat. Our action of getting up and going to where the food is arises like a wave harmonizing with the activity of the cooks in preparing the food, having all the plates ready and setting it out. So we're pulsing with the world.
So is it the object non-dual with me, or
my thought about the object.
Well, the object exists as an object on the basis of your thoughts about it. Otherwise, it's just unformed potential. It comes into concrete availability with you as you concretize it. So if you look at the buffet, there will be different things in different pots. You may be the kind of person who puts a bit of everything on your plate, but it may well be that, no, not for me, not today. So is that object your mind or not your mind? Somehow you move towards something, and the thing you move towards becomes more visible. You think, well, this is good. I really like these little tomatoes. And then the other thing is hardly there. Its hardly there-ness is that it's a field phenomena, and what we choose becomes figural, but the figure never leaves the field. It's only dualistic consciousness which grasps at the phenomena as something that cuts the figure free from the field. So if we have the relaxed awareness, figure and field are pulsing all the time. Okay, one last.
Sorry, James, going back to the guru part. From what I understand in the tradition, there's a tradition of implanting, like they speak about implanting a view, and also of transmission, like you can't practice or you can't unless someone transmits it. So is that a mystical thing? Is that like, I don't know, I've heard it in various places, like to implant the view into someone's mind stream, for example.
That could be a money-making scam. From the very beginning, the mind has been open. Your mind is open whether you see it or not. What somebody can do is help to kind of tilt you so that you're in the right place to see it. Like, oh, there's the waterfall. Oh. And allow you to relax enough to go into it. The intrinsic is the basic. The teacher helps you open to the intrinsic. They can't give you the intrinsic. You already have Buddha nature, or whatever we call it. The function of the teacher is to help you not waste all your time in distraction, not spend time in thinking about, but rather entering into it. So there's various ways to enter it. It's like, you know, if you, like for me as a kid in Scotland, go on the beach and it's often raining. Mum says, away in the water, get in. Oh, it's cold. You have to just get in. And then my dad would grab my hand and we'd run together and in the sea, swimming around. Oh, it's really cold. Yeah, it's really cold. Oh. So somebody's got to kind of get you in a sense. And when we do the practice together, it's a bit like that. Because if you spend all your time on the beach thinking about it and judging it, you don't get in. And so how do you get into the water? You have to trust you'll be okay. And also you gradually learn to swim. And swimming is not the same as walking. It's very, very interesting. You know, when you're walking on the beach, you've got solid ground under your feet, one step, one step, one step, one step, and you're making progress. And your hips are used to that, your shoulders are swinging. You go into the sea and your body, if it's going to not drown, it's got to find a way of collaborating with the sea in a way that you don't collaborate with the land. That makes sense? So it's the same in the meditation. The function of the teacher is to help you into the ocean of awareness, but you yourself have to keep practice the swimming. Nobody can do the swimming for you. You know, Pema Karpo has been very kindly saying, this is how to swim. This is how to swim. But there are all these things about particular initiations, and somebody holds up a crystal or a peacock's feather. Now you see it. No, I see a peacock's feather. Oh, you didn't see it. Oh, something wrong with you. These are symbols. I had many fights with my teacher, the Sia Lama. He was very stubborn, and I'm pretty stubborn too. And one of our very big fights was, there's a tree in the distance. I want you to run to the tree and run round it and come back. And he said, everyone will go around it on the right-hand side, as you would circumambulating a stupa. And I said, it would depend. And he said, no, this is what people do. I think you're fucking daft. You may be the guru, but you're daft. People do different things. But for him, things like that, they're kind of hardwired. That's what we do. It's only the crazy bompo that go around the wrong way. We, all healthy human beings, will go around the right way, because there's a right way and a wrong way. It's like that. So I'm very suspicious of definite opinions about what will work. The thing about an initiation, it's an empowerment. And the question is, how do you receive it? So, just very briefly, I'll tell you a story about Magic Ladron. Magic Ladron had a very difficult childhood with her parents not wanting her to do any dharma. There was a lot of prejudice against girls going off to learn dharma. You became very vulnerable to rape and exploitation. And there are biographies of pre-Chinese but modern times in Tibet where women went on the road and they were very, very vulnerable. Anyway, Magic Lantern, she gets to see her teacher briefly, and then she gets a bit of an education, and she survives by becoming a reader of Prajnaparamita literature. So she would go to people's houses and read the Heart Sutra, the Diamond Sutra, and so on, which was believed to bring a blessing on the house and would help the harvest and so on. On the basis of this, she hears that there's a Lama who's giving an initiation that she would like, and she goes to see the Lama, and he's got lots of monks and then the temple. And the monks protest. Why are you letting a lay woman in here? She's not even a nun. And the Lama says, oh, just give her a chance. So he starts the initiation, and halfway through, she goes out of the room. So they continue at the end, and when the monks come out of the initiation, fully initiated, they see that Magic Ladron is up a tree. Oh, looking at her, and they're laughing at her. And the Lama comes out and he says, why are you laughing? She's the only one that got the initiation. So it's kind of like that. It's somebody putting a pot on your head doesn't purify you unless you're able to do it. It's a two-way street. So the idea that the Lama does something magical that will transform you without your participation, it's probably not true. Probably not true. Okay. We need to crack on with the text in the afternoon, but time for lunch now.